slick tonight. Good thing I'm wearing the quiet shoes. The city never sleeps. Just hides things in the puddles. Huh. That's my signal. They want the truth? I'm on my way.
Pull up, team! Assemble!
We don't run, we pull up. Where it all comes together. Every receipt, every message, every dollar. Each one a point on the line. Watch how they connect. Follow the money and the picture clears. And at the end of the trail, that's the truth.
Receipt pulled. Breaking it down. Evidence loaded. Now we know. Let's pull up, team.
They love to talk. I move on proof. Show me the receipts. The squad behind me, fact check everything. No cap, just facts. Pull up.
Time to clear the air.
Your truth is just a voice.
And listen close. We got the receipts.
That won't save you.
Truth versus deception, and we don't lose.
Team, time to end the truth stream pod!
Being locked.
Let's shut him down. Take this! He's freaking apart! Receipts don't lie.
Numbers tell one story. A seat like this tells another. It's not just gold and weight. It's decisions. Every word counts up here.
Your receipt leaves a mark. Every document has a fingerprint. Follow the numbers long enough, and the story writes itself. The trail doesn't lie.
Stay tight.
Shoot data, fire! Launch it!
Pull up, team! The city's ours tonight! Yeah! Let's go! Look at him roll! Let it go, baby! Victory!
Bar just hit 100. Hold steady. Here comes the truth.
Truth incoming.
Clearing up. Step in.
Identity confirmed.
That's our guy. We pulled the curtain tonight.
Hustling.
Bank trail locked. Receipts flagged.
Here we go.
The breakdown begins.
Corruption sequence initiated. Not today.
Right, truth data form.
Counterattack now! Pull up, team, go! Feel the truth!
Truth counterattack activated. Last receipt. Truth over everything. Case closed. Truth wins.
Peace, peace. It's your boy KKC, and we're back like your right shoulder blade. We never left. Shout out to Pull Up Team and everybody that's in the chat right now. You are tuned into another episode of the Receipt Show with your boy KKC as we get ready to talk about exposed contaminated land at FDMG. Malik versus head construction claims. So make sure you hit that like button. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel for more content and join the Pull-Up Team. Yes, that is right. That is right. Let's go ahead and turn this music on down. What is going on, everybody? I hope you are enjoying, this fabulous Tuesday afternoon. Let me go ahead and jump down into the chat to see who is in the house. Yes, let's see who's in the house. We got 100% Real Man in the house. I see Lone Star is in the house. Boston Man, shout out to you. You are in the house. Age of Battle, how you doing? She is in the house. Josephine, hey Josephine, I seen you on that panel. I seen what you did there. You in the house. We got Dominique Jones in the house, and we got YouTube up in the clouds. Listen, we have created a new lane out here in these YouTube streets. Shout out to Last Call. You see, if you are over here at KKC's channel and you rocking with the pull-up team, well, now you are an enemy, because there has been a heel turn, Bionic Scoop. There has been a real heel turn. Did you know we're the bad guys now? We're the bad guys now. And it all started because I said that Umar Johnson is going to open a church, because that's what's happening. All receipts are pointing towards Umar Johnson getting away from the whole Pan-African, or not Pan-African, but school for boys. And it's becoming more and more clear that this is a cult and they need a place to worship. And in that place, they are going to educate the children of said cult. Now, I've also said that, hey, you don't have to believe what I gotta say, regarding this situation. You ain't gotta say, anything at all. I stand alone on how I feel. But it's all good and it's all fun and games. But at the same time, there's some people that got upset. They got real upset. Because I said that to you guys. Now, understand, I want you guys to listen to it for yourself. I was at the Information Man show, and he was interviewing Malik Muhammad. And Malik, he goes around from channel to channel. He was on my panel a few weeks ago, him and Manny and Marianne Laurent. And we had a discussion. And he made it known that, it doesn't matter how beautiful the floors are. It doesn't matter what happens. The mold situation up at that school or at that location will prohibit anything from happening at FDMG. I even told him I understand all that because you got experience, but it still doesn't hurt. What if? And because I said what if, those two words have caused controversy. You see, if you say the words what if, they look at that as swaying. You're swaying. You no longer have stability. You're supposed to stand firm. You're not supposed to move. Nothing. When it comes to Umar Johnson is scamming the black community, he has received millions of dollars from various individuals, some disabled, some not, some paying their pensions, some sending their retirement checks, all of that. And you are supposed to get behind anyone who decides to come out and talk and say Umar Johnson is scamming. No matter what they say, no matter what they got going on in their background, no matter what is happening. That is what you are supposed to do. And if you ask any questions or if you are making any type of statements that are not inside those parameters, you become the enemy. And so during the last episode of the Information Man show, he made sure that not only did he take my moderation stick, I'm talking about the Information Man show, he allowed his guest, who was Malik Muhammad, to go completely off based on what I was saying in the chat of Information Man Show. I've been waiting for the chat to pop up, and I do not see the chat. I think he removed the chat from his show because I asked the questions, why is updating your audience with the right information being said that you are supporting Umar Johnson? Because they said that by me speaking out, I've been speaking out for 6 years, that I'm secretly a Umar Johnson supporter. That's what was said. So I want you guys, before we continue, I want you guys to hit that like button. I want you guys to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Turn on that notification bell so you know when I am going live next. Because coming up, you are going to hear the full rant, uninterrupted, of Malik Muhammad going off on your boy KKC for I don't know what reason, because Umar Johnson is going to turn that place into a church. Crazy. You tuned into the Receipt Show with your boy KKC.
Catch her on a beat.
Trying to get the renovations together. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash.
If you would let me just address something real quick.
Yes, you can address whatever you like.
I don't like to do this, but it appears that we have definitely hit some nerves. And I'm going to call out the show because I don't give a damn. I don't get paid for likes. I don't get paid for comments. I have 2 YouTube channels that's been up before people even knew what YouTube are. I turned down book deals and CD deals all day long. Mr. Receipt Show. So goddamn, what is a church? Mary Ann said that herself. You is who we are talking about. So what is a church? A church don't get to have mold in the congregation. And thank you to Grandma, because I haven't forgot.
Glow, what's going on,
Sister
Sister Glow?
On and used the example. One apartment shut down the whole floor. But you over here, this ain't the show for me. Hell no. Because we ain't riding with no fraud. He's taking $3 to $5 million from black women, disabled mothers who paid less on the bill to give it to him, and they believed him. Yeah, I'm calling you out, nigga. Because I don't have to be on your show. But you are exactly who Mary Ann and me and the information and all the others are talking about. And what's worse about it, you're a black man and a father. I'm calling you out. Come see me. I ain't hard to find. But you exactly the problem that we have today. All this what ifs. And Mary Ann ain't showed no receipt. Oh, you ain't asked Umar for no receipt. This is what I'm talking about. So hell yeah, I'm mad.
Well, you know, this comes from a person that seems to have done a mean transition in life. I mean, you know, this brother done went from wearing the, you know, the baseball cap to putting on the bandanas. I was like, what the hell is going on? He went in, I must admit, my ass. He didn't go in on nothing. He better calm down before he raises blood pressure. That's what he better do. Because again, it's amazing that I can sit here and put up, are you taking the over or are you going to take the under? Because we are taking unofficial, non-monetary bets. Is FDMG going to open or is FDMG going to stay closed? I'm taking the under. What are you going to take? Seems like brother Malik is taking the over aggressively. Man, all I'm saying is I'm having a good time with my chat because I have been exposing Umar Johnson for over 6 years. And damn near every call that I've made, he's done. So I paid my dues in proving that he's scamming. And so I will say what if, because it's something new, it's something fun, and it's something that I want to do, Mr. Malik. You know, I'm just saying. But like I did last time, let me go ahead and the link is dropped for you, Brother Malik, since I know you are in the clouds watching somewhere. So we were live last time, you didn't show up. Maybe you'll show up this time. I went live at night. Maybe, you know, it was too late for you, so that's fine. There, I just pinned the link up. I just pinned brother 100% real man's comment. All right, there we go. The link has been pinned to the top of the chat. Whenever you're ready to have this conversation. Until then, let me go ahead and back it up to what we're about to talk about today. Because since everybody feels like all you need to do is talk about Umar Johnson is scamming, that's what you need to focus on. Okay, that's what we have been focusing on. We have never said that we're going to stop focusing on it. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it my business to trail behind all you content creators who decided to take a lot of my information over the years, capitalize off of said information, and now thinking it's okay to just kick me to the curb because you got a new group of people you want to rock with. I'm going to make sure that if you're telling your stories about your receipts and what's going on with FDMG, you're getting it right. And you ain't just out here saying the shit so you can get your followings up and get your numbers up and get your viewership up. You're going to make sure that you tell the truth all the way. Because again, we never stop telling the truth. So let me go ahead and get to a part of the show. The same show. Malik really believes that FDMG is sitting on contaminated land. Now, I have documentation where I can show that the entire state of Delaware has a filtration issue. Lead in the water, all of that jazz. Shout out to Jessica May because she sent it to me. But in this instance, people are still saying that FDMG sits on the actual 610 East Wilmington, or excuse me, 610 East 17th Street. I can't even talk. 610 East 17th Street in Wilmington, Delaware. And 611. Both properties, or excuse me, both buildings sit on contaminated land. A lot of them say it sits on contaminated land because at one point in time it housed chemicals from Hercules something, which was like a chemical plant or whatnot. Although all of these claims are true, I want to make sure that I pull up documentation because I was the one who broke the story about the building sitting on contaminated land. No one knew that until I broke the story. As a matter of fact, shout out to Make a Change, because Make a Change will let anybody know. I got noticed because I broke the story that the city of Wilmington, Delaware wanted to tear down those buildings and they couldn't find the owner. They learned that the buildings changed hands and they hadn't heard anything from Umar Johnson, and they had been reaching out. They wanted to tear down the buildings. And in the same report, they said that the buildings, along with a host of other properties, was a part of an EPA brownfield site. I broke that story. And when I broke that story, a lot of people talked about it and was like, wow, and whatnot. So I got all of that pulled up. I want to get to the part of the interview with Information Man Show and Malik. And they were talking about the contaminated land. Let's take a listen.
Oh, y'all. Everything he's doing falls under his next excuse.
Facts.
Umar Johnson knew when he bought the buildings, brothers and sisters, they were sitting on contaminated land.
All right. Umar Johnson knew that when he bought the buildings, they were sitting on contaminated land.
What does contaminated soil do? It does what you see the mold doing. It goes from the ground and goes up the building to the point.
Tell the
if
truth.
You didn't know any better, you thought the black mold was
Mega One.
All right. So, Information Man dropped the bomb, said tell the truth. Malik Muhammad is saying the black mold will come from the ground up the building on contaminated land. And I dropped the story that yes, the buildings were considered an EPA site. But one thing that I did not pay close attention to until now, or I noticed it back then, but it really didn't matter. In this box right here, I want to make sure, I hope this is not causing any audio issues. I hope you guys can see what I'm saying or hear what I'm saying. When I broke this story, this is the documents. This is the Northeast Brandywine, project I was talking about. The draft date was March 26th of 2019. And in this red box, they let you know this is just a draft and it's for discussion purposes only. Now, this plan has since been updated and it's called the Wilmington 2028 Revitalization Plan, where it's not listed that these buildings are on what you consider contaminated land to the point to where the black mold is growing up the building. The reason why the mold that you guys see on the building exists is because there is no drains connected to the buildings. So all the rainwater that's just running down has caused this mold, not because the buildings sit on molded or contaminated properties. Because if that were true, based on what Malik is saying, then when Moyer Academy was built, it was built on contaminated land. I don't have a tell the truth button, but I have a bomb. If what you are saying is true, Brother Malik, then the kids that attended Maurice J. Moyer attended a school that sat on contaminated land, in which the city was wrong for giving a certificate of occupancy to those children. That's what happened, according to Brother Malik, that's loud and has this I'm right and I say so complex. Shout out to Make a Change. How you doing, brother? Oh, Make a Change. Can you hear me? Can you hear me and Make a Change? I think Make a Change may have some audio issues at the time. Brother, Make a Change.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, brother. Okay, let's see. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Brother, Make a Change. We're going to ask you to come back, get your audio together. I don't know if you... Okay, he dropped down. Okay, he dropped down. All right. So let me just, bring this back to 100%. This is the Northeast Brandywine Riverfront project. And it says U.S. EPA brownfield area-wide plan for Wilmington, Delaware. When you do a Control F find, you type in Moyer. You look for it. It says that the Moyer Academy, this complex of buildings is located on two separate parcels divided by 17th Street. The school is closed and the buildings are vacant, which is true, boarded up and blighted. Portions of the property were previously owned by Hercules Inc., a chemical business, which included the largest of the three buildings. Although there are records of underground storage, tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. The AWP proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club. That long-term proposal included razzing the existing buildings for a new outdoor recreational facility associated with the club, giving them one continuous campus. In mid-March 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of this site recently changed. Due to this recent property transfer, coordination with the new property owner is not reflected as part of the area-wide plan. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions, and no formal plans have been submitted to the city for the property. Any new plans for the property can be incorporated into future development, and we do not note that this is a vision plan and nothing is set in stone. It's very important that we highlight that as to what may actually happen with any of the ideas expressed through this lengthy planning process. All right, now let's see if we can bring Brother Make a Change back to the panel. Make a Change, shout out to you, man. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man? Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
What's up, man? You having a kerfuffle, man?
Oh man, I think it is a misunderstanding. It's something. I can't say what if I got kicked out of the new Umar Johnson sector, man. Because I said what if.
But you made a good point. That's a point that I've been saying for a long time when people were saying that the buildings is incorrectly zoned. I'm like, well, if that's the case, how did Moya have a school there? You know, if it's zoned incorrectly. And like you said, if there's a problem, if the building is on a contaminated site, that's a bigger issue than Umar. That I guess the city has an issue, because what about all the kids that the Department of Education let go to school there for years? And what about the people that's in that area? You know, and that's, you know, so, and that's the thing we have to be logical. You can't just make stuff up, because you got to look at, okay, if there's the building is indeed on a contaminated site, then what about all the kids that went to school there for years? What about all the kids that's been playing out there? You know,
right. So they said the kids got off into the school and vandalized it. What about that? Somebody should be sick by now.
Yeah, it gotta make sense. You know, you can't just make stuff up, because now when you start making stuff up, now there's questions that are going to arise from that you have to be able to present a logical argument for. So.
Well, don't worry, brother. We have actual audio from a head construction worker in that area that confirms that property is not contaminated.
Yeah, I don't think the property is contaminated, dude. I think there's problems. We know that, but I don't think it's contaminated. Yeah. And like, we know that when Don was working, there was some mold inside. Okay,
right.
So we know that, but we don't know the extent of it. The mold outside, that I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't, I'm not a contractor or anything, but I have a few rental property, and I have renovated rental property and stuff before. It's because the downspout is missing. So when the water is just running on the wall, if you look, you can go back and look at the old pictures. So everything is not, don't get me wrong. Umar is sloppy and he's not doing what he's supposed to do.
He's definitely scamming, bro.
Right, but we have to look at what's happening. Look, if like I heard a guy said, people shouldn't be walking on the sidewalk because that mold is gonna. I'm like, dude, really? That's like mildew and stuff. All you need is a good. What they normally would do with that is they would like spray it with like a liquid, and let it sit, and then they pressure wash that, and so it's because he hasn't done anything to it. He's letting it sit there, so it's just, and the cracks and stuff. Normally if you paint. Like if you paint your house, like I live in Florida, like when it settles, your house would develop these cracks on you would like fill that in and then you would paint it. So, that stuff that they saying it's really bad. It looks bad. Don't get me wrong. It does look bad, but it's not as bad as, where they say don't let kids walk on the sidewalk and stuff. That's a little exaggerated.
Man, it's going to get on their shoes and start eating them real slow, man. That's what's going to happen.
You got a game today?
Oh, well, all right, make a change, man. Thank you for coming up and shedding your expertise. I think he had to step away. Are you still here, make a change?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I thought you was up. All right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting at, man. And the thing is, I do have, like I said, the audio where the construction worker lets everyone know where the problems actually start, what block the problems start. It's not that far away, but he said that since, like you said, it's a residential neighborhood, that would mean that those people have problems too, and the extent doesn't travel that far.
Right. And the next thing you have to look at, there have been people in there fixing the property, right?
Right.
We have seen a couple of people in there. Do you think like
Benjamin Franklin Plumbing was in there?
Right. We know Umar, he could probably go in, even if it's as bad as Saturday. But do you think a company is going to let their employees go into a property if they know it's like contaminated and it has
liability, man?
So that, like I said, we know the dude is not on the up and up on certain things, but we have to use logic, Once other factors start coming in, you have to take that into consideration when you make your analysis. And there's no way all these different contractors would come and go in there and let their employees work. Because as soon as an employee sees like mold or something, they ain't going in there if it was damaged or contaminated to the point where it needs, like the guy I listened to like some of the guys commentary. He said that the building needs to be demolished. Really? It's vandalized, but I don't think it needs to be demolished.
That's what they were going to do in this plan. They were going to do that because
Hey, give me 1 second, man. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. According to the records in the citywide plan, the Northeast Brandywine project plan, this right here, they were going to knock down the buildings because they were just going to give it over to the Boys and Girls Club because they're right there clustered in behind these buildings. And they didn't know that the property had changed hands. So they might so when the chemical company Hercules Inc. was there, they would have had to clean the buildings before they built Moyer Academy. That's how you know. I understand, the huff and puff and blow your house down. But even when I reported this back then, I said, it's a draft. And I updated it and talked about the Wilmington 2028 plan, where they still didn't talk about FDMG. They still have not included his school in their plans for their neighborhood.
Yeah, and I don't even think they follow through with that plan because it's how long it's been. It's been like almost like how many years now?
Yeah, this plan that I got on the screen, they ditched this plan and they got Wilmington 2028 revitalization plan. And that I did a whole show on that. And shout out to Anita McCrae and Jessica May. They sent me the documentation about what's going on with that.
Right.
So I told Malik this, and I'm like, you can't dismiss the whole theory that what if he gets this place opened up, because you're trying to use your years of experience, of dealing with mold and all that. I get that. I'm not taking away from that. Right. I don't want no one to try to take away my experience of being a insurance producer for so many years. But you have to make sure that you're taking the receipts, the factual information, and you're keeping that information up to date along with the saga.
Right.
Because now you got people just coming out saying, oh, I went down. And I want you to know, real quick, make a change. Shout out to the pull-up team members because they already know this. I called Cleveland, quote unquote, headquarters police precinct today.
Mm-hmm.
And all I'm going to say, it's questionable information. Yes, I was told that now hear what I say. Yes, I was told that if there was an investigation, they can't give any information. The pull-up team members are already in the know. All I'm going to say is, hashtag where are the receipts? Is all I'm gonna say. You need to start asking these people you look up to, where are the receipts? Because yeah, man, you might be getting hoodwinked around here.
Yeah,
So,
I
go
just
ahead.
watch and analyze the information, and I was listening to some of the stuff he was saying on that, where he was saying that Umar has to get a punch list. Well, you don't need a punch list to arrange to get us to to call and schedule a CO to get to get the building inspected to get a CO. You don't need a punch list.
You know,
The city knows what they're going to be looking at. The punch list is normally between you and the contractor. When everything is done, you have a punch list. Now they may give him a list if it fails, that he needs to go over, and there's a good chance he is going to fail. Because if you look,
right? I believe you.
a lot of times inspections, especially when you renovate a whole building, you're probably going to fail. I've had work done and the inspection failed. It failed. The question is he going to do what the normal people do, which is okay, it failed the inspection, you just fix it and move on, or is he going to use that as an excuse to now delay the whole thing? Because inspections fail. That's part of construction. That's just part of construction. For whatever reason, stuff failed. But what you're doing, the normal process is you just fix it and then have the inspector come back out and go over the inspection again, and then you just move on. But is Umar going to do that? Is he going to be truthful and just move on like normal people would, or is he going to use that as another tactic to stall the process?
That is a good point that you brought up, because it leads me into the whole next point. They talk about that you have to have permits to be inside the building, right? That it is vacant. He said that it's a vacant property, and it is vacant properties. He was like, you can't just be in there if you own the building. You have to have permits if you're going to be inside the building. And the whole running argument, there's no permits. Go ahead.
But that's not true either. So if he wants to walk in the building and do work or whatever, because he can go in there and do work, he doesn't, because you got to remember, I think people mistake the vacant with abandoned. The property is only on the vacant property list because it's been empty, and it's more of a way to keep. In some states and cities, they do that because they don't want a bunch of empty properties sitting around blighted. And once that's sitting around for a long time, it brings in some type, different elements into the community that you don't want. So it's more of a deterrent. It's not to say that there's something wrong with the property. And I think that, I heard him say abandoned. Well, it's not abandoned.
It's vacant.
It's vacant. And it's vacant because that's the process in that state. Like I live in Florida, I have had rental properties that's been sitting while I've been working on it for like almost a year. And because I do most of the stuff myself. So it's when I have time, whatever. And I didn't have to register because we don't have to do that here. But in certain states, you have to. If you're going to be away from the property for X, if it's going to be abandoned, not let's say you are a seasonal, like for instance, we call them snowbirds here. Like some people, they live in the state, they live in the state like a certain amount of time. That's different. But if you just not, like let's say you have a rental and it's going to be sitting for like X amount of months, I forget what Wilmington is, you have to register it. But that doesn't mean the property is abandoned. That's just their laws there because they don't want, it's a deterrent because they say the reason why they're doing that is because they say, hey, if the landlord is going to get fined or the owner is going to get fined for letting it sit, then they won't let it sit. So now we won't have a bunch of abandoned property, which is going to bring down the property value and then bring in criminal elements and different things. What comes along with that. So that's what that is. So.
And see, I have, again, on the screen, hashtag where are the receipts. So let's just say, to kick it around, you have to have permits to go inside the building. And
you don't have to have permits to go inside.
Right. But for giggles and fun, let's just say you have to satisfy what these people have been trying to argue and say. So, okay, I've said so many times, Umar Johnson does have permits on that building because different people have been inside it there doing professional work. I was argued up and down that that's not true. Okay, so here is proof right here. Here is an actual permit that I have on the screen from the city of Wilmington for 611 East 17th Street. Benjamin Franklin Plumbing was inside the gymnasium on January 23rd, 2023. Here's all the information if anybody want to call them. Here's the email if you want to email them. And here's the site contact by the name of Cameron Evans. They did plumbing for HVAC, and it was final. And it was signed off on by Glenn Smith, the area inspector, and Jack Lindell, the contractor, and it was approved. I need people to take their screenshots. I need people to send this to Malik. I need people to send this to Lennon. Send it to everybody.
I have a question for you. Did you get that by contacting the city?
You said, did I get your contact in the city?
No. Did you get that inspection report by contacting the city?
I went to the old business, their old website, the one that they don't use anymore.
Right. The reason why I say that is because they've been transitioning into the new site. So what you see on the site may not be updated. So the only way we could really tell if he has, you can tell if he has more permits, you would need to check with the city. And that's why sometimes you have to look at the information and understand what you know what I'm talking about. It's like I can't just say, well, he hasn't done anything else because the site is in a transition phase and they're not displaying as much information as they used to, or they haven't updated it to that point yet. So there may be more permits behind that we have to that's not listed on the site yet. So
see, I've told the audience, I haven't said it today, but we have said on several shows on the new site, you have to request this information. And we are currently waiting for any violations on this property and any recent permits that have been pulled. That's what we are waiting on. But I have said it several times. I have receipts that permits have been pulled, and this ain't the only permit. So the whole argument of Umar hasn't pulled permits, that's a lie. This is still not saying FDMG is going to open, but that's a lie. And so people ask for receipts, people. Go ahead.
No, you got it. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is people need to start asking for receipts instead of just, and this is no shot at Lennon because me and Lennon are cool. I was kicked off, or I was kicked out of the Information Man show. I was blocked and my monster was taken away, all because they are mad because I say, what if he really does open this as a religious institution? He said that it was registered as a spiritual institution. Mary Ann has said it's a community, it's not a cult, and that it's going to open as a spiritual location. So why am I being faulted and blamed for saying what I'm saying? Is all I'm gunning at. So it's about, pulling the real information at this point. What I'm doing is I'm making it a point. I'm going to go through these people's live streams. If I find a lie, I'm going to pull the receipt if I got it. And it's going to come down to, you go where you want to go for the truth. Go ahead.
Like I said, I'm not a supporter of Umar or anything, but I just like to look at the facts. And if the I can't just ignore the fact, but then you look stupid, because you just
I agree.
sitting there and making something up when you know it's not correct. It's like I can't do that. I gotta look at the information. And don't get me wrong, I think a lot of stuff that Umar is doing is because of the haters. A lot of the progress that we have gotten from that building is because people, we have made videos, we like calling out stuff. So he has been he has been trying to counter everything. Like, for instance, when we talk about the film, we always used to talk about the lights and stuff, and why did he paint or something? And he gone and he did a whole paint day, even though the building was no way ready to be painted. So I think he does a lot of stuff because he listens to what people are saying and he tries to counter it. But so I think a lot of the progress that we have seen is because people have been making videos and pointing it out.
Shout out to Dominique Jones because I pushed that narrative and make a change. Check me on it. Dominique Jones said, we've been fooled before. Someone said the buildings were up for auction a few years ago and it wasn't true. I did a live stream about that a long time ago, and Make a Change made sure he followed up with a video like, nah, man, that's not true. So you definitely have to make sure that you do your homework and don't just jump out here just to say any information. My whole position is I'm not afraid to retract any statements I've made just to make sure I align with the facts.
Right.
Other people I can't speak for. But what I can say is you can't call me out on thinking that I'm actually taking up for Umar just because I'm telling you tell the truth. You are on a platform with a man that calls himself Information Man Show and has a sound bite saying tell the truth while you telling a lie. It makes no sense.
Hey, KKC, give me 1 second, man. I gotta move my car so my daughter can get out. She got like flag football, so I gotta let her out. So
Okay,
give me 1 moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Shout out to Make a Change, y'all. You know what I'm saying is, and shout out to Get Right, man. KKC, you've been saying he's gonna open it as a church school. That's what he's been trying to do. And you know, Umar recently played or said in his most recent live stream on Instagram that maybe they should turn FDMG's gym into an AME church. And I'm like, yo, I've been saying that because I have the receipt where they show they have a church envelope. FDMG has an actual church envelope, meaning if you go to a missionary Baptist church or something along the lines where they take up tithes and offering, they have a church envelope. You can slide your tithes and offerings in and put it in the collection plate. FDMG has that. I've been saying it for a long time. I haven't changed my stance on it. I've been saying that you don't have to believe and get behind what I'm saying. I'm going to leave it to y'all. I just bring you guys the information and you decide what it is. I think we have Make a Change back.
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm back.
And so, you know, that's all we are getting at. And so, again, shout out to everybody that's coming into the room right now. I see C-Spree Baby just came in. Shout out to Botella. We got Black Anonymous coming in. Miss Independent, what's going on with you? Andre X, I see you. So, all we're talking about, y'all, is we're sticking with the facts. Here's a permit. It's from January 23rd, 2023, 3 years ago, when Benjamin Franklin Plumbing went into the gymnasium and did some work. It was signed and approved for. Here's the seal of Wilmington, Delaware. I want you guys to see this so you can't say, oh, KKC manipulated. No, I'm not. Here's the contact information. I know a lot of people within the new Umar Johnson sector like to send emails and call and find out. Here you go. Here it is. Clock me. Clock my work. Clock this receipt. We're starting hashtag where are the receipts? There are permits that have been pulled. Doesn't mean FDMG is going to open. But stop saying that man did not pull permits. I don't want to just lie for the sake of lying. That's all I'm getting at, man. I can't sleep well at night like that. I'm not a liar. Make a change. What you got to say about it? I'm not a liar.
You know the crazy thing though is if you really look at what he has done in regards to, because all he did is work on the small school. You know that he never said he didn't have enough money, right? He never once. He would always ask for money, but he never said he didn't have. In all the delays, he keeps saying contractors. So you know what the sad part about it is, this man had the money to get to where he's currently at this whole time, if he really wanted to.
Let me ask you a question. Make a change. You said that you have properties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say you pull a permit and have some work done, and then the permit is completed,
mm-hmm.
and 10 years pass, right? A whole decade. Does that permit that you pulled ever become invalid?
No, it shouldn't come invalid. Once the work is done and they validated, that's done.
I just want to make sure for anybody that that may have a lack of transparency. Shout out to Black Anonymous.
One of the things
because,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Black Anonymous is saying it's the lack of transparency, meaning that the permit that I have from the city of Wilmington, they believe that at some point in time this permit becomes invalid, and
How does it come invalid?
like that. Yeah, like how does that happen? If I have work done on my house 10 years ago, how does that permit become invalid for the work that I have had done on my house?
Someone has to explain that to me. That doesn't make sense. That makes no sense.
It's gotta be logic, man.
Right, because when you do a permit, they come out and they inspect it, depending on what it is. Let's say, like, they do a roof. Like, let's say we got shingle roofs here in Florida, right? So when they come, they pull the shingles off and they get down maybe to the wood or whatever, and they fix whatever. If you have some bad spots, they might replace that. Then they put that I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's like a black tar, like a rolling paper. When you get to that point, the city comes out and inspect it. And once that's done, then you could put the shingles on. Then once the shingles is done, they come out and they inspect it again. And if everything is good, they write off. It's done.
Right.
Let's say then 10 years later, the permit is done. It's completed. It's done.
Shout out to Jessica May, because she said it has an expiration date for the work. Yes, the permit has an expiration date
for you to
for the work to be completed.
Right.
If I complete the work, it's completed. It's
you can't. They don't expect you, because the city doesn't want you to have a permit open for 10 years.
Yeah, it's not an indefinite permit.
It's not an indefinite. Yeah.
And so that's the thing. Like, once you complete the work is done. The permit never becomes invalid. The only way it becomes invalid is if the work never was completed, and so it expired.
Right.
But again, here's I'm leaving the contact information up right here on the screen for anybody that wants to contact the city of Wilmington, Delaware, and these questions can be asked directly to the city. You don't take what me and Make a Change are saying. Contact the city for yourself. And here's
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was saying, here's the name. Go ahead.
One of the things you have to remember, like when you're looking at information, especially when you want to present the information, you gotta like validate some things. Like, for instance, if I go on and I see a permit, right, and it says it's not completed, I wouldn't come out here and say it's not completed, right? Or because it says it on the website. The reason why is this: sometimes those sites are not always updated. They should be updating it, but just like that's what, for instance, the IRS. They are so backed up. If you go on there, you can't find current taxes for like nonprofits because they are so backed up. So, like, you have to go to like Morningstar, because is it Glory, whatever that star that's, you could go there, and because they're pulling the raw data. The IRS does have the raw data that you could pull and you could go through it, but it's not posted to their site because they are so backed up. So just because I see like an organization don't have their tax information there, I can't say, well, they didn't file it, because they may have filed it, but they just hasn't posted it. See what I'm saying? So the same thing with the city's website. If you're going to report it, you have to do your due diligence and at least say, well, let me call the city and make sure that it's not updated. Because
here we go real quick, because I see what Black Anonymous is saying. She said, or he said, here's where I'm not sure about such things. If a permit was submitted 3 years ago, which it says January 23rd, 2023, and no work was done, that's not true. Because here's the link right here that shows status complete. This permit application was received on January 19th, 2023. And the applicant name was Ben Franklin Plumbing. The owner name was Douglas Frederick and Garvey. With the owner ID, the location, and the parcel ID. They installed a 12-gallon electric water heater in the gym ceiling. This permit is completed. So this permit is not invalid. So understand, I will never show invalid receipts and not come back and retract my statements. I've done my homework on this. What needs to happen is these new people that's coming out and everybody's getting behind them. Y'all need to ask them to do their homework. I've done my work. I put in my time. And I've got scars from doing that too.
Hey, I don't got no scars, man. I'm just joking. Hey, but I'm just saying, just so we understand, that because we valid trying to just get to the information, that doesn't mean we support what Umar Johnson is doing. We don't think he's probably scamming. We're just looking at the information. If it's in black and white, you can't just ignore it. It's there.
Right.
It's in black and white. Yeah.
These people are going out of it's like some people want to be illogical and disagree for the sake of disagreeing, just so they can ignore receipts and get back and focus on Umar is scamming. Yes, he's scamming. He'll never stop scamming if you're asking me, but I'm not going to ignore the truth just to say he's scamming. What the hell is that? Is what I'm asking. Why we doing that? That's a cult of personality, if you ask me, and I'm not doing it. So it goes both ways. You can call and ask the city yourself. The permit is completed. The work was done.
Yeah, but the city has no skin in the game. They're there to, they're not gonna approve.
You breaking up, bro?
If it's not done. No, I'm saying the city has no skin in the game. They're not gonna approve the work if they can't validate that it was done.
It's wild. Again, I understand these new people that's coming out that have experience in their various, occupations. I even said that I bring my experience in insurance to the game, and I wouldn't sign my name on documentation. But we can't ignore if someone else took the liberty to sign their name on the documentation, is what I'm getting at. And the thing is,
watch that.
They signed this documentation, signed with xyzmo.com, Glenn E. Smith and Jack Lindale. So whoever those gentlemen were, it says final plumbing water heater and fixtures stickers number 69424, meaning you should be able to see the stickers on that equipment, and it should match up on this permit right here, because it's not invalid because they installed and completed the work. So the the work was done, traces back to this permit as a record. It's just like if you graduate from school and they keep a copy of the information at the Board of Education, so that you can always go back and get your diploma should you lose it or whatnot. That's what this is. If you can't see a corner store bum, I can't do nothing for you. Yeah, he's definitely a bum. Umar Johnson is definitely bumming. He's definitely scamming. He's doing all type of stuff, man. I'm with you. It's just hashtag where are the receipts is here. It's not going nowhere. We got to make sure that if you rock with the pull-up team, we ask where are the receipts. Talking sounds good, sounds great. Umar Johnson can talk. But we asked Umar Johnson where the receipts were. He kicked us out of the Zoom call. It was crazy. It was crazy work. Let me go ahead. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you do want to join, it's pinned to the top of the chat. Let me drop the link again, though, for those that may not have that. Here you go. And so there you go. Now, because there are permits that are legit, verified, this permit never leaves. It's on the record in as a receipt for KKC, and it's on record as a receipt down with the city. So anybody can get this receipt. this is completed work and it's here to stay. We got to make a change back on the panel. Now, make a change. We are about to not transition, but we're going to switch gears for a second. Shout out to Mama Rika coming to the house. Shout out to Keeper 116. Thank y'all for coming in. I have video I want to play, and it comes from Don. It was from when Don was at the property, and he was or I guess trying to say that he was going to keep coming up there and saying something to Umar Johnson, or trying to catch him.
And just to say it again, I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm just, I'm just reviewing information. There's no, I think you should be able to be objective in information. If something is not presented and it seems to be incorrect, just so if I make a video and it's not correct and somebody say, hey, that's not correct, I should be able to say, you know what, let me look at that. Because if the goal is to present accurate information, that should be the goal. But so and that's to be clear. So, because I don't do that internet fighting stuff. It's just information.
That's, back in the day, I did that. But, and yes, not yesterday, the day before, I got a little hot-headed and I'm like, you know what? I don't do that no more. I got a whole nother role that I go by. But
no internet fighting. No internet
fighting.
I'm
instead of going back and forth and like being upset, I will just present the receipts.
Yeah, that's what.
And people share the show. If you a pull-up team member, like I said, you got work to do. If you are at these shows, you hear somebody misspeaking and you done seen the receipt, call it out. Shout out to Kim coming to the it says that your devices are not connected. So Kim, reconnect your devices and come. Oh, there you go. Shout out to Kim. We got Kim on the panel. Kim Callahan, can you hear me? You gotta unmute yourself.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, we hear you. What's going on?
Can hear you.
Hi, KKC. Hello, make a change. I believe it's the first time I've ever
Hello,
spoken.
hi. How are you doing today?
How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Good.
What you got for us, Kim?
You know something? I'm not even sure what I got for you, but I'm gonna do my best.
That's okay, man. We just up here talking about the receipts. That's it.
I'm just gonna do the best I can.
And that's cool. You got it. What you got
One thing
for us?
I will say is that there are people who there's a healthy contingent of people that I have seen online as I have been in and out of this whole Umar Johnson situation, who were really banded together and were really determined to put a stop.
Mm-hmm. Kim, you still there? Uh-oh, I think we lost Kim.
I'm still here.
Can you hear me, Kim?
I can hear you.
Okay, there's a delay between me and Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, there might be like a delay.
Okay, I don't hear Kim anymore now. So Kim, if you can't hear me, drop down and come back into the studio. Cause I want to hear what she was got to say. She was cooking or starting to cook. But yeah, man, I definitely want to make sure that let me put the link back into the chat for anybody that want to join the panel. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, but if you can't see it, yeah, I asked her to come back up. Because she was dropping some, seems like she was about to go in, and I want to hear it. But like we said, all we want people to do is stick with the facts. If you can't stick with the facts and you just want to bash and you just want to call Umar out for scamming, I can't stop you for doing that. But I have an investigative type platform that I've been going at for 6 years now. And YouTube has finally recognized me in that category as investigative. And I appreciate that because I'm on the browse features. I'm not just somebody you got to look up Umar Johnson and then boom, there I am. So that really matters. And I want to stick with that. And part of that means that we got to show the receipts when, it's necessary. And right now, with all of these new individuals coming into the Umar Johnson sector, or creating a new Umar Johnson sector amongst themselves, and they're coming my way, I'm getting some of those, individuals. Yeah, we gotta. I couldn't hear you, Kim. If you're still at the show, a part of the show, I just got your message in the back chat. We just want people to stick with the facts. Now, like I said, switching gears. Don, for those that don't know who he is,
I think Andre Freeman, he was asking for the link. I know it's pinned to the top, but I don't think you saw it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, I didn't see that. Hold on. Let me drop the link. Anyone would like to come up and, share their thoughts and have fun. I thought it was pretty interesting. We're getting ready to get into the receipt where a head construction worker that's doing some work behind the school or the buildings confirmed that area is not contaminated. Can you hear me, Kim?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear. I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank goodness. Technology is great when it works.
When you want to be.
Hello again. Hello, Make a Change. How are you? Hello, KKC. How are you?
Oh, did we lose you again, Kim?
There seems to be some kind of delay.
Soon as you get started, it cut you off.
Yeah, once you start cooking, it like just dies down. The volume goes out. But you could go ahead and try again because it seems you're coming through now. You're coming through now.
Okay.
Does she have YouTube open in the background by any chance?
Maybe I think that's got to be the case.
Yeah, close that up because if you're trying to listen to yourself,
you're
going to have a delay. Yeah, if you're trying to listen to yourself through just listen through StreamYard.
Okay, is this better?
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you, Make Change. Well, what I was going to say is a couple of things. Thing one, I listened to KKC. I listened to Make a Change. I listened to Information Man, Lennon Honor. I've been listening to Lady Luck Club, Rim Rum. I just recently discovered Rim Rum.
Yeah, shout out to Remy.
Yeah. And I listened to we all call him Uncle Malik. I listen to him too. Now, what I will say is
he's not my uncle. I'm sorry, he's not my uncle. Go ahead.
I call him Uncle. That's what I call him. I'll just call him Malik, just for the sake of conversation. What I observed is there was one other time where there was such a rift between those of us in the Umar sector who were calling out Umar's foolery, right? And I think when we fight, or when the people who are against what is clearly Umar's foolishness, when the people fight amongst themselves, the only person who wins is Umar. I'll say that. The second thing I'll say is I respect Malik's knowledge about these things as far as building construction, inspections, etc. I don't think these buildings will ever pass inspection. I looked at a video, I think he's called what is his name? Uncle Mo. And he walked around, or Enterprise, I think is his name. One or both of those, where they walked around the building and looked at what a mess it was. Those buildings are not passing inspection, in my opinion. Whether work was done or not, I don't think there would ever be enough work to do on those buildings so that they would ever pass inspection. I just don't think so.
Why would you say that they would? Let's say, in regards to your second point there, in regards to there's not enough work, why would you say that he
well
can't?
I just think those buildings are so far gone.
Why are you saying it's so far gone?
I mean, from the images that I've seen of the mold, of the ramps aren't right. It looks like there's cracks in the ramps. To me it looks like there's, to make those buildings be anything that can function, whether they function as a school, a church, a community center, or anything else, that would require multi-million dollars worth of work. And I don't believe Umar has that kind of money. That's why I say what I said.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
What if I tell you some of those cracks were there when what's that school? Moya was there.
Moya.
What would you say? Yeah.
It wouldn't matter to me.
Okay.
It wouldn't matter to me, because regardless of how long the cracks have been there, the cracks are there.
Right.
If they've been there for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years.
Because the question I have with the cracks too, and that's the thing is, I agree with you 100%. Looking at the pictures, we could go based on that. But like, let me give you an example. I live in Florida, right? A lot of times your houses, it's settled, so you get like these cracks, but they are superficial. They are not structural. So a lot of times when you paint, you just have to use caulk to cover those. So the question is, are those cracks superficial, or are they structural?
Foundational.
Right. Or foundation.
I understand. I understand.
And that's my thing.
And I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, this is not my wheelhouse at all.
And that's what I'm saying.
What I see.
And that's what I'm saying. I can't make that determination by looking at pictures. You would have to do an inspection of the property to say it's totally has to be condemned. And that's all I'm saying. That's just my point. Is I can't go on a video and say the buildings need to be condemned when I haven't physically gotten a report on the building. That would be irresponsible. Even as a contractor, if you want to show a contractor that those pictures, they wouldn't make a statement and say those buildings need to be condemned unless they go there and inspect the building. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What's more concerning to me than the cracks is the mold.
The mold on the outside?
Yeah, the mold on the outside and the potential for mold on the inside.
Okay.
That would be more concerning to me, even more than the cracks and all of the trash and all of that. I mean, we know that I won't say we. I don't believe that these buildings are ever going to come up to code to be anything. Out of a church, a school, a community center, whatever. A safe building is a safe building, and an unsafe building is an unsafe building, regardless of the purpose, the stated purpose of using the building.
Right.
We got the beautiful Bernice on the panel too, Kim.
Hi, beautiful Bernice.
Hi, how you doing? How you doing?
I'm gonna slip away for a second. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Can I talk now?
Yeah, you can talk. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say, I live in an area where they had a theater called the Slave Theater, and this was a place where people like Umar Johnson, Guru from Gangstar actually owned it. It was an old movie theater, and people like Umar Johnson and other what they would call people that followed stuff like that, like Umar Johnson follows. They would hang out in this, and they would have conferences and talk about their religion with people in there, or they would have like people like Kumo D would come in there and talk about what he knew and stuff like that. And what the point I'm trying to get to, that this building was a dilapidated movie theater. It was called it used to be called the Regent, and then it got called the Slave Theater by Guru from Gangstar. The place was disgusting. It was a movie theater that hadn't been used for over, I'll say 15 years when he got the building. All he had to do was fix the bathroom, make sure that the bathrooms had flushable toilets, that they were kept clean. The building was disgusting, I have to say. I would never use the bathroom in there, but as a young kid, we did go in there, and we hanged out with different rappers and stuff. What they did was, it was a movie theater, so what they did was they took down most of the seats and put like matting and stuff in there, and made the first 20 rows of seats brand new. The stage was dilapidated. The building itself was disgusting, but people still went in it, and they didn't have to do anything but have a running toilet bowl in there and have water available for people. That's all they had to do. So it can have a building that's not up to par, and have people in it. And as long as it passes that city's inspection and get whatever they have to do with it, they can do what they want. And Guru, he ran that place for over 10 years before he passed away.
Oh man, what's the name? Get Right says it smelled like mildew as soon as you walked in. I remember. So he's been to the slave theater, is what he's saying.
Yeah, it was a disgusting place. And not only that, the place had just recently got torn down, I'd say like 2018, 2019, because the roof collapsed on it after a big snow. And the spot is still open right now. If somebody wanted to go build it, they can build there. But that building stood there between a McDonald's and a bank. And it was a disgusting freaking building. Nobody wanted to walk past it. It was just disgusting. Once the Guru passed away and nobody used it anymore. But people were going in this building and doing stuff, and they had, not only was people going in there, but I as a youth was going in there. Okay. At first it was a movie theater, and Guru brought it and changed it into whatever he wanted to use it for. And it basically, like I said, he was going in there teaching his religion, the same thing that Umar was doing, and the same thing that Kumo D was doing. Everybody that was involved in there with the guy, Professor Griff from Gangstar, he used to hang in there. Polite used to hang in there. I mean, everybody that was into what Umar is into used to be in that building before it got torn down.
But yeah, I agree with that. And the thing is this, I would say this: if he really wants to get those buildings, the best thing you could do is to get it inspected, right? Yeah. Because like I was telling KKC earlier, there's a good chance he's going to fail it. We know he's going to fail it, but that's inspections. It's not uncommon to fail inspections.
Exactly.
So I would go ahead and get it done, because then that's going to tell me exactly what I need to get fixed. But the question becomes: is Umar going to be like a normal person that has a building or a property that you're working on, and you fail inspection and you just go back and repair the stuff, or is he going to come online and use that as an excuse to delay?
Start a whole march of the city and what you got for us, Andre? What's up, man? X Freeman, you on the panel?
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing, X Freeman?
Can you hear me?
Hey, man. Yeah.
What's going on? How y'all doing? It's been a while. My whole situation, my whole thing is, I think eventually he will do something with that building. One of my biggest issues with kind of some of the individuals in the sector is they kind of lose their way. The whole thing was supposed to be a school. I don't care what else he opened. I don't care whether he opened a temple to Pan-Africanism. I don't care whether he opened a day center, whether he opened an after school, just a place where they come to worship, listen to him talk and give speeches. If he don't open what he set out to open, then he needs to be held accountable for it. But you get folks that want to be, well, if and but. No. The task is what he said he was going to open. Right. He is supposed to open. And if he does not open a school for black boys that's supposed to run from 7 to 3, 7 to 4, busing people from Maryland, busing people from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, busing people from Los Angeles, if he's not doing what he said that he was supposed to do to the letter of the law, and he don't, he needs to be held accountable for it. True.
100%. And to add on to that point, technically, he has already deviated and forfeited what he said he was going to do, because when people first started donating, were donating for a boarding school.
True.
Yeah. So
that was supposed to have been an all-boys boarding
right now. So he's already, in a pickle in regards to collecting money for something he said he was going to do and didn't do it. If we go back and look at what, go ahead.
I think Andre X Freeman is right, and I think you're right. He is not doing what he said he was going to do. Right? He's collected all of this money for all of these years, promising a school, and if he comes up with anything else other than a school, that's a problem. The question is, are the people who are donating to him going to hold him accountable?
That's another thing.
He said also in that video when he was sitting in a tie, where exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to have these, students worshiping or orishas and things like that. So that school, that building, he's painting in different colors, different rooms to say that this is for this Orisha, this is for that Orasha, or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. But
yeah,
I think that he's trying to make it religious and make it like an educational thing. He could have 5 kids in that building and teaching them stuff, and they could still call it what he wanted to call it. He don't have to call it a school. He can call it anything he want to call it if he does it like that. That's why he's doing stuff the way he's doing. He started out with an all-boys school. He went to an all-boys school to when he realized he couldn't do anything with that big school. Then he just went down to boys and girls. Then he went to that he wanted to go out the states and have kids bused in. It's just ridiculous. He never really
that whole busing in stuff. That's the most dumbest. Because what are you gonna have kids get on the bus at like 3 a.m. and try to drive over there and
these poor kids are gonna be hostages.
That makes it even more stupid. That's lets you know it ain't real.
Make a change. The killer point to that is you got a kid that got to get on the bus 3-4 o'clock in the morning. They're not gonna get home till like 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon.
And they gotta turn around and get back on the bus.
Get right back on the bus.
No. They got to think about it. Ain't the fact get back on the bus the next morning. On the long day, they gotta go home, change, and come back later that night. You gonna get home at 5 or 6 o'clock. You get home at 5. You get home 5 or 6 o'clock, and then you got to be back at 7:30.
These children.
Now what if you 2 hours away, and your parents don't have a car? How you getting back there for the long day? And then you talk about weekend. So and then you gotta get back home. You getting back home at 11 o'clock. You ain't did no homework on your long day, and you got to get back on the bus at 4 o'clock the next morning.
Oh God!
And that's the
insane
like that.
And when he presents that in those lectures, people clap that up. I'm like,
they don't think when you part of a cult. When you part of a cult, you don't think, you just follow.
Yeah.
No,
why I think that this place can't be nowhere near being a school, and he's going to try to make it like a place to help people with this religious thing that he's doing, and also probably help people to go over to Africa. But what I was getting ready to say is the reason why I don't think is because when you have a state school like Hugh Butter has, yes, that school has to go up to standards. And you can't just come in there saying that you're going to be teaching these kids and then they go into a middle school or go into a high school and they haven't reached the standards that they had to even get out of the middle
But
the
see,
first.
that's why he say he don't want to be accredited, because in his mind, he's saying accreditation means no state oversight. I can do what two things he say, which he get them distorted, is I want to be unaccredited and independent. And then under that independent falls his parochial religious status, which means I do what the hell I want to do inside my building, and can't no white man step in here and tell me otherwise.
And that's why in that video when he's wearing that yellow tie, he was talking about making it a
parochial.
School.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I'm gonna tell you the truth on that.
He makes my head hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, mine too. And so for pull-up team members, we're going to go deeper into this. It's definitely a scam on the.
Here, KKC?
Yeah, go ahead, Kim. Go ahead. I'll wrap up.
I think it's a mistake for Umar to think that because he doesn't have accreditation and he's a so-called independent parochial school, that means he can just do any damn thing he wants.
You are talking about Umar. He don't think, and he doesn't. He thinks he's smarter than the average Negro, but in actuality, he may have some knowledge, but he don't have any business savvy or any professionalism. So therefore, he don't think. What we think. See, and another thing, we think rationally.
Ever being up to par. I mean, you know. You can't
see. You starting to get your head to hurt.
Anything he wants.
This is the thing, and this is why I keep saying.
I mean, Umar is not Jesus, okay? He can't just do whatever.
Let him tell it. Hey, let him tell it. He is Jesus with a G-E-E.
Jesus, right? Right.
He is a Jesus with a G-E-E.
He might think he's Jesus, but he is in actual real life not Jesus.
Shout out to Keep It
I don't care how many times he said
panel.
That does not mean, that doesn't mean that he can just whisk these children into the building and do whatever the heck he wants, and nobody's going to say anything, and nobody's going to report him, and nobody's going to say these buildings are making people sick or whatever the heck might be going on.
That depends on who is going in there. If it's not like he's going out there snatching people's kids. These women and these men are bringing their children to him.
And that gets me into what I was trying to tell you guys. He used the black diet. He used us to fund what he's trying to do. But in actuality, this is for a cult. And pull-up team members, I got some information, and we're gonna look at it. I'm gonna show you the origins, if you will, because I said that the cult is the National Independent Black Parent Association, the NIBPA, but it's actually another branch inside of a bigger cult. And I got some information we're going to look at. So I suggest everybody get over to Pull-Up Team membership because we're going to talk about it. Shout out to Keep It 116 for coming to the panel.
Are we saying that as long as these parents don't report anything, Umar is just going to be able to do whatever he wants, no matter how ridiculous, crazy, sick, dangerous it is?
Table that question. We're going to come right back to it. Go ahead, Keep It 116. What's going on?
Yeah, hey guys. No, I just wanted to say, my main concern, of course, like, a whole lot of other people is the mold infestation. And I haven't seen any reports that that deal with that situation or that has addressed that situation, by Umar. So that's one thing. I'd also like to add that, I was just thinking about the information just being put out here. And, and I just like to say that any and all information is questionable and it's subject to discernment, right? And that's our right. And I think when we stop asking questions is when we leave ourselves open for misinformation and or to be misguided, right? I feel it's okay, like, to have pushback, be in opposition of something, to ask questions, have doubt, and use our discernment. Of course, it would be nice for us as spectators, right? Because that's basically all we are spectators in this whole fiasco, right? If we didn't take things so personal, like when it comes to trying to inform ourselves and or others on what's going on with this Umar Johnson situation, that's like fans fighting over their favorite sports team. You know what I'm saying? The final results is going to reveal in the end, right? So what's up? What's with all the in-house like fighting over information? And in actuality, and this is just my opinion, like none of us are 100% correct on our assessment of this whole fiasco, right? It's like we got our popcorn watching, just trying to see what's going on and put out the information as best to our ability. So as spectators, like I feel like we shouldn't take it so personally if we're not invested emotionally and or financially. I think the information should basically be taken with a grain of salt because the truth is going to eventually reveal itself. And I just wanted to say that, I've been seeing what's been unfolding the past few days, and I just think it's sad to see us spectators falling out over the general, like we have a general consensus that this whole saga is a scam, right? From its inception. Now we have to see what becomes of this alleged scam, and I digress.
I'm gonna say this to that keeper, and I love you for coming up and letting it be known that it should be no infighting, because you are absolutely right. I've been here, and since the beginning, and I experienced what happens when you just blindly follow behind someone and do not question anything that they have going on. You just go with it. And without naming those content creators, so I don't have to deal with no BS, I don't want to put myself back in that same position because they recently stopped happening for me. And so when I know for a fact that certain content creators made sure they distanced themselves when that started happening, and they never said anything about it, but yet they're promoting doing it again, I'm just going to go ahead and ride in the lane that has been created for myself. I'm just going to stick to the receipts that I have, because sometimes it becomes facts and there's no questions, meaning the billing system that I've been checking to let everybody know Umar Johnson is not paying his bills. There are permits that show work was actually completed and it's actually on file with the city. So it comes to a conclusion. And I would rather ride that way than just ignore the conclusions and stay with Umar Johnson is scamming. He's doing that. You're right, he is. But there's some things that I'm going to rock with that is valid within that. And that's
Yeah, and
that's what I'm saying.
let me just piggyback off of that one last time, and then I'm gonna jump back in the chat and listen to you guys.
Okay.
And that's why I opened up by saying any and all information is questionable and subject to discernment. It's all right. You know what I mean? You have a right to question and use your own discernment. Go get your own information and find these things out. Never would I want someone to just take me wholeheartedly. Go figure it out for yourself. Go research it yourself, and make your own discernment, but I'm not going to get upset with anybody because they feel a different type of way, or they're looking at things differently, or their information differs from mine, so that's basically the point that I was trying to make within that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm gonna jump down,
And
guys.
so go
Listen to you in
ahead,
the chat.
Kim. I thought you had.
Thanks for having me up, KKC. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Bernice. Okay.
Thank you for coming up, Keeper.
All righty.
Thank you for coming up. I have no reason to, want to get into a back and forth with anyone. It actually took me by surprise that I came to a live stream and realized that, hey, I'm the only content creator over here that's saying that Umar Johnson could potentially open up a church and this thing could go into a whole nother, direction. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I like to play the idea. What if it did happen? I've been kicking around that it's a scam for a long time. So I'm switching it up just for myself. But I make sure that I let everyone know that and so the way that they were, the way I was treated was like, all right, cool. You know, I have no problems with that. I'll just make sure that I follow behind what you guys said. Stick to Umar Johnson is scamming. You're right. And we want to make sure that we show the receipts and that leads to how this happening. And like Keeper said, use discernment, question all the receipts that you see, do your own homework, and you come to the conclusion like who's telling truth, who's not, whatnot. Andre, you back on the panel, man. Can you hear us?
Yeah, my signal dropped out. Can y'all hear me clear?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. At least I can. What about you guys?
I hear him.
Okay, cool. You KKC, you finished talking? Can I talk, or are you still?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. I can't think of who. I can't remember the name of the lady that just dropped down off the panel. I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm not trying to be, to create any kind of confusion with anybody. I just can't conform to the theory of we got to sing Kumbaya. This is not going to be every other, I don't conform to the race thing, but every other ethnicity going to have their questionable things. They're going to question people. They're going to, call people out. Some people do it for, evil means. Some people do it to, because it needs to be done. True things will come out in the light, in the wash as time goes on. I don't have $1 in this fight because I never gave Umar anything. But as a black person, and he's trying to affect the black community, I have a right to speak out on it. I have a right to call him out. I have a right to voice my opinions and not just say, hey, I'm going to throw my hands up and I'm going to let the white man get to him when they get to him. Because if I allow that to happen, if the things that I want to do, dealing with community activism, dealing with national politics, the more he scams, the more he takes out the community, the less I may be able to get. The more Black Lives Matter take out the community, and I'm talking about the national one, takes out the community and don't do anything with it, the less I may get. When I come along and do what I want to do, people will look at me and be like, nah, fool me once. Shame on me. I'm not getting fooled again. So even though I never contributed, I have to call it out and I have to be in full, support with individuals that go against what he's doing because he needs to be stopped. One of my biggest issues, and I don't like me and you, KKC, we was tight as two thieves. Then we kind of had an issue and I kind of fell back. And it's funny because I came up on the panel today because three reasons actually, because we was talking about Umar. But one, you brought Dawn up. So I was like, oh, I need to go up here. Not the trash Dawn, not the bash Dawn, but I felt like if Dawn made an appearance, I need to make an appearance. Then two, for the past couple days, when you went on, when you was in the chat for Information Man and Malik was running his mouth, I was like, one of the things that everybody part of the, the pull-up team knows and remembers, I used to always say, you want dirty work done, you the deacon, shovel it to me, let me handle the business. I'm my brother's keeper. So, and you said it today, you was like, I'm trying to walk a different path. And I was thinking to myself, hey, back in the days, I used to let you walk that different path. I was going to be the dog. I was going to be the one that did the dirty work. So I was like, I got to come up on the panel today to kind of say, Malik full of it. Malik full of it. That all that talking he do, all that gesturing, all that yelling, screaming, and all that, my brother, my this, that, and the third. And brother, nah. Malik talk a lot of trash and he think he get a lot of credibility just because he does a lot of blustering. But and I'm gonna say this point and I'm gonna land my plane for the time being. Since I don't have anything financially involved, There may not be able to be a class action lawsuit taken against Umar, but one of the things that really gets me, and I don't mean no disrespect to you, KKC, but in any way, shape, or form. But when it comes to somebody else that we were cool with, that I had to kind of fall back from, when the information, when it becomes a lot of video but minimal action being kind of taken against Umar, like it was nothing collectively kind of done to kind of shut this man down other than doing videos. And when you get to the point, like back in the days when they say marching start to not to become effective, then you got to start take action. I'm not with the physical action, because I know for black people, if we start to get physical, grab guns, they got more guns than we got. And if we start to take action and take guns, the government got ships, jets, you know, they got a lot more artillery than we got. But when the talking not making any headways, there has to be some kind of collective effort that we as black folks can do to shut him down.
Absolutely,
and I just feel like a lot of folks do a lot of talking and do videos. And one particular individual I had to really fall back from and drop out of his whole situation together, because it was like, you got information, you got video, you got this, you the leading authority. What you doing with it other than making content? If we really want to shut this man down for womanizing, then what's being done? And I just didn't see anything. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Let me partially answer it.
Hold on, BB. Kim, hold on, BB.
Yes.
Kim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead and ask, what was your question? I want to pick up the question I asked you to table, because we haven't gotten your feedback in a while.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the thing is that I agree with X Freeman to the extent that yeah, Umar needs to be shut down. It's past time for this mess to be over. The question is, how are we going to do it? And I think maybe what we need to be talking about a little bit more is not so much Umar and his shenanigans, because there's plenty of that. I think the question needs to be, what are we going to do to finally put a stop to this nonsense?
That's a great question. Lene,
Well,
we got you on the panel. Welcome to the show.
What's good? I ain't gonna stay up here long because I got a live tonight on another.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be done with all of this.
Okay.
On this. I know that there are a lot of people that don't want the quote unquote beef within, but a lot of stuff went on. It was unchecked. I sat quiet because I was busy too, and I couldn't check it. And there are a lot of people, well, you shouldn't be emotional. I'm very emotionally invested in this. I've sat down, I've done 4 interviews with FBI. I went through ex parte, that situation that didn't pan out. The only reason why I didn't pick it back up is because I already had the FBI watching. I told people, you don't know everything that's going on, fall back. But they proceed on. It's like some people know things and they're not putting it out there because we don't want Umar's people to see it, him or his people to see it. When I came out, I was already on top of his mother, trying to get her out of that space. I'm not going to announce that because that's not what needs to be announced. When people start talking openly and freely, he adjusts his moves. And I agree with whoever was talking before. There is information that should have been passed and been put in capable hands far before I even came on the scene. So I see, and it's not only me, but it's other people see, trying to bait one against the other. I didn't come on here to make friends. I didn't come on here for clout. I came on to get this man down and get on with my life. I don't want to stay in this years and years and years. So the steps that I took those so that that could happen. There are people taking, and I don't even care about the fact that they take, they're taking, that they actually got the ball rolling for things that was already put in place before they came on the scene. That's not important to me. What's important to me is now this man knows that he's under federal investigation, and he shouldn't know that. I'm going to release an email where they said no, he doesn't know he's under federal investigation. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Why do you think Federal Bureau of Investigation did not want that man knowing he was under federal investigation? Because it compromises them being able to do an investigation. But because people are hungry for content, it was put out. So the time that I spent sitting under professionals, I don't give a damn what nobody says in the comments about me. I sat with people that go through behavioral analysts. They know if you're lying, if I'm working with them, they know everything. I care about what they think. I sat through interviews with these people. They ran through my bank accounts. They wanted to make sure that I wasn't angry with him and just trying to shove him out in front of the bus. I went through all of that. This is shit that y'all don't know about. But this is what y'all don't know. To make sure that something came about. And for somebody to step in and say, and just give it all up, that's a problem. That's a problem for me. He doxed my kids. He doxed me. I want him down. And if a place is trying to play games with who's more popular, who we want to push in front, I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for it. I don't want to be around it. I don't care if 2 people got my back. It doesn't matter. It is always quality over quantity. But it was time for this mess to stop. And I do believe in my heart of all hearts that there are some people that don't want it to stop. I watched somebody in a chat give up my source. Nobody should have known who I was talking to. Even though that was my only source, nobody should have known who I was getting my information from. I didn't leak that for their protection. I have never brought any of the women that have come to me out. I've never drugged their stuff out. I've never shamed them women. I can't sit up there and shame a man for practicing E5, and I chose to do a documentary on him. It's a lot of stuff that just don't match up, and I'm going to land my plane, but it's a lot more going on than what people think. And me losing that ex parte, if you want to call it losing, that wasn't nothing. That wasn't nothing. But as soon as that happened, it's like people, I guess they needed a win and they wanted somebody to bring a win. But I was already working on it. I gave KKC the emails where it was an inbox, I think, KKC. I hit Marianne up beforehand.
Yeah,
I said, do you want to go for a class action? This is before I even consulted with my attorneys. She said, no, I got my own attorneys. I said, oh, okay. Well, we're here. You want to swing back around, you change your mind. I talked to my attorney. He was like, no, you can't do no class action. You know how hard it is to get a conviction or to get that. You have to have damn near that man on wire saying that he has no intention on opening up or doing anything. And that's hard to prove. It might very well be, but we're talking about proving it in a court of law. We couldn't do a class action. And I had women behind me that they had money, that big money that they spent with him. I have the receipts. And I went back and I told him, I said, you know what, this ain't it. We got to go a different route. I didn't bring nobody's sexual orientation, none of that out because it was beyond, like what Lennon says, beyond the scope. It didn't need to be done. People are being unalived for what they, do in their after 5 life. I didn't want to do that to anybody. It's unnecessary. Why make a monster trying to catch me? I can't be in that space with that going on. That's creating a whole lot of unnecessary. I don't watch people that are in here now go on other shows and sit up there and call me a B and a H. And then come in other places and try to show fake love. I don't care about none of that. All I want this man, I just want him down. I want him down because he's going to get a young girl. He's going to do what he did to me, to her, or worse. He damn sure don't need to go in a building, so I don't care about mold. We're trying to prevent him from even getting the school. And that's all, because I could go on and on. But that's where my head is with all of this. I do believe, there's other things at play. And she's right. We could speculate all day long. But I'm literally telling people, no, that ain't going to work. How is Marianne going to keep up with this, that she's the one to kick this in the investigation off, where she's not in the report? She don't know there's more than one department that is investigating him. How are you going to tell people who's investigating, where we are? And there's updates almost maybe 2 a week.
Well, I can say that we talk a lot, and I can say this. She has receipts. I've shown them. I showed the message that you sent to Marianne, and she said, she good. She got her own lawyer.
And other people have the receipts of, I have emails. I got tons of emails between me and a special agent. How the hell? And other people knew about that. How the hell do you still foresee this lady going out there and taking it? And it's not even about, I don't know if this could happen, but just like with the judge, I'm like, how can you come out and you just call an investigation and blow their investigation possibly? How can you do that? I don't know. I don't understand. But you don't have any information to maintain this story. So what happens when people ask for receipts? And I promise y'all, it don't even matter who brings it out. She could run it. She could be the poster child for taking him down. I don't give a damn. But my thing is, he should not know it. This man done tightened up. You better believe he done tightened up since somebody then came out and said, oh, he's under federal investigation. This is the second time she did it. She did it once with the envelope, and then she turned around and she did it again. Y'all don't even know that Marianne invited me out to Ohio. Y'all don't know that. And I declined. I have, this is what y'all don't know either. I got a whole business. I have a whole business. I work and I have a 16. I can't just up and leave in 3 days to come and sit down and do an interview with you, sweetheart. But I'm going to try to make it work because me and you, we in this together and I got your back, sis. She talked to me like a damn dog. You will never son me. We're on the same level, sweetheart. I would never do anything like that to her openly. We're fighting the same war. Why the hell are you punching down? She came out at me and I know why. I know why she got it from me. She's a nurse. Why you ain't talked about what's going on with his mother? Only thing you've talked about is who that man has laid with. I can't help. That's what happened. But as soon as I found out, I didn't go and do a documentary on his ass. I got away from him. And I took all of that heat. I came out. I know how many people feel about him and they love him. And I took all that heat and I still called him out because he was wrong. He's a dog. He's a devil. He's got to be stopped. And I said I wasn't going to go
Yeah, we gonna go ahead and get back onto the topic of what's going on, but it's
I'm
a
gonna drop
lot. It's
down.
a
Y'all have
whole
a
lot.
good one.
No, thank you, Lene. Listen, it's a lot that y'all don't know that's happening, and the reason why she's so passionate is because you have to understand she has been going to or pulled into like for real interviews, dealing with for real agencies for somebody to come out and take a picture at their local precinct and say that I just came out of an interview and this is what's gonna happen, and then that's gonna happen, then voila, he's gonna go to jail. We, as a matter of fact, I've been in this same position years ago with a whole nother content creator. And I'm not champion behind that stuff no more. I'm not doing it. So shout out to Keeper. We got you back on the panel. We got Kim on the panel. We have BB on the panel. And we are talking about the fact that FDMG is not sitting on contaminated land. I know there's a lot going on with various issues with mold and whatnot. So in order to take down a mountain, you deal with one rock at a time. And so we're dealing with the mold situation, if you will. And instead of being at the top and getting you guys to fully understand the whole mold situation, let's start at the bottom. The land is not contaminated.
Can I cut in for 1 minute? I want to just
Go
answer
ahead, B.
extra question where he asked, how do we stop Umar Johnson, instead of doing these videos. The thing is that um he's not getting investments, he's getting donations from people. And as long as people keep donating to him, it's really nothing that anybody can do. He's going to keep on doing what he's doing. But the whole thing is that if people genuinely keep a good watch on what he's doing and keep reporting, maybe the right people will invest and eventually hear it. But you can't add stuff to it and embellish it. You have to actually get down to the nitty gritty and show what's going on and showing this paperwork that's actual there instead of just talking about paperwork. Is you can't just say it. Basically, you got to spray. You got to let everybody know. And that's
It's one
just
of
the
it's
answer to your
one of those
question.
things, like, right, you right, BB. It's one of those things that it's like this. If you want people to stop supporting Umar Johnson, well, then you have to show the receipts. You can go off of word of mouth and hope that persuades people to stop. But if you're not showing anything to validate that, if you don't have any tangibles, if you will, some people
Exactly.
are not going to support whatever you're saying. So that's the way I see it. Now, taking that whole word of mouth situation, today's show is just that. I put out documentation saying that the site was considered a brownfield. I have documentation that says they don't look at that site as a brownfield, and I have a video where a construction worker that's working on the area that they're redoing in Wilmington, right behind the school, says where the actual contamination starts and stops, and it's not in the area where Umar has FDMG. Therefore, let's deal with the contaminated land that those people are saying that's causing the mold, because that's not true.
Not true.
So when we start breaking this thing down, then we can really start, okay, what's causing the mold, and is that level of mold that's being caused treatable, instead of saying, oh, the mold, yep, this mold. Because truth be told, if you really pay attention to the content creators that really start talking about the mold, they don't focus on the mold that's on the smaller building, which would be there's a drain that's disconnected, and because of that, that causes dirt to just spread on the building, and that dirt can be looked at as mold. Get that fixed, and then we can really see, is that dirt or is that mold? Now, there's people that go up there and they video. There's a recent video from Uncle Mo TV where he went and he showed this same drain that I'm talking about. He also showed the little hallway with the double door with stairway. He says that the black part is outlined in what he perceived to be mold. That can be debated all day because, again, people have been inside that building doing actual work, and it can be traced back down to the city. They have it on file. If that be true, that this place is so molded out that people can't go in, somebody got a lawsuit that they can take up with the company that sent them out there to do said work that's on file with the city. What you got to say about it, Keeper or Kim? Oh, Keeper and Kim.
Okay, can I say this? Remember when they
I think my audio. Did my audio go out? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we can hear you, Keeper and Kim. What do you guys
drop down because I can't hear you guys. You probably hear me, but I can't hear you. I'm gonna drop down and come back up.
Okay.
Well, can I say this real quick? Where they had put pipes underneath the building there, remember when they had dug up the street? Why would they put pipes on a contaminated area to feed into those new houses that they built, like maybe 2 blocks or a block away from there? Remember that?
Yeah.
You couldn't give
and
the
Umar Johnson
the
said
party.
that the work that was being done was for FDMG, but it was not.
But it wasn't. It was just for that whole line of buildings in that area.
Kim, what you got to say about what was said?
Well, first of all, shout out to Lene.
Yes, shout out to Lene, man. That's the homegirl, man.
Yeah. It sounds like to me that she's been through a lot dealing with this whole Umar thing. And I salute her for, standing up and saying that, being one of the people who say that he needs to be brought down, which he does. As far as whether that's mold or dirt on those buildings, of course, I can't say. I've never been to those buildings, but the idea that it's there and it's not been tested to find out what it is all on Umar.
Wait a minute, Kim. How do you know if that's true or not?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is the fact that it's there and the fact that, it's not been made public, whether this is mold or not, is on Umar. And if it is just dirt, it's on Umar that he hasn't gotten it cleaned off. It still goes back to him in any way you cut it. He's not doing his duty, if you will, to make sure that these buildings are up to par.
Well, that's true, but I don't understand what's the what you're saying. It's like it sounds like you're saying like KKC is saying that they. I don't know what. All I know is that.
Okay, let me try it again.
Buildings.
Let me try it again.
No, these buildings here, they are up to par enough to where this man has been allowed to go in and out, painting, doing what he wanted. If this area was contaminated to the point where nobody could be on it, he would not have been able to be on it since 2019. He would not have been able to get 2 block parties. He would not have been able to have people running in and out that building. The moment he brought that building, that was the moment that they said that people were allowed to be in that area. That's the whole point. Once he brought that building and he got the permits for them buildings, they were saying that he was allowed to do what he wanted. and it's just up to him to get it up to par to where people
I
can say,
respect that,
okay,
and I hope.
it's not dirty. I can come around here and not be, feel like I'm going to get mold in my shoes from walking around here. If it was like how people were saying, he would not have been able to have 2 block parties in that area. Straight up. That's how
Yeah,
I feel.
and I hope
But
you're right
everybody has their opinion.
for the sake of people involved. Because I don't
Yeah.
want anybody to get sick.
I don't either, but
do
the whole thing is that they gave him those permits based on something.
Yeah, and I hope that they were legitimate. I do recall that even before, when he first obtained those buildings, he was walking people through.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, this is not my wheelhouse. I hope that he did get the appropriate permits for the sake of those who were there. I still think he's a scammer. I still think these buildings are never going to open.
Oh, definitely.
As far as him being federally investigated, I had heard something about a lady said that he's under investigation. So my attitude was let's just wait and see what comes out. Exactly. And I understand what Lene is saying, that something that you don't want to speak on to make it public because he shouldn't know, because I'm sure he listens to the videos and all that.
Right. Just to piggyback on what Lene is saying, I agree with her that I would not come out and say anything. But here's the thing with that too. If Umar has been misusing funds and doing stuff, he can't fix that. If there's nothing he can do he can't hide that. How is he going to hide it?
How do you misuse donations?
Well, you could misuse donations. For instance, let me say.
Okay,
yeah.
Explain that. I never understood that.
Let me give you an example. So
hey, hold on. One at a time, y'all. One at a time, please.
Yeah. So if Umar is getting money for the school, right, and he's taking that money and commingling and using it for other purposes other than the school, then that's commingling funds. See, that's the thing. Like when Marianne was saying that he was taking donations, but he was having the donations being made out to him. You're not supposed to really be doing that as a nonprofit. That should be going directly to the nonprofit. Those checks should be made out directly to the nonprofit, because that could be seen as commingling funds. That's why when you have a nonprofit.
That's what he has been doing. That's why he have a PO box and he has not to make it out to him.
No. PO box. That has nothing to do with your business account. That's just the address where the checks is being made. When you make it out, you can't make it payable to Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson has a corporation that is the.
That's why he's asking for money orders.
Right, but it's still made out to him.
Exactly, and that's why he can do anything he wants to. They're donating money orders to him. You can't do it, but that's what he's doing.
Right. So,
that's
but
the
hold
problem.
on. But that also gives him But that also gives him a loophole in some sense, because he could always say, "Well, you donated to me. I didn't. You did." So,
and that's what he's been doing.
So it's a sticky situation. That's why when Marianne was talking about it, I was like, why would you? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's why he's called a scammer.
May I?
Keeper,
Yeah. May I say something?
And then we got Keeper.
So I do know when I was reading, I used to read True Black Anonymous's blog quite often, and there was a point where he lost his nonprofit status with one EIN. He was still asking for donations for the school without an EIN. And then somehow or the other, he obtained a new EIN.
Yeah.
If he is collecting donations for school without an EIN, is that a form of like charity fraud? Question.
That could be seen as, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Even if he can go back and fix the stuff that is already done, I know how he got the second EIN.
Yeah, we all. Yeah.
So no matter what anybody says on YouTube,
could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah. So that can be, he can be prosecuted for that potentially, regardless of what people are saying on YouTube, because
and that's what
that's
I'm
already
saying.
done. That's in the
And that's what I'm
past.
saying. Even if Marianne comes on and say he's under investigation, he ready. If he's been doing wrong stuff, he can go back and fix it because you can go back and do a financial audit and see how the money. He can't go back and cover those trails. It's going to be hard to do.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a done deal on it.
Yeah, if he's been doing that, there's nothing. Even if he knows he's being investigated, how is he going to go back and reverse that? He can't really.
Yeah. Yeah. The other question I had is that as far as his what you might say is his criminal activity.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
well, for example, the doxing, the sending people after folks who disagree with him and things like that, to the point of that it was criminal. Going after Lennon Honor, going after KKC, going after this one and that one, going after his own daughter, for God's sake. I mean, he can't go back and undo that, especially if it can be proven that he was paying people to do it.
But is that what he's under investigation for?
That's what
that's a separate. That would be separate. If he did something, that would be those individuals would need to take the legal actions against him. I don't think.
I get that.
Yeah, that would be a whole different.
That's a different thing.
I just don't. Yeah. I don't want people's want and appetite for Umar Johnson to face legal ramifications to supersede their understanding of the truth. Like that's what I feel is happening. Like, I understand Umar Johnson is scamming, and I want to make sure the facts line up to show how that is. Instead of forget all that, he's scamming, and anybody can come out and say it, and we're going to get behind him, because people have gotten hurt behind folks we know nothing about. And that's I'm making it a point to where it's a clear divide at this point. If you want to champion behind people and you don't want to ask for receipts, you just want to say, hoorah, Umar Johnson is scamming, and let's just bring him down, and we don't care how, let's do it. Well, go over there with them and be great. But over here, we're going to be logical. We're going to present what we have. You use your discernment about what we present to you, and based off that, we can build off of how to, if necessary, to bring them down, because there's a investigation allegedly going on. So that's my whole aim. Keeper, what you got to say?
If the evidence is out there, the feds will find it.
What you got, Keeper? Is Keeper still with us? I think they got Keeper.
Yeah, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
yes.
Cool. Okay. Let's see, where'd I start? Okay, yeah, I just wanted to jump back up. I'd be remiss if I didn't clear up a few things about my earlier commentary. To Janae, I just want to say that what I said was directed, it wasn't directed at you or anyone in your shoes. Yet it was more so toward what had transpired, the other day in calling KKC out. Now, and if you were offended by my words, I do apologize to you for that. I did hear your story and your involvement with Umar, and I'm not insensitive to none of that. The mold comment, I see people tripping in the comments about the mold comment. That comment was basically a shot at Umar. That's it. I do understand that so-called investigation toward him is more important than mold. I get that, but that was my shot. Someone also typed in the comments about mold not being in paperwork. I am in real estate, and no, mold is not in paperwork unless the property was legally transferred. Then mold is included in paperwork, and you cannot attain that property until that mold is taken care of. So it's obvious that to me that Umar Johnson did some type of backdoor deal in acquiring those properties. So I did want to point that out about the mold.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's pretty much. I just wanted to clear those few things up. Yeah, there was definitely no pun intended to anyone. My commentary, like I said, was basically in response to things that were said about you the other day, KKC. I just didn't mention any names. You know what I mean? So I can understand it being taken as a general comment toward whoever. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So that's that.
You ride with us, Keeper 116. I already know.
Yeah, I've been there since day one.
So I
be in the cloud sometime, or and I was actually in the chat. But the thing is, I came on that live stream. I came in kind of late, so I didn't catch the part of what he said, but I did hear a lot about it, and I did go back and rewind it, and that wasn't cool. So that's why I gave my whole spiel about the in-house fighting. You know what I mean? So that's what that was. That wasn't toward Janae or a person in her shoes, anything like that. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to clear that up.
Absolutely. Yeah, this I don't know why it's passive aggressiveness as a matter of fact. Again, I made my stance known. I by myself was like the way these receipts are lining up. I would say he's trying to open a church, more than a school. Again, I let it be known I stand on that belief by myself, but I'm still bringing the facts that he's not going to open anything. But Lene has sent me. Lene, she's back on the on the
I just came up to tell him
with
that
us now, and she.
Oh,
go ahead.
Remember you have that thing that I sent you, KKC. He's not only being investigated by one department. He's investigated.
Yes.
Okay.
He's being investigated by I think it had 8 bullet points, 8 or 9 bullet points, and that was representation of how all the different departments or government agencies that's investigating him. So the BC, I think Mary Ann said the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that would just be one branch that's investigating Umar, and there's others, and there's updates for that. So there's that.
That's all I wanted to say. It's more than one.
Okay. Yeah, Lene has. There's a lot of information.
I can't type like that, so I'll be having to jump up here.
No problem. Lene, did you hear what I said earlier?
Yeah, I was just it wasn't a shot at you or what you were saying. It just jogged my memory. I'm really not as passionate about it as people think. It's actually gotten more attention outside of the sector, and that's where my lives will be. I'm done pretty much trying to explain anything. I'd definitely be over the past information, but as far as trying to get people on, and I'm not gonna do that. But I definitely heard what you said. I didn't take it as a shot towards me directly. I'm sorry if I made you feel like that. It was just something like, oh yeah, let me get on that. But yeah, I'm not worried about that. It needs to take its course. The investigation needs to go through its course, and I'm going to try to keep pumping him with the receipts when I have them. I was just wondering, how is she going to keep you guys updated? She's not involved in it. Now, if she gave information to, a police station or something, and they feel like it's, and you got to understand the date of origin is on that paperwork too. We're months into this, months.
So what does it really matter if she said she's gonna give updates or not? I'm trying to follow what's the
Do you understand? Okay. So if we're having an investigation done, We kind of don't want him to know that, right?
Okay, but you just told us Umar wasn't being investigated also, so I'm kind of not
No,
following you.
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
And it's not going to change it. I agree with you. I wouldn't come out and say anything, but it's not going to really change it. If he's been on the investigation, he can't go back and change what he already did.
It's not about him going back and changing what he's doing. They're trying to see what he's doing. If he stops it or seizes up, then how are they going to figure out what's
It's
going
already
on?
done. If he's been collecting money for almost 10 years, you think they can't go back and do a financial audit?
Okay, so let's play what if. What if it's not about commingling? What if it's not even about that? What if it's about something else?
So then he's not scamming then. What how you mean if it's not about
See, this is not the
he's not just commingling. If he's doing other stuff, if he's
there's only one crime that he possibly could be committing.
But
is
man,
that what you're saying?
Okay, hold on. If you're saying he's going to stop now, you're saying that the detectives on FBI, they can't go back in and do a financial audit and find other stuff. That's what you're trying to say, that Umar can hide that? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, what you're trying to say is that if he's doing anything with finances, they can go back and just see, right?
Okay, so what if she's getting an investigation? Hold on. If he's getting an investigation for his nonprofit, what is the investigation going to be based on? Not finances. What is it going to be? And making sure he's running the nonprofit correctly. What is her investigation based
on?
I'm
not telling you what the investigation is. You're pulling things out and saying that's what the investigation is about.
That's why she's reporting him, because he's not being transparent.
I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with. Please understand what I'm saying, and I'm trying to be patient with you. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or mean.
No.
I just want to make sure we're having a real productive conversation. Yeah. I'm not saying she's wrong for reporting anything. She would actually be helping. We would want that. What we wouldn't want is to air it out so that he would stop doing anything or be able to correct any moves that he's making, so that they can understand what it is that he's doing. Why is it taking him this long? Where is the money going? If that's what they were looking at. And I'm not even saying it's that. It could be anything.
What else would they be looking at? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If she's reporting Umar because he's collecting money and he's not doing what he's supposed to do, what else are they looking at? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What would be the gist of the report? Wouldn't it be to make sure that
somebody else help me, because maybe I'm being willfully dense.
Somebody else can help. Isn't that why she filed a report against him? Because he's not doing, the nonprofit is not doing what it said it was. It was going to do.
Sir, please listen to me. Her filing the report, wonderful. That's great. The more the merrier. What we're trying to not do is announce moves before they're made. Right?
And I said I agree with you on that, but I'm saying
that's
okay.
That's it. There's not that I'm not upset that she gave any information. I'm not upset that she's taking responsibility for giving the information. None of that. I'm saying that every move, if you're going to open up a class action, just do it. Nobody needs to know. Or if you want to put it in an email format. I mean, this is just for things to come too. If you get used to announcing every move that you make, you will never catch him. He will course correct every time just like with his mother's situation. And I'm going to speak on his mama again. Just like with that situation, he wasn't hoarding. He didn't have her in a bad situation. But then his people went on their talk show and said that they took a group of women out there to clean up his house because they knew that we were sending people there to check on mom, because everybody needed to be told that I had hotlined him about his mother. We want, and good for me that the agency already knew what was going on. Does that make sense?
And you do understand Umar.
Can I chime in right quick?
Umar, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, KKC?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
We heard you, Keeper.
I think she might have lost signal. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe there's nothing wrong.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's two different things.
That should be all of the discussion.
Umar cleaning up, Umar being able to go and clean up the house and make it look presentable when they come to inspect it is different than collecting money. He can't go back in.
You're talking about collecting money. You're talking about collecting money. Let's say it was mail fraud. Let's say it was that. I'm not
still
saying
collecting
it is,
money, man. He's still collecting money. You still have to find a trace of where the money go. If you send a check in the mail, he has to cash it.
Okay, let's say we'll move away from, because you're stuck on it's money, but let's move away. Let's say he's bringing women from Africa over. Okay, let's just say that for shits and giggles. Okay.
How? Okay.
You don't understand.
How is that a violation of the nonprofit? That's two separate things. You're mixing two things up, man.
No, I'm not mixing anything.
Okay, so to help you understand what she's saying, make a change, because I let y'all go back and forth. So Umar Johnson is under investigation. He's under investigation. It may be for affinity fraud, charity fraud. It could be for sex trafficking, as that example. Umar Johnson himself, not as far as Umar Johnson and just what he's doing with the money. That's not as far as it goes. If with the report that Mary Ann would have made, if a report has been made, let me say it that way, if she made a report, whatever investigation Umar Johnson is under, that would help support or help go towards what they got going. Does that make sense?
Okay. I'm gonna let it go, man, because this is I'm gonna let it go.
Because there's no you explained it beautifully, KKC. If it's not about that, because I didn't want to say it was about specifically the non-for-profit, because that's where his argument is geared towards. It's streamlined, and that's the problem with bringing information out to the public. They feel like the lady just was saying something to where it was the women. They chose that. You don't have enough you're not following the storyline. You don't have enough information in order to form an opinion. And so you are blaming people for things, and your information is wrong. And in this particular case, he's not following what I'm saying. And so therefore, he's saying that I'm saying it's wrong that Mary Ann turned in information on Umar. No, that's
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Hold on. Can I chime in?
Sure, definitely. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. This is where I see where things going wrong. Make a Change is talking about the finances. And I'm meaning no disrespect, but I don't know what avenue Lene is talking about. But I understand what Make a Change is saying. When he's saying what's set in stone is set in stone.
Exactly.
So whatever he has previously done, he can't you can't change what's already on the paper trail that's set in stone. Now, if Lene is talking about something totally different than the finances, then I understand that. But if we ain't gonna talk about the specifics, and I'm not asking for details because you don't want to let the left hand know what the right hand doing. I believe that Mary Ann is talking out the side of her behind and saying a whole bunch of stuff and throwing it against the wall for clicks and views and hoping something stick. Maybe.
Right, because
I can't confirm or deny that. That's how I feel.
I'm going based on exactly.
Hold on, make a change.
Sorry, I apologize. Sorry.
No, you good. You know, that's possibly what's going on with Marianne. Like I said, with Lene, you can, your investigations and all the agencies that's in the mix is in the mix. But if we can't learn specifics, then we just got to take your word for it. And when
you don't never have to take my word for it, because I bring receipts. And just
that's
like
fine. That's fine. But ho.
Wait a minute, who is this? Who is it? Who am I talking to? Because I can't see your name.
Andre X Freeman.
Oh yeah, you keep it pushing, my bro. Hey,
we ain't going there. We ain't going there because I can keep
You're
it.
not
We can
about
keep
to
it
sit up
pushing.
there, call me B's and O's and on another platform and think you ever gonna address
Oh
me.
no.
Sir.
I ain't never called you B's and O's, but I do feel like
because I got it on recording. My technique got it on
You are
recording.
scorned as can be.
All right.
My thing is, if you are against Umar from the beginning,
simply don't address me.
then I'm gonna talk to the chat then, since you brought it here, because I was trying to keep all that out the mix.
Let's get along.
But my thing is, whatever investigations you got going on, you got all the specifics. If you holding your cards to your chest, then hey, it is what it is. We'll take your word for it.
And that's why Marianne was pushed to the front, because people got upset because I wouldn't let information go. But this is what I'm going to tell you. I just said this on the last time. I'm going to tell you this, KKC. I just told you I have an email where they said, do not tell the man he's under investigation. So if anything, let's be logical here. And this is the stuff that gets me worked up. Let's be logical. If the FBI is saying, don't tell that man what we're doing, then what does it matter? Let's take your aspect with this. What does it matter? It's been done. They're telling you don't tell them anymore. So that's for a reason.
I'm talking about the finances. Whatever you got going on is whatever. I don't know what you
have nothing to do with what I got going on or what I don't have going on. It affects them the way that they do their job. If that's how they do their job, then you follow directions and let them get where they gotta get to.
What part of me saying you don't let the right hand know what the left hand? I've never say come out and talk trash.
That's what we're talking about up here. I'm not.
But I'm saying
didn't have to drop
but what
down.
I'm saying is
make a change.
What make a change is saying is.
I didn't need you to.
Well, I mean, you're the one yelling and ranting Raven. You're the one yelling and ranting Raven. And every time somebody goes against you or say something against you,
I don't want nobody to feel like I'm
just saying you want to always feel defensive. You just always feel like you got to defend yourself.
Here we go. Come on, bring it out. Bring it out.
No, I'm saying you do.
That's why you feel like I got to defend myself.
There you go again.
Me so well. How do you know me?
I'm saying I go by your actions. The same way as we interpreted
about me.
The same way as we interpreted Marianne's actions when she was looking depressed and upset because her situation didn't happen the same. People can read body language. People can read attitude.
Am I on camera?
I don't have to know you. I don't have to know you.
No, you went on a show with Trey and the dude with the steaks. I'm gonna post it on my page, and y'all call me a hoe and a bitch and fuck her and all that other stuff. Excuse my language, you guys, but they was ripping me apart. And now you on here trying to address
I'm not trying to make
like you know better, and I'm not doing anything.
I'm not trying.
I'm not
trying to make amends with you.
Is that
I still feel the same way
and encouraging other
that I
people
felt before
to follow directions for a conviction. That is it. If that make you feel some type of way, you say that's between you and your God. Because I haven't done anything to you, and I don't care about your opinion of
you. Put your life out there for public consumption, and I can form an opinion.
I'm sorry that makes you feel some type of way. What does that have to do with you?
If you put your life out there for public consumption, I can form an opinion.
I did what I had to do to put a crack in his image. You're not my husband. You're not my child. You're not my daddy. All of them people are fine with what I do. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think.
Okay, y'all. Okay.
You can feel some type of way all day long. We're not talking about that. Y'all cannot get off of me laying down with that man. I am on business now. I'm telling you, they sent an email. No, ma'am, he does not know
KKC,
he's
can I
under
have time to address her?
Huh?
I think
Can I have time to address her? I'm gonna let her rant, but can I have time to address her
I'm
when
not
she
gonna
be quiet?
rant. It's not. I was just explaining to him. You are stuck on
I
the fact that
I
this
am
has to
asking
be.
y'all to
Can I explain? Can I get a chance to say something in return if she keeps ranting?
I'm asking both of y'all to park this conversation because I'm not
I got
trying to
quiet,
make this
KKC.
He
I got
been wanting
quiet,
to
but
say
she kept
that.
ranting.
You know what I'm saying? He's
Okay.
been wanting to say
All right.
that.
So
I got quiet and she
let's
keeps
reel it
I'm
talking.
gonna
back
let my
in.
tech guy because come
Let's
on
reel
here
it back
because they
in.
think I'm
And
lying.
Lene, I don't want
This
you
is
to
the
get
guy
rolled
that was
up
on
because
that
you
show
gotta.
calling me a bitch.
I got quiet and she
Okay,
keep talking.
all right. I hate to do this. I gotta mute everybody. All right. I don't want Lene to get worked up. You
Safe to
you
speak.
have a hold on. You have a interview later tonight. So I don't want you to get worked up. I want you to park what you have to say about the FBI conversation. Andre Friedman, just leave it where it is. Park your conversation. And let's get back on topic of the show. All right. Because I don't want everybody to just start flying off and start saying stuff, and then my show winds up getting flagged for inappropriate and it's not meant for kids and all that stuff. So, all right, making changes up here. We got Lene Stacks, we got the beautiful Bernice, we got Andre Freeman, Keeper 116, and Kim. What do y'all have to say about the fact that FDMG is not on contaminated land? Let's start there because the buildings are not on contaminated land. Can we talk about that for a second?
Dr. Sevi. I think that the mayor summed it up in that it's an area. It's an entire area that is considered the brownfield site. Not each parcel on that site is contaminated. I think that if it was, then it would need to be included on the paperwork for the buildings, and it was not.
Yes.
This is a little bit different. You know, you can have mold in your house and still sell your house, or even a business. We'll keep it on commercial property, not to confuse it. But commercial property, you can have mold in there and be able to sell it still. It can even pass inspection. But with this particular mold or with the brownfield, because they received money, Wilmington got a large amount of money in order to go through and clean up the area. And since Umar, the Moyer Academy, and now Umar's abandoned buildings, it doesn't fit the criteria, I don't believe that is, I don't think that it's under it's not as necessary for it to be done as other places, like the ammunition plant, the Honeywell ammunition plant up there.
That makes sense. I know Keeper
Have you
116
been
is
up
Well,
there?
No, I haven't been up there. Go
oh,
ahead,
can I
Keeper.
speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear us, Keeper?
No, she can't hear us.
Okay,
I think she might be trying to listen through the YouTube instead of the app, because I could hear something in the background.
All right, if you are trying to come onto the panel, please disconnect YouTube in your background. But yes, these are still bandos. The thing is, it's about understanding, the position that we're in as far as the receipts. That's for everybody that's coming in. That's what it's about. Now, I know everybody is wanting to know more about these investigations. It's one of those things that we're not going to find out until the shoe drops. So speculation is going to be a part of it. What say you, Andre? free.
What do I say about what specifically? No, I'm here. I'm muted, so I didn't have no background noise. But what do I say about what? What investigations are we talking about? We talking about journal investigations or who investigations?
So today, I called Cleveland Police Department. And
I guess my questions on the investigation was based on Marianne and what she sent her and the lawyer and the people were trying to do. That was specifically.
I think Marianne. I think Marianne whole situation is BS. I think that's it.
That. And that's what
we talk about Marianne. Okay, so as far as Marianne is concerned, I think she jumped the shark when she did the old me and 39 folks, and then they tried to litigate. Because I still think she talks a good game about wanting to go at Umar, but I don't think she really want to. She want to try to give him every chance to try to backslide and be able to correct himself. That's why she did, though. Everybody, when she came on and said, it's me and 39 people, and I'm willing to pay, everybody was like, rah, rah, rah. Okay, she going at him. She got him by his throat. Then one thing about people, if you let them talk enough, they going to reveal that they full of BS if they full of BS. Umar does it. Marianne does it. Other people do it. And she did it. As she continued to talk, the longer her live went, the more she revealed the whole situation and the circumstances behind that. And then when the ball dropped, when she said about, we could do mediation and he could come to us with paperwork and he could come to us with this and the documents and show us where paperwork, that was his way of getting out of it. She tipped her hand and she allowed him to course correct. And he came in there with just enough stuff to say, okay, this is what we're going to plan on doing. And then he realized because she had already told what was going on and she didn't have the element of surprise, he was able to say, I can pay the legal fees. And that will back stuff off. Then he did it, and that allowed him to get off that hook. I'm assuming by him paying the legal fees, everybody got their money back, and that case is null and void. And so she screwed himself by doing that. So now she want to say, I can come back again. But my thing is, if you did it once, how can you come back again and tell the other 39 people they can't come back again? So how can you go at somebody again, but then you say the other 39 people mad and say, well, we want to join it. No, y'all can't. That seemed like she talking out of both sides of her ass by saying that.
Well, I contacted Cleveland police today. I called them, and according to them, there was no information about a
correct. I also
Marianne or
when she made the first video. What are they trying to get to? Is it just if Umar said, I'm going to give you back your money? Is it going to be done, or are they trying to get to the finances to actually see what is going on with the money? Because that's where you want to get, because that's going to tell you exactly what's been going on. If you're not going to get to that, everything else is just lip service, because that's pretty much what he's going to give you. He's going to tell you he's doing X, but unless you could see the money or get the accounts to see exactly how the money is coming in and where it's being spent, that's when you know.
If she could,
but he doesn't have to do that. As a nonprofit, all he has to do when it comes to the finances for the public. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because this is the thing.
Yeah, when it comes to the nonprofit,
if you have a lawyer,
is show the 990s.
No, make a change. Hold on.
Is on the IRS website.
Listen,
he can't hear.
I don't think he can hear anything I'm saying. This is the thing, man. If this lady got a lawyer and she could have taken
could he hear me now?
I don't
hold on, make a change. He talking. KKC talking.
That's the problem.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Now again, if Marianne had a lawyer who said that she could take legal ramifications as far as going the criminal route, why didn't she go that route first? Why did she choose to do mediation?
Can I answer
she
that?
wanted to give Umar a chance.
Trying to bring it against him. That's That's what I'm getting at. Now again,
The reason
go ahead.
The reason
It don't make
why
sense.
she went with the class action, and I just got to stand on this, is because I brought it to her first. And the reason, and I brought it to her before I even went to my attorney. We gathered, and these women, they already know, I gathered all of the receipts. I was in Lennon's thing. I said, if you have receipts, send them in. I'm going to put them in capable hands. Nobody said anything. Nobody wanted to do anything. And so I moved ahead and I asked her, I said, hey, if you gave money like the women that I know gave money, I didn't give Umar anything, but I was willing to help, with the attorney. I said, give me the receipts. But when I went to talk to the attorney, because the attorney runs the play, he was like, no, you can't do that. And that's when I dropped it. But she didn't want to have anything to do with me from the moment she came out. She didn't want to have anything to do with me for the same reason we have other people doing their theatrics.
Well,
but I brought that to her first.
I'm with Sasha Love. She said she hasn't believed anything since she said she got $68,000. My whole thing is this: if Don really submitted some information to the court for a lawsuit against Umar Johnson, and it was ruled in his favor to get $3,000, why did Umar Johnson skip him and pay her $68,000?
And that's when I offered to pay Don. I don't like calling him Dirty Don, but I offered to pay him because he had a baby too. And then I offered to pay, what Umar messed up. And after it seemed well, go ahead.
No, Asia Battle says he sent Mary Ann over here. I don't care. It's mighty strange how she came out after Lene got the spotlight. He wanted to take eyes off Lene. That's why Mary Ann say stuff people been speculating.
I said I was a black prepper. All of a sudden she got a video up on her channel talking about her neighbor has got all these guns and stuff. What does that have to do with anything? Why would you bring that up? Then she don't like Ifa. I got a demon on me. But you did a documentary on a man who's Ifa. I don't understand that. You come with the same hyphy. I'm hyphy. I get it. But I'm not mean. I'm just passionate about this. That's how my energy was when I came out, but that's because I had a reason. She dealt with him 3 days. She could have pulled the plug on that project. She got what she wanted out of it. I'm not near saying that she deserves anything. She doesn't. But I didn't have to bring out anybody's sexuality and try to mess up their business. I didn't need to bring out none of these women having oral sex with men to get home. That would have went to my grave. I would never do that to any of the women that are behind me. I know I'm not like that. I had to come out TMI because that's what was required to get the reaction that we got out of Umar. When he did that fish tank video, he was flustered. He was messed up because I know how to do that. He don't like people talking about his personal business. When I put his childhood stuff out there, even though it didn't stay up there, but that was essential for people to know what kind of monster. Do not put him in the school with kids. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Man, I know we can all agree that Mary Ann has been moving weird since she got out here. I say she's an actress. She played his lawyer in the movie.
Boom.
That right there is crazy.
I bring up his suitcase. She brings up his suitcase. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over.
He really ain't. He's not threatened by Don. Don done pulled up on that man. I can't say he want his money. But shout out to Don. He's got a child. I think he done, toned down.
Yeah, that's scandalous. You gonna pay $68,000, but you're not gonna kick him out his money.
But
that's
again,
weird.
that's questionable. That's questionable.
He is vicious enough to do something like that. His personality.
Has she shown a copy of the check? Just to be clear,
She said Lennon had it. She sent all the information in there. I don't watch Lennon no more. But
okay,
I can't confirm by the name.
Seen the actual check? Like
she showed the check, but she was talking. This is just my. She was talking greasy when he was on there, and she was like, "Put it up there and then take it down." And I was like, "Damn," because I was going to use the check and take it to my attorney. Like, look, he's done paying somebody $68,000.
I would say.
Let me tell you,
when of the check,
when you get an attorney, after something like this, they're gonna run through your financials to see what you worth. Umar didn't have any money. There was no money there. That's the very first thing that they did the ex parte route, his financials. We was trying to go hit him deep because of defamation and doing all that he did to me. There ain't no money there. There's no money in those accounts.
My thing
is what I'm guessing.
If she really got $68,000, she sent it to Lennon and he showed it. That would have fed channels for days. They would have put that out. At least
that was through the attorney's office. They put that in the escrow. So whoever paid for him or if he paid through the attorney. That check did not come through Umar. So you don't know if that was a loan. You don't know where that money came from. But that's why they have to be able to do their job.
I need to see proof of this $68,000. I don't trust it.
Now, all of the other paperwork up to and include, there was even a class action. None of that stuff exists. None of it exists. There's not even any paperwork on that he tried to sue her for the $500,000. The story that she came on Lennon with about the girl who got into it with the husband. Well, I ain't gonna go into that, but you know what I told you about that.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I found, and it has nothing to do.
You see, it's very important that you call out this behavior. Again, this is nothing for me but repeated history. I champion behind someone without doing any homework about them until I got attacked by them, and here recently just got them to leave me alone. I'm not about to get behind another lady who's I have done my homework on, and what I see in her background is questionable behavior. Just leave Umar out of it. We can just talk about what she's doing to Clarissa Shields. She did the same thing to Representative Marsha Ferguson. I think that was her last name, Marsha something.
Marsha Fudge.
Yeah, Marsha Fudge. She was invited, just like she got invited to Clarissa Shields' fight on February 22nd. She got invited to this judge's ceremony.
But then Cooking Frank's channel went down.
And see, got his channel shut down, or allegedly.
Like, why are you telling where?
But at the same time, she got invited to this judge's ceremony, showed up and showed out. And so this is a pattern of behavior that I see. She's now in this whole Umar Johnson situation. If she is rogue like she claims to be,
I'm gonna tell you, from the women that came from the queendom, there are people that do not like that I slept with that man. I get it. But the women, the energy that the ones that are still with him, the energy that we just saw, that energy, all it was you lay down with him. That energy is all she has met me with. None of the other women that have come to me, not me and K&K, me and K&K squad, we don't argue. We don't talk to each other like that. We don't treat each other like that. None of the other women, we haven't had a cross word. We are actually women that have been with him. We're able to put that aside and move on with business. This situation, it can't happen. It won't happen. I pumped her up, and not even pumped her up, but I exalted her in public, and we still had, and you know this, KKC, we still had beef behind the scene because I knew this wasn't the place for it. But then even the story about Umar physically putting that girl out of the room, I'm gonna keep it 1,000. Umar would not do that. He wouldn't do it because it would cause too much of a commotion, and he don't want people knowing his business. He has paid, even when he put me out the house that morning, he will pay for your ride to go wherever you're going away from him. That's his personality.
Oh, wow.
Every time I needed to come, and I left that house cussing and fussing. But he didn't be like, get your own ride. He wouldn't do that. That's not his personality. He'd be like, yeah, get you away from me. Now, it is his personality not to let anybody pick him or her pick him up and see another woman there, because he never wants to be attached like openly with another woman. He won't do that. He will not do that. He wants to look like he's alone. But putting her out of that room, that's not Umar's temperament.
The problem is there's no way to validate it. You telling somebody else's story and you don't have, any type of empathy.
And the eagerness to say that she gave a man oral to get home. I would never tell that on a woman. Even
Didn't
if
she
it
say
was
that
true.
she had to go to therapy after that or something?
Man,
She had to go
come
seek
on with
therapy. Andre, what you think about that? She had to get therapy after she found out the lady had to give fellatio for $20.
But I got a demon on me.
That's crazy.
My thing is, scorned woman energy is scorned woman energy. I'm gonna just say it like that.
I would say it's
shout
more
out to
so.
Linnell and I'll be sure, because we do not. I'm in a very happy relationship. Scorn bitter is not it. I'm on wartime trying to get this man taken down. But everybody needed me to be that. It's not gonna happen. That came from his camp.
Yeah,
That came from his camp. There's nobody that knows me personally, nobody else in any other sector saying she's scorned and bitter. But we'll keep running with that.
I would say Marianne is jealous because, again, she wanted, when she found out the lady was in Umar's hotel room 130, she was pissed. Now, everybody says, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm not answering my phone or I'm not going to pick up nobody either. I get all of that. But in this situation, now, according to Marianne, the lady is a victim. It speaks to your character.
Scorned women can't sit around in a group and talk about the same man y'all all done been played and lied on. Women aren't able to do that unless they in a place where they are over it. Like, we're over all of this.
Saying that he's gay now?
Huh?
Didn't she just recently say he's gay?
We've been knowing that. A lot of every one of us, all of the women that come, we've all had an inkling, like, yeah, this dude, he might be
okay.
But it wasn't. I didn't need to know that bad that I didn't need to know that bad to where I would tear up somebody's business, out somebody. Somebody could have hurted him.
What I'm saying is that she made that movie and all that. She made the movie, and now she's coming out with all of this and everything. It's like it's coming out piece by piece by piece. It's not like
she was all for him, and now she against him.
That's what I'm saying. Now she's against.
But this my thing. Are we all in consensus that we think that he may have threw this girl out his room, or we not?
I don't think
if he didn't throw me out the house physically, from the way that I don't know. I don't think Umar would chance.
I'm not convinced, man.
He's not a head up confrontational type of person. He's like a weasel.
They just say he's like a big baby Yui. He's goofy.
He's above putting this girl out of his room or not?
He would have blinked her down. He would have blinked. Let me get you an Uber, get you up out of here. He wouldn't have, or even called her a taxi cab or something. He would have got her away from there so she would not alert. The whole time we were in the hotel rooms, he was like, keep your voice down, keep your voice down. I'm like, the rooms is soundproof, dude. But He's not that guy that's going to draw a whole bunch of attention to himself unless he is alone. Now, when he's outside doing them lives, he wants the whole block to see him. Yes, the Prince of Pan African, I'm on it, like he's a star. But when it comes to things like him doing things like with women, he's sneaky. He's very.
Well, I'm not saying dramatically picked her up and threw out, but is it said that he is it above him to usher her out the room and like get her out the door
and have her out there flipping and tripping? No, he wouldn't have. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He wouldn't have her out there in his name flipping and tripping.
Well, time out. Now you don't want to talk to me, and that's all well and good. But didn't he kick you out and you flipped and trip?
No, I didn't flip and trip on him.
Okay, I thought you said I went rant and raving and all that. I misquoted, but I thought you said.
I never said I rant and raved or anything. I never said anything like that. I know that we can base it off of that woman. Remember that woman that came to, was that Savannah or Stonecrest with the bag?
Oh, the back door, the backpack door.
Oh, wait a minute, hold up. What do I do? He wasn't like, girl, you better get your ass up. He wasn't like that. He's not that guy.
You talking about the lady that approached him and threw the bag in the air?
Yeah, he don't know how to gauge
about that.
Yeah, he don't know how to do that. But if you back him in a corner, or if he's doing the mouth thing, he'll box you with his mouth. His mouth gets vicious.
What you think about it, Kim? Get in here in the conversation.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, I had to step away. I don't know if I caught everything. So
we just up here talking about,
the sound out of pocket.
I would say the inconsistencies, if you will, of Mary Ann Lawrence stories so far. They're very questionable. We got Make a Change back on the panel as well, and so right now we're talking about
Hi, Miss Lene.
Hi, how you doing, honey?
Think,
I'm doing
how
all right.
Did you ask it, Andre? Ask the question again. You said, do we think that Umar is above kicking out a woman? Say it again. Andre, they done got him.
That sounds like a soundbite.
Hello. Hey, I'm still here. Hello.
How did you ask the question, Andre? Man, what's the question? You said.
No, I said, do we feel that Umar is above ushering a woman out of his hotel room door and shutting the door behind her, like saying, getting her out the room? Or do we think he's above that?
I don't. He's not above it, I don't think, but he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't know how to respond in it.
This is why I say no, like for real. Wasn't that lady a character in the movie?
Yeah.
For that reason, I say no.
Yeah.
I think he could have KKC because didn't somebody help me if I'm wrong? Wasn't he accused of being domestic with somebody in the past?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if that is true, the best behavior indicator of future behavior is past behavior.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But
if he's capable of
when
doing
it has to do with something to affect his image, I don't think he's going to do it.
Well,
like if a chick ran up on him at one of these events, he would not act the same as behind closed doors. And the only way a chick is going to get him into fight mode is if she can go toe to toe with him in his mouth. Because I don't think he has a work down. He's going to work his way up to fighting. And I know this from talking to his family members.
I see.
So he is not above hitting a chick. I have a girl that said he put her in a chokehold.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So he's not above it. But I think in this particular situation, he didn't feel confident in doing that. He wanted her out of that room. He knew she was going to be on set the next day. Umar's not done. Umar is not done. He's a crafty.
I wonder about one thing in this setting, in this conscious community setting where they kind of protect him, if you will. I wonder if he felt safe in behaving in certain ways, not believing it would get out to the public because it kind of
You there?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay.
There's a super chat.
So I mean, I don't know
would not in
what
that
I'm saying
setting, and
is-
KKC is going to take y'all on that ride to where his section is, because there are certain people where I do feel like he would box a female.
Man,
but we haven't made it up to that yet. The Marianne is not a part of his people. She's a part of the conscious community, but it has so many different sections of it. You know what I mean? Like you got the Christian conscious, you got the ones that believe in more, you got so many different kinds, and even some that are more cosplay in the African side. And I think that around them he would. I think he absolutely would.
Okay, so Kim, this is to. I got some video and I got some information on a larger group of people that operate in EFI and Pan-Africanism, if you will. And it's believed that that's the group that he would be educating their children and having a place, if you will, for them to come and worship. What Lene is saying, like the Christian woke community. Umar just a few days ago said, what if we turned the gym into an AME, an African Methodist Episcopal, on Sundays? That's because he has ties to that branch in Baltimore, Maryland. And so look at it as there's a brotherhood that worships a certain spirituality, and within their brotherhood there are different branches of beliefs,
different factions.
Different factions.
You know, like you got, like, say for instance, in the conscious community, you got the SETI followers. You got you probably got the what's his name, Taharka Bay Morris followers. You got the 19 Keys. You got what's the Lazio name? You got 3 God. You know, you got all of them was in the conscious community, but they got their own different factions that don't align. What's the other one? Polite. You got the conscious community, but it might have 8 different tentacles. But they all be considered because they black conscious.
Kind
of like Christians. So you got like,
and then they break down even smaller inside of there.
Right.
You got some that like polygamy, and then you got some to be like, oh, I got my wife, we good, we like, you know, the Nubians, or you know, or whatever.
And so
all of them conscious and all of them feud with each other.
Lene sent me some information that, and Umar is Umar is with these people, y'all. But I'm going to go into more detail with members, because it's only fair that my members get dibs on this information first.
Okay, fair enough.
But I can say that I thought the cult was the National Independent Black Parent Association, the NIBPA that Umar Johnson created. But no, that's just a small piece within the whole thing. So yeah, different cults.
Is that even official? Did he officially set that up? Is that thing still going on? Because I don't see where he do anything. Like he came out with it, but then it's like,
no, it seems like it only operates out of Cali, like Inglewood. Isn't it Inglewood, KKC?
Yes, they still operate. It's a light skinned guy.
They still out there.
Are they official? Do they have like a website, a phone number, an office?
I'm finna do this. Y'all keep politicking, and I'm going
really
go
they have
the guy that's following it.
I'm going to the Facebook page right now to get the information. So
the guy that followed it, is he doing it because of Umar, or did he kind of start it and disassociated with Umar? How does that work?
It's all because of him. That's all his women.
That's a good question. I can't listen. All I know is that Umar started it.
They're
Umar
all
thing
under
is
him.
It's way deeper, I think, than any of us, or at least I'll speak for myself. This is way deeper than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was just about him lying about a school and scamming people out of money.
No.
But it seems like there's
No, I knew
beneath that.
I knew it was deeper than that because he started out with the conscious community before the school even came to exist. Before he even started actually moving on it. And then, when you look at his speeches don't focus on the school.
That's why I kept asking everybody in Lenny's chat. I was like, who do y'all think his donors are? Because y'all, you know how he's like, well, I donated money. I donated some money. He didn't give me no update. He doesn't consider you his donors. He does not consider you the donors. He has a small group of people that he considers his donors. He answers to them.
Everybody look at the screen. This is a
even
picture
if he's giving
right
you
here.
money, you're not a donor to him unless you're part of this group.
No.
Do I understand that correctly?
You gotta be. Yeah, you gotta be.
This is a picture right here of a group, a couple from the National Independent Black Parent Association. These people right here was in it, but this comes from 2019. I'm still I got the Pittsburgh chapter. I can't find the Inglewood chapter, but I do have the Pittsburgh chapter. So hold on.
The average person who fell for this scam and sent him $50, he feels like
hold on.
Answer.
Hold on. Let's see.
Okay.
No, you really don't get no love.
Right.
Okay.
Here's a commercial.
You have to be on his callback list.
Yeah.
If you ain't on his communication list, if you ain't sharing P-Law, if you weren't in one of those people that he goes to talk about things he want to do and setting things in motion, if you ain't in that inner circle, I don't give a damn how much money. You could have gave $10,000. If you ain't in that inner circle, then you just ain't in that inner circle.
That's right. That's right.
And he feels like he doesn't owe you any explanation about anything.
No.
There you go.
Because
you're the ones that he say
he gonna tell you who they are, why, and all that other stuff. Because I don't want to give his show away. But yeah, that's exact. You hit it right on the head. And that's why he don't get. He's no transparency.
Here's the
Yeah, so you're the type. If you a $10 donor, you're the person that he says don't question him.
Exactly.
Check the back chat, Kim. I just put the link to the Facebook page.
Ain't that some stuff? Y'all fun, and that's why I said the public just been funding.
So now here's a follow up, because I just want to make sure I got this crazy thing. Okay, I see it, KKC. Now here's the other thing. So if you're not, no matter if I showed up tomorrow with a check made out to FDMG for $15,000, he's basically going to say F you if I want to ask him any questions because I'm not in with the in crowd.
He may not. If you got $15,000, you may be able to finagle information out of it.
Yeah, he'll give you some stuff he give the bit, those people.
But you ain't getting the whole books now. He ain't the books now.
Yeah, you're not in the circle.
No, he'll give you a password so you can go in and get directed to the stuff that's available to us.
All right. So,
which this is my whole thing. All of this
if I'm
is
a
a damn
donor. I can kick rocks if I have questions.
You'll get Black Parent Advocate.
So he's basically
he'll take your money.
Boot camp.
Look here, he will take your money and put your name in the book of Negro at the same time.
If I get $50, I can kick rocks if I have.
Yeah, man.
I have a question. I have a quick question.
Now, what make you think you have the right to ask some questions?
What you got, man?
Oh, no, you ain't got no right.
That's not legal. A donor is a donor.
True. Logically speaking, but we talk about somebody who is illogical, unprofessional, and has zero class intact.
Max said he got a question.
Well, regardless
what you got for us,
of that, if I take my $50 and I say, listen, I had some questions and this dude didn't answer my questions, I have the right
You wasting
to
your
file a
breath.
complaint. But I have the right to file a complaint.
Yeah.
Technically, you do.
There
Technically,
should be a level of transparency with, and this is why I don't understand. This thing has confused me with Marianne's class action, because once y'all got him in there and y'all got him set down, did you have a flow that you're like, okay, what's this? When are you doing this? And then all of these questions that were answered, bring back and report, but none of the right questions were asked. Like, these are no-brainers. Like, we need.
I want to know where the transcript at. Don't they transcribe
for
this
you
stuff?
to keep going on,
Well,
you need to.
Well, there was not really a legal. It's not.
Yeah,
it was
he-
just a.
they
It was
didn't
not a
go to a
legal
court.
situation. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
But
just
here's
a.
the other thing.
But I mean, but it
And
didn't
I'm
go to
not-
a court. But mediation, isn't mediation?
Well, it's not
Isn't
mediation. It's not mediation.
Well,
All it is,
right.
it's just a good faith. When they send that, it's just a before you sue someone, you could give them a chance to answer. That's what it is. So it's.
But this is where I was going with telling him things before he needs to know, because if they said, okay, you need to have a trust, not a board, you need to have a board together in order to keep going on with donations. He can hurry up and throw a board together like that.
But ma'am, he already filed the original. Let me explain something to you. When you set up that business, there is no board on that business. So if he creates a board today, it's not going to change it.
No. What
It's not
she's
gonna
saying,
change
what
it.
she's saying to make a change is he could course correct. If
Yes.
they say he doesn't have a board, yeah, in the past he doesn't have one. But if they say you need to name a board, he can name one going forth.
Right,
And that will eliminate
but
that
a board,
particular.
the board is not. It's not right, but the board is not going. It's not a. That's nothing that's going to get him in trouble.
She was saying that she was using that as an example, not
Yeah, she
something
was
that
using an
could
example.
really
She's
make
saying that he can course correct, make the correction, and moving forward, that's a non-starter. That's a non-issue. We solved that problem. Next up.
If he had to go to court next week, he could throw a board together. He could say, these are my board. This is my staff. He could say Malika's my secretary. We ain't seen that much of Malika until after I came out, but he could say, this has been my secretary the entire time. Or he could say that it was Tiff, or he could say it was someone else. He does whatever needs to be done, and then he keeps those people in the dark. None of those people have any idea what's going on because they are just for show. Everybody you see is for show. And all of this is going to come together when he does his show, because it's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind.
Make a change. Did you have a question?
Yeah, my question. Well, I had two questions, but the first one I'm going to ask is, in all the times I've known Umar, he has always, if anybody ever goes after him, he comes on and blasts them on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
You notice he has never said anything about Marianne. Not a peep. The whole thing she has done, he has never come up. So
damn, make a change.
What does she have? That's a whole you have never seen him done that. This is the first time I've seen him do that.
He weaponizes IG, and he has not put her up there. He ain't doxed her.
Yeah,
none of that.
he
And
spoke
she
about
has
his
not
daughter.
spoke on his mother or any other situation that would get a rise out of him.
Well, actually, I don't think so. See, I at first I was wondering what it is.
And she met his mother.
But when he came out and said the amount of money that they have been donating to him, that kind of makes some sense now, because he's not worried about the people that's giving him $10 here and there. But if there's 40 people what is she saying, that they've been donating like thousands a month?
There's a guy in Long Island that gave him $10,000. I have the receipt on that. There are people that have given him more.
So I think when she said that, now that makes sense. Because I was wondering why he hasn't said anything, because normally he does. But now that she said
protecting her?
No, I don't think he's protecting her.
Mm-hmm.
I think he realized that they have weight against him. He's not worried about the $10
So you think she's
here and
pressing
there.
him to be quiet? Like he don't want to mess with that.
There's
no,
some
I don't think
truth
she's
to
pressing
that
on him.
with the harvesting of resumes. It's the same thing I told KKC about. How does he know that I can throw an event together in such a little bit of time? You know what I'm saying? He gets these resumes or gets people reaching out to him, and he does look into you before he reaches out to you. That's why his first response to me was, "Can you do an event for me in your city?" How does he know I'm not in a wheelchair or anything? He don't know nothing about me. I just reached out about my son.
But yeah, and if you, but I don't know when you started to watch Umar, but that has always been his MO, is using people to set up events for him. Because a lot of times. But I have a question. When you
That's
set up the
true.
event for him, did he pay or did you guys fund it?
No, I funded it.
Yeah, see, and that's what he does. That's what
Oh
he's been
yeah,
doing.
find me
But
a
that's what I'm
venue.
That's
trying to
how he
get you
did
to
with
see,
Sister
Make a Chance.
Hanera,
He's
Tiff
picking these
Griff with
people based
Peyton.
off of their ability to do that. He doesn't know if I got money, if I don't got money. How do you know if I can afford to get these venues
That's the whole
or
thing. He
pay the
doesn't
sound guy?
care. He
I
doesn't
don't think
No,
he
care.
cares.
he
He
don't
doesn't
care.
care.
He doesn't care.
No,
It's up to
if you
you
in
to.
an area
I
that
think
he
he's look.
wants to
I
go
think
to,
that's the reason why he's asking for resumes.
No, because I've seen him done it with people
definitely
on the phone. You have seen him done it with people on the phone where he's talking to them and he said, "Hey, young man, where you
find me
located?
a
Set up."
venue.
Yeah.
Okay,
Find
I
me a
see what
venue
you're
that can fit
saying.
500, 100 people, 10 people. Get me a
Yeah.
venue and I'm coming there.
Yep.
Okay,
And as
okay.
far as the resumes, he gonna do the research. Now I don't think he tech savvy, so maybe Sharon or somebody
Welcome
else
back,
Yeah.
Lanita.
can go on and look at the Facebook page or IG and kind of see how the people moving. And then he also, that's how he picks some of the people. And he also looks at it because he sets up a target list of women that he wants to go at.
I will
Yeah.
say, make a change. He indirectly said something about
Yeah,
Marianne because he talked
Yeah.
about
He
the
don't go for her
T-shirt
straight up.
the
situation.
T-shirt. He done said other stuff about he don't name her, but he take coded shots
Right.
without
Mm-hmm.
directly going at her. He won't say her name and he won't give her a nickname, but he targets her in an indirect way. He
Yeah.
does.
And him paying those people, yeah, something. Yeah, there's a reason why he,
Man, I'm just not convinced that 39 people got. Okay, check this
I'm
out.
convinced, man.
No, listen to me. Well, okay, but check me out though. So Marianne says she paid the legal fees for 39 people.
Right.
They wind up winning, and
Mm-hmm.
Umar Johnson paid not only Mary Ann but them. Wouldn't one check be cut directly to Mary Ann since she paid everything?
All
Well,
eyes on
yeah,
me.
It
Yes,
all
he has a
depends, KKC.
laptop.
but if you listen to
You
what
would
she
think
said,
so. You
well,
would
listen
think
to what she
so.
said.
But no, yes, that is what she said. She said that he paid. She said, I paid the legal fees for all 40 of us, me and the
Right.
39 people. And he paid the legal fees for all of us. He paid us all
Right.
back our legal fees. Now the question KKC is saying is, if she paid it out of her pocket, did she get her money back? Or because their names on the list, did they cut the money up and everybody else got a pot?
I want to say this too to the chat just to bring y'all full scope because somebody said it to me and I think it makes like wonderful sense. So I think as Tavares and I'm sorry if I'm murdering your name, but you asked how are people just giving this money or people just give that money without asking. That has to do with the reputation of the people that are bringing him in town. I believe this. I feel like if you introduce me to your friend and then I have a good opinion of you, and then we're in the house and then I go into the other room, I leave you in the room with my purse based off of the reputation of the person that brought you to me. So when I brought him here, people didn't know who he was. I will forever have to live that down. They didn't know who he was, some of them, some did. But that was based off of my reputation. I vouched for him. And so people donated. And I just thought that he was a good person based off of the Breakfast Club. So that's how it is. So if Marianne is successful, she's a successful business owner, and she brings him in, everybody's gonna think, oh, she's not riding around with a scammer. This guy got to be the real deal, or he's got to be, and that's how he gains momentum.
Well, I'm a parlay off of that and say it's basically you got a lot of people, and I deal with politics. I'm into it. You got a lot of people that don't want to deal with it. You got people I talk to right now, even my girlfriend. I talk to politics with her, and she'll be like, "I'm just not in the politics." But my thing is, you should be in the politics because you vote. You gotta know who you vote for. You can't just arbitrarily go to the poll and say, "I'm gonna vote Democrat because my family did it." Look at their values. Look, now I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. Let me go here. I'm not a Trump supporter, so I don't want nobody to get it twisted.
You shouldn't do that.
But when you get people that don't do their homework and don't get involved, I'm not saying get involved in the mudslinging.
That's not what I'm saying.
No. This ain't to you. No. This ain't to you. I'm parlaying off of what you saying to kind of give clarity if people didn't understand exactly what you were saying. That you got people that just don't do their due diligence because they're not on the internet, they're not in the black sector, they're not in the conscious community. A lot of people never heard of them. So when he comes to town and he's selling this hope and change, he's selling this, I'm trying to uplift my black people. I'm trying to bring them black empowerment. I'm trying to build up a school in your town. I'm trying to build a Black Wall Street in your town. You get that hope and change rallying to a defeated neighborhood, to a depressed neighborhood.
Yeah.
When you don't know no better, sometimes you kind of fall for anything and don't do better. So it's a lot.
It's not even about not doing better. It's really about dealing with certain people that have limited time. I get what you're saying, but I think people feel that they're not checking because they're just they want to stay in ignorance. When you're dealing, like even when I was dealing with him, first meeting him, and this is important because this is how he keeps getting people. So I'm glad we touching on this. When you meet this man and you're a professional, you don't have time to do background checks on people. You don't expect other professionals to be hanging out with scammers.
I don't agree with that, though. I don't agree with that.
No, I don't expect you to, but I'm telling you how it really is. I just left a gathering where people were introduced, we're networking. I'm not running through my phone doing, okay, is this person legit? Is this person legit? Is this? No, I'm basing it off of the environment that I'm in. We're all very busy. We are all very busy people. We don't have time to do background checks on everybody. So that's how it happens. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that is how it happens. And
what
this is
happens
not the
when
only
he's
time
invited to a school? And you have people that like an actual principal of a school invited them there. So what happens when you have stuff like that?
The Oxford, he got over on the Oxford.
No, I'm talking about to a regular school. I think it was in New Jersey, an elementary school.
Yeah.
And it's like, how is he getting next to these people in order to do these things?
Yep, because they assume by the degrees in Oxford. I'm gonna drop the receipts for that. Why that Oxford debate never dropped.
But one of the things too we have to also keep in mind when you look at like Marianne and the stuff that she talked about, I think some people they see Umar as a messiah. If you listen to how she talks about him,
I mean, he says it, so he's pandering to that. And then speaking to the education,
how many years to see through it?
Y'all know Umar put out he now has to have some type of certified document to go to these campuses or whatnot. Did anyone see that post?
Yeah, and I think that has to do with the Oxford thing that I'm going to post. They're not going to put out that debate. When he went there and did that debate against Elon Musk's dad,
you're talking about in England.
Yes, and these are prominent people. We are living in a time of hustle and bustle. People do not have time to fact check. It's not even that. American greed. Did you see how them people were just assuming They were just assuming they're like all the way up to the top. They were scamming people.
We also got to keep in mind, though. I understand the schools and stuff, but there's other platforms. You know, they know who Umar is, but they don't care because he brings eyeballs. He brings eyeballs. So outside of certain environments, like the Breakfast Club, they don't. Charlemagne has donated over 100,000 to his alma mater in North Carolina. He has never publicly come out and say he donated to Umar because they don't. He had to donate to him. Umar brings eyeballs.
Yeah,
that's all they have him on the show to do.
Even Marianne said that about the content community that protects him. Like every time he comes around, he brings money, so that's why they don't out him.
And do you think that's why Marianne neglected all the stuff she knew about Umar and went into business with him? Because she probably thought she was going to make some money.
Well, I asked her that. I don't know if you saw the show. Like
I can
when she
agree
was
with
on
that.
the panel. You're right, BB. But I
you
said,
can't even be mad at her. She's a black woman,
really can't.
single, raising kids.
But
you can't get mad at her. You know, for
Well,
trying
I will get mad at her.
Huh?
You know why I'll get mad at her? Because you can't see Umar. That's not. I don't agree with that statement.
That
Here's
woman
why.
is a nurse. She's
No.
running a film company.
No. Here why I'm going to correct on that. Because if I see somebody doing wrong, why would I link up with them to benefit off of their wrong? And then when I get burned,
I agree with that. I absolutely.
So just because you're a nurse and you a single parent, that doesn't mean I'm going to link up with a scammer to
No.
benefit off of
I
the
didn't mean
people.
that. I'm saying that for not having your eyes wide open.
She knew who he was. Come on.
Yeah,
I don't think she didn't know who he was.
She knew what he was when she seen it, and she should have, for whatever. But the same could be said for me. It took me, and I was on the phone with him every day. It took me till I got in his face, and I was like, "Oh hell no, this is not. You're just gonna be what it is because I can't take you home to mama." But it's just.
Was something else clouded in your judgment when you were dealing with Umar? Let's keep
I
it
wasn't
a buck,
looking
man.
at him like that. I was looking at him like this is gonna be my little yeah, and then
Exactly. Exactly. So let's keep it a buck.
So why would I require husband?
Beyond that.
Why would I require husband traits from a man that I'm not interested in? He can't go. I can't go anywhere with him.
And that's my point. That's why you didn't look beyond it, because at that point,
but the closer I got, my eyes got open. I seen things, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm up out of this. I can't deal with this."
But that's called post the clarity.
No,
it wasn't even that. It was just when I got to the house, KKC, I was like, "Ain't no way you can open a school and your house look like this."
Yeah.
And then more and more, it was just like, "Yeah, there's no way. You're not a scholar, and you're just a little quirky. Something's fucking wrong, or something's wrong with you." Excuse my friend. Something's wrong with you. You have mental. And then Anissa, when he treated her like that, when she came out, I was like, I got to get away from this. So
hey, KKC.
It was in stages, is what I'm saying. It was in stages.
What's going on?
KKC.
Yes. Can you?
I got a question. Yeah, I got a question. Well, I'm gonna make a comment, then I'm gonna ask you a question. As far as, like, in my opinion, I think she knew who he was, but she was in the conscious community, so it was like, okay, it is what it is. She was gonna use him for a come up because she wanted to make her little documentary and do her little Tariq Nasheed type, get it out, make some money. He make money, I make money, all well and good. Then it went south, and she wasn't able to release it out there because she was hoping to make money off the conscious community. They was gonna buy the DVD, they was gonna buy the movie. Now my question is this: do you happen to have a list of her movies that she's done?
Not all of them.
I mean, because I don't know one. I can't find the list. So I just was wondering, because I kind of want to see the list. I kind of want to kind of look into it and see, because I just kind of want to see what kind of movies he did. Not saying I'm going to watch them, but I just kind of want to see,
the ones that
what her
she
track
got
record
on
is.
her YouTube channel. Those are the only ones that I'm privy of.
She has, pardon me, can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
She has an IMDb channel. Oh, she has an IMDb page.
Okay. All right, I'll look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to say the movies that she has on her YouTube, aren't those some of them are on her IMDb page? Or
very well could be.
I've never looked
that part. I don't know. I do know she has a page.
Yeah, she is known. It's like it's minor leagues when it comes to movie creation, and she's built a little name for herself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's
Well, that
nothing,
movie told
not
everything that he
discrediting
was
her work.
doing.
Oh no, I understood what you're saying.
But I
What
don't
you
know
say,
why she
Billy?
acts surprised. I don't know why she's acting surprised on out what he's doing because
Why would she
she
want this
displayed
attached to her
everything.
brand though?
But she displayed everything at the man because she believed in him. That's why. That's why she gave him money. Basically, she did that movie free, and then when he didn't want to, appease to what she wanted, appeal to what she wanted. That's when she's like, "Oh well, fuck you. I'm gonna, excuse me, but I'm gonna expose you. You're gay. You're this. You're that. I'm gonna steal you. You didn't pay nobody
I think
nothing.
she
It was
wanted to sleep
okay."
with him, but I get it. It's the
I
same
think
premise.
because it was too much time that went by.
Uh-huh.
And she knew exactly what he was trying to do and exactly the message that he was putting out because it came all the way at the end of it where he found the school. So you knew what he was doing to women. You knew that
Yeah.
he was using women, treating them like they was nothing but women that want to spend money because he did
Oh
it all in the
wow,
movie.
yes.
He put it all in the
Okay, I
movie.
have a question.
Oh wow,
I have a
yes.
question.
Okay, Kim, what's
Yeah.
Are
up?
you all suggesting that she had some kind of personal relationship with Umar?
I
No,
think
she
she wanted
wanted.
I
one
think
with
she
She
him.
wanted
wanted one.
one. Yes,
The
I
only
think she
women that
wanted
come to me like that, and I'm gonna be quite honest, and I've met every kind that's out there.
You
The
petty,
only ones
Anita.
that keep coming up with the oh, I can't believe somebody would lay down with him. Oh, I can't believe all of that stuff is not necessarily either they really despise him or they wanted to sleep with them.
That's what I've
My
been saying the whole
understanding,
time, though, Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
that whole movie was about disrespecting women, in my opinion. Or he,
yeah, it was, yeah,
the woman that he wanted that wanted him. He gave her a credit card. She went out shopping. Then he sleeps with some other woman and then goes and get engaged to the woman that he wants to marry. And then he's rolling up to somebody's house talking about how many children they got. Just talking. I mean, everywhere he went, of the women fawning all over him like, ooh, I need to have him. Like, give me a break. That movie was
yeah. He's not
disgusting.
all that.
She knew
Yeah.
exactly what he was about and she
What I
made the
was gonna
movie, and
say is
that's
that
it.
I heard when I first became aware
Mhm.
of Miss Marianne, I believe she said that she made sure that she was never alone with him.
That's what her saying now.
That's what she
Yeah,
said.
Okay.
But you would have,
uh,
I'm gonna just be honest. There's no
uh,
reason to be upset. And she could play it was that she was so disgusted as a Christian. But let's
but
be
she made the
honest.
movie.
I'm going through and I'm looking at her.
I'm
I
gonna
ain't gonna
be
take it all
honest.
that way. But
Let me,
I've
let me
never
what I'm
heard
go
just
ahead.
Umar
saying is
dispute that
I
though.
got something for you, Kim.
she just wanted. She didn't like me because I laid down with him. There's only one other group of women that act like that, and that's Philly Phil, that is interested in him as well. But she's still in that in that sector, like not even a sector, but in his group of people. But
Uh-huh.
the only women that come to me like that are women that wanted to sleep with him.
Uh-huh.
Here you
And they're
go.
like,
Here
why
you go,
you? Or
Kim.
some
Yeah.
shit. I don't know. It's like it's some great feat to no.
Now, if she said that the lady.
I'll be doing herpes tests for every 6 months and I die. You don't want these problems.
Let's go back to the
Oh
room
Lord.
130 situation for a second. Let's go
Or
back to that.
worse.
Now, Mary Ann says that he kicked the lady out in the middle of the night. She was part of the movie production. That right there is enough to stop what's going on. That whole
Boom.
situation was enough
Exactly.
to go ahead. Let's cut this off. You out what little money that you got you spent to try
That's
to
what I'm
make
trying
this.
to say. She
But
has a
she went
problem.
on. She went
She had
through
a
with it.
problem with women that laid with him. She brought that woman giving oral sex to someone else to get a ride home. She brought that out to shame that woman.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
wanted to
man. Excuse
shame
my
her.
language, but
There
yeah,
was
she sure
no
did.
need that we needed to know. There was no reason that we needed to know that. That's like me saying, yeah, I laid with him, but there was another girl. She went with him, and she did his friend too.
Same
That's
thing
a
with
form of
Devontae,
shame.
Lene.
Same with she messy.
Yes.
She is
Same thing with
messy.
That I
Devontae.
would never ever
Yes.
come out and be like, yeah, y'all know about my story, but it was a girl that she was doing this and doing that and do. I don't
Keeping
need
you
to
crazy.
shut down one woman or like to shine a light on her stuff in order to like make myself feel accountable for what I did. That's something I know the repercussions and what I went through.
Keeper, it's the truth. Keeper says that titty me comment took me all the way out. She was
Titty me.
showing.
For
She was
real.
Titty.
showing it.
Yes.
Hey,
She was
look
shaming
here.
them women. Then she turned around and she shamed Devontae. And my heart go out to him because that wasn't her story to tell. In the way she did it, that was wrong. That was wrong. They could have attacked his business. You know,
Hey,
a lot of people
KKC, you
don't
ain't
like
wrong.
gays. I don't know if y'all know that, but a lot of people don't like gays. You know, and whatever his lifestyle is, that's between him and his God. I'm not a person that judges people. That I don't sit on the throne of the Most High. I fall short in every way, but she felt like she needed to be the one to bring it out and to shame him. And the extra stuff was just she didn't feel bad about it. It's almost like she's like, "Oh yeah, you did all of
that Rule 130 video is hilarious."
Do y'all remember the other story that was told about a woman who was married and slept with Umar?
Yes, I do.
Well, Jimmy
Yeah.
Jamboree said that she made a movie with Polite also. There's a movie.
Did she?
Polite.
Yeah, I remember something about
Jimmy Jamboree said. Yeah.
That's weird.
Okay.
Well, the other woman's story,
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna wait and see if
I didn't
somebody
know that
else pull
either.
that
Yeah,
up.
she did know about the married woman because she told about the married woman.
But wait until y'all figure out somebody's
And then she
divorce.
got mad and told us that we shouldn't judge the story that she told because the husband got mad and kicked the wife out.
That whole when
whole
somebody
panel got
looks up
quiet.
the
What
divorce
happened?
proceedings of when her husband almost went to
I
prison.
can't hear nobody.
When somebody looks up them divorce proceedings.
Hold on, KK. I think KKC brought that up. Did you bring that up, KKC?
That story is a lot like her divorce proceeding.
KKC, you brought that up, didn't you?
He can't hear us. He said.
I can't hear nobody no more.
You brought that up, didn't you?
Let's let Lene finish what she was saying.
Hello, Duke Johnson.
Her divorce decree is or divorce paperwork is on the internet. Her divorce sounds a lot like that story that she said a woman and Umar got together and it caused a whole bunch of ruckus. But on that, it sounds like her divorce. And from what I know, her ex-husband almost went to prison.
Oh, wow.
So there is a malice there that I cannot ignore. This is another thing. When I met Umar, I did not tell him what I owned, what I was driving, none of that. Yeah. Because Umar gives off, he's a gigolo. He's like a gigolo, like he sleep with women to get what he wants. If it's a plate of food, if it's his clothes washed or whatever, he just gives me.
I told you
that
when I
kind of energy. And he throws himself out there. And I think that she kept putting that stuff out there to see if he was going to bite.
He's a master.
Hey, KKC.
That's just my opinion. Because there's no need for a man to know all of that. If I just meet you and I've only known you for 3 days, you should not know all of my business like that. That's too much. And especially us as women on a different level, you got to hide that stuff from men. You don't know if he wants you for you or wants you for what you got.
What you got, Andre?
That's
can
just
y'all
my
hear me?
opinion.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
But
okay.
If he pulls up her divorce decree, that story in there that's crazy.
But KKC,
that man could have went to prison.
Did you mention her divorce?
No, because I didn't know she was divorced. All I said was
Okay, I thought you said.
I do know.
But I'm saying, but no, when you was doing the other day, when you was doing the whole thing about Marsha Fudge and other stuff, and you was bringing up a whole bunch of stuff, what was the other situation you said she got involved in? She came to, she confronted, all right, Carissa Shields, Marsha Fudge, and I could have swore you said it was something else that dealt with her in the court.
There is another, it is another situation, but I don't have clarity on it. On that,
yeah, you said something. You said something about something in the court, and I think Marsha took her to court. Must be something happened with her going to court. Okay, that's why I got it mixed up between the husband and her. But I knew you said something about her having to be taken to court with like a restraining order or something.
Yeah, Marsha Fudge got a restraining on her because at the judge's ceremony, she said that
she slapped the camera out of her hand or something like that.
She said pimp slap. And then she started following her like every time that lady went somewhere, Mary Ann would pop up.
Wow.
Yeah,
but I mean, can I ask a general question? Does something seem a little off about Mary Ann? Or is it just me?
Well, they said that it's because she speaks 7 languages. She's just trying to figure
Okay. Let's address the 7 language situation. She might speak 7 languages, but this is one of my issues I got, and I'm being petty as hell, and I'm just gonna be that. Why she don't put S's on her plural words all the time? Like she talks, and it's the most. She'll sit there and she'll be like, "Yeah, well, he had 3 rooms, and he had 3 rooms, and I just don't know why he only show us 3 rooms." And it's like she keeps saying stuff, and when she get to a plural, she will not put an S on that mofo to save her life, and that's the most agitating shit to me.
What'd you say, Kim?
That could be a language barrier. But here's the question.
Okay.
Here's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Is that I know that Umar, I don't know that he's doing this so much these days, but when I first became aware of Umar Johnson in 2012, he was talking about a school in 2012. He was also kind of doing this thing of saying that he was a therapist. So
what's the school that he had in Philly? That he had named FDMG first, and then he had to leave that alone, and that's why he had to switch this piece of building that he had around the name of it around.
Well, maybe
and I always wanted to know what happened to that building in Philly, though.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Hold on, the building where?
No. Hold on, because Umar never had a building in Philly.
Oh,
he had an EIN number that was registered.
Oh, okay.
And
he tried to get that. Right. He claimed he tried to get that Saint. What it was, Mary? What's the university? I'm going to say St. Mary's, but it ain't St.
Paul's.
St. Paul's. Now he tried to get that.
Okay, so when he couldn't use the same EIN, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, because he didn't file the appropriate paperwork for 3 years in a row on that EIN. So he just kind of massaged the name and called it something slightly different to get another EIN.
But according to Megan James, go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry.
What I was getting ready to say is that, when I became aware of Umar Johnson, he was running this thing of he's a therapist.
Yeah.
He still trying to run that.
That's where the doctor comes from.
Him as though he were a therapist and telling all of their personal issues and intimate information. And he was information gathering. So if you speak out against him, he's got your business. He can put your business out on Front Street, which is also very unethical, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what he had going on too, Kim.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, so maybe some of this is, when I hear Lene talking about the lady getting a divorce and she was maybe confiding in Umar to talk about her marriage because he was supposed to be a therapist and da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, you mean Mary Ann.
No, that's Mary Ann. But no, he called strife because he had a dude wanting to pull up on him. It was like, hey, when you come to wherever, Chicago or whatever, I'm gonna meet you there because you talked to my wife and caused some strife with my son.
So he
was like, I'm gonna pull up on you.
He has no ethics behind whatever it is that he's doing.
No, he really doesn't.
Well, see, this is the thing, Kim.
I'm gonna mute and listen.
There's so much when it comes to this Umar Johnson saga. There's layers. And when you really start peeling back all the layers, it's more than just going to the Black community and asking them for donations for a school. That's what it started off as. But now we know it's a cult. And when you look into that, as I have, you find out it may be, I don't want to say their name publicly. I'll say it on members. But it's a bigger cult, and it makes sense as to where the money could be coming from that's paying off these individuals, if he's really paying off these individuals. But it makes you understand a whole lot when you start connecting these dots. And I think that some people don't want to go that far down the rabbit hole, because I have to admit, at one point in time, I was destined to join that cult because I was so invested in what Umar had going on. I wanted to be a part of it. And taking that level of accountability, some people don't want to do that. What you think, Andre? What about you, BB?
I think there's.
Hello?
They're going.
Oh yeah, he Umar is like you say, peeling the layers back. It goes in multiple directions. This thing, with Umar is multi-level, and it is, I think, it's detrimental. It's detrimental to to a lot of things that to the potential of what could happen. And he's doing irreparable harm, because to the next person that come along, can they build the trust in certain circles?
This is what I want to say to Kim, because Kim, when I break this information out, I want you to be a part of it. And I wish that YouTube, if y'all listening, I should be able to give a person a membership for free. I want you to be a part. Like, I'm for real, because when you see the information I have on what could potentially be the overall code that Umar Johnson is involved in, then you too would be in the same know. Like, you will understand. But until then, look at it as, are you aware of what happened in Minnesota and the Somali community and the scams dealing with that? Are you aware of that, Kim?
I had heard something about it, but I wasn't paying it close attention.
Okay. If you can go back and look at that, it will give you a full-on understanding of what Umar Johnson is trying to do. And there is a community that he has targeted, that he's doing it with, and it's just not African Americans or Africans over in Africa.
I see. This so much reminds me. I'm old enough to remember the Jim Jones. You
got to get a membership so you can watch the Jim Jones documentary.
I haven't put it on there. As a matter of fact,
you ain't put it on there yet?
I've seen it. I have seen
it. No, Kim, I'm talking about what KKC did. It was like 6 hours and like 2 parts of us going wild in the chat. Like, it was. It's
a full-on comparison of Umar Johnson and Jim Jones.
Also, my comparison isn't that far off, or at least I'm not the only one.
No.
If you think about it, Jim Jones, they started several. First of all, they acquired a dilapidated church to run their ministry in. That's why I say FDMG could open up as a church. First of all, second of all,
for a while we used to call it the FDMG ministry.
Right. Second of all, when Jim Jones got started and they said they had these various ministries, they got LLCs to fund those ministries. And Umar, I told people, I'm not sure how many LLCs Umar Johnson can have. But based on the Zoom call that we were on the other day, there could be several, man. And so there's so many there's so many comparisons between Jim Jones and Umar Johnson. It ain't even funny. Even the heaven on earth that Umar Johnson says that FDMG is supposed to be is from Jim Jones. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I believe you.
Sasha said that was a good show. We was live for a long time, man.
Well, you know, the other thing is too is that Umar also has aliases, from what I understand.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he done remixed his name a ton of times now.
Umar Abdullah Johnson, Umar
Abdullah Ben Ibn Johnson.
Yeah, several.
And how many passports he might have?
I don't know about the passports. I don't think he could get but so many passports because they go with your birth, because you got to send a copy of your birth certificate. So you got the
with different names.
You know, you got the
right. I will say this.
I don't think he's trying to go back out of the state though. The way that Trump is carrying on.
Mary Ann said that when she went to the precinct, it was an investigation on Jermaine Shoemake. His legal name is Umar Johnson. Jermaine Shoemake doesn't exist according to Umar Johnson. It does not. So I'm not sure why they would take.
But do you believe Umar Johnson? Because you know he lies all the time.
No. It's not about believing Umar Johnson. It's the fact that it's on legal documentation as far as the city is concerned. His name is on the paperwork.
Isn't Umar? Is Umar Johnson on tax returns too? Isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when like Pocket Watching with JT broke this information down, and so we have to remember that Umar Johnson is on IRS documentation. There is no need to bring litigation of any kind to Jermaine Shoemake. He don't exist when it comes to FDMG.
Now, the only questionable thing, when you start looking into his degrees, how he changes his name, how you end up with a different middle name on certain degrees, and it's like, you know, you tend to question that. You know, the validity. Not saying he ain't got the 4 degrees, 5 degrees that he got, but some of the stuff and certifications, you kind of question it when you start seeing different names and middle names on stuff. But what I was going to say is interesting, and I did this, when you look at the comparison between him and Jim Jones, and when you look at the comparisons between him and Donald Trump.
Ah, man, I haven't even
looked
down that road, man.
I sat down and I wrote it down with it's like 25 different points from the narcissistic all down, just all the different stuff. And I'm like, and guess what? He's head of a cult also.
Well, if you look at it, Jim Jones was part of city politics, and Umar Johnson said that they wanted to run an independent black party.
Yeah, I wanted to run for president. Yeah. He was a part of the San Francisco political thing that they had going on at the time.
Remember, Umar said that they wanted to select somebody from like the community and push them all the way up, and we were supposed to vote for him or some junk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I just know.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the black party. It was something he was
gave $2 million for that. Remember, he said somebody donated $2 million for him to run for president.
No, Umar he said somebody offered him. They offered him, and he said, but he wouldn't do it.
Umar 2020, Umar for president 2020. What you say, Kim?
I say that if we are going to put a stop to this nonsense, I think we need to have like almost like a council, like meeting offline, not discussing it on YouTube, none of that, and come up with a plan.
So
let's attack and address this thing, because if we don't, this is going to get so out of control, and it's going to be such a detriment that
now you got to sound like we superheroes.
So I would have to. It sounds like I need to start a Discord. It sounds like I'll have to start a Discord chat. But
and I'm not saying it has to be anybody in this particular YouTube, like in this live that we're in. But what I'm saying is we have to be strategic in what we're doing in addressing this Umar Johnson situation.
So this is what I want to say. When you see the information of as far as the coke is concerned. I want once you see that, then I want to see like, are you still wanting to try to figure out a way to stop it?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not a member and I'm not in a
Right.
position to get a membership right now, but
I definitely understand. So let me say it like this. How do we stop one from joining the cult? Because that's who's funding this.
right there.
Yeah, because as
That's
long as
that's an
he's got people
impossible
believing
task.
him, yeah, you might be right, because when you think about it, it's like as long as he's got people believing him, watching him, giving him money, not demanding answers, you know, like what I said earlier, if I gave him $50, I have a right to ask questions. Now he may think I don't, but the law says different. So I mean, are we going to have people who will follow that and say, "Hey,
no"? The thing is, this is like, well, this is like just with the whole situation, dealing with politics, dealing with anything, dealing with polite, dealing with what's Three God name? What was his name? I can't even think of
Nature Boy or something.
Nature Boy, yeah.
Nature Boy. There you go. With Nature Boy, you're not going to stop people. You're not going to stop people from following Umar.
Yeah, and these
you're
are the
not
people
going to
who
stop
won't
people
ask
from
questions.
donating to Umar. Somehow or another, you got to stop the man. You got to stop the man. If you take the man out of his position, then you can stop the whole movement.
Even
but
with the
people
ones
gonna
that they
donate all day long. You ain't gonna stop that.
Even with like Nature Boy and Polite,
dance where people believe him enough to give him money. I don't know.
They gonna do it. Look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump won. Donald Trump lost. They thought he was dead, gone. MAGA was over, and he back in there.
Yeah.
Look at, like I said, look at Nature Boy. Look at Polite. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of other people.
Like if you
really gotta go
in York, there's still some people to this day who are supporting him, and he's in prison.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
supporting.
When it comes to Nature Boy, when it comes to Polite, the things that brought them down was their appetites for improper sexual activity. It wasn't anything dealing with the money that they were scamming from the community. It wasn't dealing with anything that they stole from the government. It was for Polite, he did something to a minor. For Nature Boy, he did something to one of the members in the cult. And then he challenged it instead of taking the plea deal and pretty much got life. So it's one of those things like, it's the financial ruins that Umar Johnson has left the black community in enough? Or do they need more? Because when we take a look into the people that was a part of the conscious of community, that's what it took. It took somebody to have sexual sexual or becoming a victim of sexual activities, if you will.
Yeah, like Polite was doing inappropriate things with minors and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it had to escalate to that degree. So I wish Make a Change, if you still here, that's the things that she was alluding to, but trying not to say, like, it takes more.
Or it would be somebody,
if the government gets on him.
I'm not going to disparage Miss Marianne. I had hoped that this was legit and that there was a class action, because I think there's enough there that if they wanted to get him on the money, they could. If they were really about getting him on not giving receipts, not giving reports, not showing what he's doing, blah blah blah. To me that would have been legitimate.
Let me help you. Or I don't want to say it like that because that's kind of rude. Let me suggest something to you. Is what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if you remember, but Polite was running a scam where he said he had a real estate project for shipping container houses.
I remember something about that.
And
I remember that too.
Lennon had covered it, and it was a whole story.
Yeah.
That right there should have been enough for them to take down Polite.
It should have,
That's
but it didn't.
So
it's the same
all,
thing
all
with Young
I'm
Pharaoh.
as right with right, and Pharaoh is young Pharaoh and Umar Johnson are pretty much the last two standing. But I say that about Polite to say this. I take what I've already witnessed as far as like Polite goes, Nature Boy goes, and I do apply it to what I see with Umar Johnson. It's like no matter how long this has gone on, it's still not enough. Nature Boy wasn't just in America doing what he was doing. He was international
over the
with his
world.
BS.
Yep.
He was. Wasn't he in like Costa Rica or Mexico or someplace?
Right.
Yeah.
In the West
So
Indies.
all I'm saying, we can say, man, Umar Johnson's internationally scheming. He's doing.
He's taking money from folks all over the world for this phony school.
And we've seen others before him that has fallen do the same thing. And what did it take for them to fall? Something sexual, in which Umar Johnson ain't too far from that because of people coming out with sexual activity that he's done.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but the sexual activity is not illegal.
It wasn't, except for what Polite did and what Nature Boy did.
I'm referring to Umar.
To Umar,
so
right now he got consent.
These women who are coming out and saying that they've had, encounters with him or whatever.
Touch that turtle. Y'all look crazy.
It's the encounters are not illegal because they were consenting and they were adults. So even if we laugh about it and it's not illegal.
That Polite sexually, mistreated a very young lady, T. Jones. That's Polite wasn't just selling and taking.
He sexually mistreated a minor.
That's why he's in prison right now, because he sexually did because he raped a minor. We'll put it that way. He raped a minor.
Hey, don't say that word. That's a hot word. We can't say that.
What, grape?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
but there was somebody in the conscious community who knew that Polite was messing around with minors and didn't care because he was bringing in money. So they decided to look the other way.
Sarnetta can be accused of that. I know exactly. Yeah. And he got called out about it. And he was able to he's still around.
Somehow he finagled his way out of it.
He lost a lot of following. If you notice that, Sarnetta TV, he's still going, but it's not as popular as it was in the early 2000s and mid 2000s. They're even trying to talk about bringing back the debates, but it's not worth it.
Off of those debates, they were having those.
Nah, that's a dead issue. They need to let that go.
It's dead.
And that's why he didn't want to deal with Polite when Polite was, doing things with minors, and they all knew it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So they kind of guard each other, right?
They do, and a lot of people don't remember that Sarnetta brought Umar Johnson to this part of YouTube. It was Tariq Nasheed that made Umar Johnson popular. But
I remember that. I used to watch those videos with Umar sitting on the sofa at Sarnetta.
Yeah, Sarnetta, yeah. He got introduced, and he went at that time. He went under the name Umar Abdullah.
Yeah, he was Umar Abdullah.
He was Umar Abdul Muhammad.
Oh,
right.
New one for me.
Yeah,
that Umar Muhammad is a new one to me.
This stuff, and even Lennon shows it because back when it was that skinny, when Umar was skinny, when he first came out, he was going under Umar Abdullah Muhammad.
Excuse me. I don't remember that one. That one is a new one for me.
So, I say these things because, so many people talk about the Umar Johnson saga because it's so hype. And so some people don't want to, talk about the receipts that lead to making this a scam. It's just universally known as a scam. We don't care. Well, how is it a scam? I don't know, because he's
I'm not going to
scamming the
speak
black community.
negatively about anybody. I'm not going to speak negatively about Marianne or Lene or Brother Malik or anybody else. What I'm going to say is, like my grandmother might say, or my auntie might say, some of the old folks say, it'll all come out in the wash.
It sure will.
It'll all come out in the wash. You just have to sit back and wait and see. So we don't know who's telling the truth, who's lying, who's doing this, who's doing that. And I'm not ready to discount anybody at this point because this story is so crazy. It's like 15 things can be true at the same time,
It really is. It's very crazy.
But,
like that takes us back to what the topic was. That's why no one should be up here yelling and screaming with a big meatball head, like they the king of all the information out there. Like only what they say is go. That's
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know.
That was out of the question. That was stupid. That was very disrespectful.
I think that, that gentleman has.
Did she just call him meatball head?
Yes, I did.
I was trying to ignore that.
Oh, she just called him meatball head.
Let me ask you this, Kim.
His trade and his profession has an experience base, so I tend to think that he knows what he's talking about.
Hold on, BB. Hold on, BB. Hold on. So, Kim, did you or did you not hear exactly what El Malik said about me?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Well, there you
go. Hold on.
And now I understand.
Hold on, BB. So
okay.
With that being said, I want you to give me a second, if you will. Give me a second.
Well, while you get that straight, I'm gonna pontificate, as they say. To go back to the question you asked me, you got to take the head off the snake, and somehow or another, Umar has to be the one that's gotten rid of it. I'm not talking about killing them or nothing along those lines. But
he needs to be done.
if you get the alphabet agencies looking into his paperwork and they get involved in the mix, he gonna be in trouble. Other than that, as far as the community is concerned, we can try to discredit him. You got to get to the point where his message just don't make no sense. I mean, you got to get to the point. It don't, but I mean, you got to make it to where it gets to the masses. Apparently, his folks, you got to eventually keep working on, and hopefully it'll break through. But it takes people actually coming to him with the right message. You bring the receipts. You know what I'm saying? You bring the receipts. I step back from you because I got in that mode with you and another page to where it was just like one with you. It seemed to me like in a way you were against him, but then it was almost like you was giving him an out. And I was just like, okay, nah, we got to hold his feet to the fire. So I stepped back and stepped away. Whereas the other channel, it just seemed like if you got all this information, what you gonna do with it? You can't say, I got all this information, I'm the end all be all about him. But what is your motivation? To get monetized, to make money, or to say you for the black community and you tired of him scamming? So let's do what needs to be done. Take every avenue you got. Don't just always fall back on that's outside the scope. Come on, man. You gotta do what's right. If you claim you got information about kids or you got these photos that you think are incriminating, put it to the agency, let them see whether it is, and let them move forward. Otherwise, stop talking about it. If you feel like his mom is in danger, you don't want to talk about it, but that's a serious situation. if your mom is in the same position, you need to act on it. Don't sit here and have knowledge of it, and you can do this super research about it, and then you deny it. I start to lose credibility and respect when you ignore a blatant disrespect. And then you discuss it a couple times. Not talking about you. Where you be like, yeah, well, that's elderly abuse. I can see that. I can see what that's, and then you don't do nothing about it. So I had to step away. Like a lot of people in the chat, I was like, hey, good to see you. I ain't seen you in a while. I miss you, things like that. But I had to get out of that because I can't sit here and do too many. And I had fun in the chat. I had fun in that chat. We used to roll in that chat. 6, 7, 12-hour marathons. But when you seem like you ain't collectively gathering the information to move forward, to try to take action against them, even if the action fall flat, try. Or otherwise, you just provide entertainment. And I can entertain myself in other ways. Because I take this serious. I love my people. You know what I'm saying? I'm an American. I'm a Black American. I love my people. And I love my community. And I want better for them as a whole. I don't want to just sit here and watch people take shit from them, excuse my language, and not give back. So Umar is a detriment to the Black community. He is. He don't provide nothing positive.
He is.
And that's I'm gonna say what I said. Hopefully you found your information now. I'm gonna shut up from now on.
Yeah, I got everything ready. So Kim, I'm going to play the audio from what's today? Tuesday. So I'm gonna play the audio from Sunday from the Information Man show. This is what Malik said about me, just because I said that what if Umar Johnson opens a church?
And I'm going to call out the show because I don't give a damn. I don't get paid for likes. I don't get paid for comments. I have 2 YouTube channels that's been up before people even knew what YouTube are. I turned down book deals and CD deals all day long. Mr. Receipt Show. So goddamn what is a church? Mary Ed said that herself. You is who we are talking about. So what is a church? A church don't get to have mold in the congregation. And thank you to Grandma, because I haven't forgot.
Glow, what's going on,
She
Sister
came
Glow?
on and used the example. One apartment shut down the whole floor. But you over here, this ain't the show for me. Hell no. Because we ain't riding with no fraud. He's taking $3 to $5 million from Black women, disabled mothers who paid less on the bill to give it to him, and they believed him. Yeah, I'm calling you out, nigga. Because I don't have to be on your show. But you are exactly who Marianne and me and the information and all the others are talking about. And what's worse about it, you're a Black man and a father. I'm calling you out. Come see me. I ain't hard to find. But you exactly.
Wow.
Okay. I hear passion.
The problem that we have today. Oh, this what it receipt.
I hear ignorance. That's what I hear. Bottom line. I hear a lot of flustering and a lot of ignorance.
Well, I hear
because you like no.
I hear anger, I hear frustration.
The man that I got on the screen, man.
I hear he's just as sick and tired of Umar as the rest of us.
But he just
that's what I hear.
Yeah, but you can't target. You can't target.
His information heard nobody else's. Like what I say goes.
I got demoted. I got demoted from that shirt.
What I say goes. I heard anger and frustration and just being sick and tired of being sick.
I mean, I respect.
But you funnel that towards Umar. You don't funnel that towards KKC.
Respect to what you heard, but I got demoted just because I said what if and blocked from the channel.
Just because
I didn't say anything disrespectful.
Well,
okay. I was in the chat, and I'm bringing forth
But
the receipts. Okay, if there's a but, I definitely understand. So maybe I did deserve it. Go
let
ahead.
me finish what I'm saying. You know, and like I said, I'm just trying to be as respectful to everybody as I can. You know, because I personally don't have a dog in this fight. I never gave Umar 1 red cent.
But you part of the community though, so still you got a dog in the fight. Don't discredit that at all.
Okay, well here
Go ahead.
My little people.
Hey, give a whole nickel. Don't give 2. Give a whole nickel.
A whole nickel. Okay, here we go. I think that if the building has mold in it, if the building is compromised in any way, if the building has lead, asbestos, or anything else, it doesn't matter if you open a church, a community center, a school, a hot dog stand, or whatever. It's still unsafe.
I love that you can say if, but if I say if, it's a problem. You say if it's a hot dog stand, if it has mold. What if it opens? That means there's a flip side to the coin, and I have a right to say what if it opens as a church. You can say what if, and it's not gonna happen, and you're fine. Like
if the building is that dangerous and that compromised, I don't think it can open as anything.
I'm saying the same thing you're saying. If, but because I say if, I'm in trouble. But if you say if, it's okay.
But like you're saying that it's going to open as a church. I don't think it's going to open as a church. I think it's going to open as like a place of where like students can come and get information. Like he had his
the bottom line is
and stuff like that.
But Kim, the bottom line is you saying it's gonna open. That's what KKC was saying. KKC saying it's gonna open as something.
That was me.
Oh, my bad.
Bernice talking. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bernice.
What I was saying is that I think that everybody has their own opinion is what I was getting at, and nobody should be abolished for having their own opinion. I think the places may open as something too, but I could see it opening as something like he's having people filling out applications for certain things. Just like when he's going out right now. He going out and taking pictures with people that he helped get scholarships to go to college with. What if he uses that there to have people come and fill in applications? Like I said, he can have 6 pins there that he's doing something. I think he is.
At least not legally.
There you go. Like I said, what did I just tell you about that dude, that rapper that was holding that thing in that slave theater? He got the permit to be in there. He could have he could have had people doing hip hop on the stage if he wanted to, which is what he did. He did anything in that building he wanted to do, and that place was dilapidated.
Wow.
See, this is the thing. Before gentrification hit all the way across, America, everybody knew a place in the hood there was a hole in the wall that you could either go to get some food, or it was a hole in the wall club, or it was a hole in the wall whatever, and it was open for operation. Now that Umar is talking about he wants to open this place, the hole in the walls don't exist. Don't nobody know about a hole in the wall operating as anything no more.
And he wanted to do
it's crazy.
Can I chime in? But this is the thing. This is like I was saying. This was kind of way I kind of stepped back from you, KKC. Not trying to harp on that. But the thing was with me, hole in the walls. I done been in the club where the floor had a hole in it. You had to dance around it. You know what I'm saying? They might have paid. I mean, I'm telling you, it was the floor had a hole in it. If you just so happen to get stuck there, you had to dance with your legs wide open because that was the only spot available. And if you step through that hole, you got laughed at. Now they'll help you out of it, and you back to dancing. So I mean, I understood that. And there's ways about it. Whether he pays somebody to get the inspection done, whether he, sidestep him and say screw the inspection and open up on his own. True, I believe he gonna try to put something in there. But my thing is, it still ain't right. My whole thing is, regardless of what
hell no, it ain't right.
What I'm saying is, whatever he opens,
it's legal and it's not going to be right.
No, it
Yeah,
ain't gonna. That's all.
yeah,
It ain't
That's
gonna
all
be
we're
right.
saying.
I've
yeah.
never said that what he got going on right now is legit and it's a scam. It ain't right, and he should be
No, no,
brought
no,
down
no,
for
but
it.
no, but this what I'm saying, KKC. I'm bridging the gap between me and you because me and you was tight as thieves, texting all the time and everything. But I'm bridging the gap because I'm saying, and I'm coming clean to you in front of everybody to let you know where the breakdown went between me. That when that happened, and it seemed like you were like, hey, he gonna do this, and it came across to me like you were saying people just need to accept the fact, and I'm like, no, I can't accept the fact. It's gonna happen, but we got to call him out on it, and
Right. You're right.
So I think that needs to be the focus that with everybody, not just you,
But
not just
isn't
me,
that
not
what
just
we're
anybody
doing
else.
by continuously talking about it? We're not just letting it
In
happen.
some
We're talking.
in some areas we are true. Some people
Yeah,
just not.
but
Some people just want to
okay,
make money off of it and have fun about it, and not
which brings
really
me
not
back
really
to
about keeping the call. No, not really about keeping the pressure on him. It's just about having fun, getting laughs, jokes,
no,
and
but
getting
that's
views.
not what it's all about over here. That's the whole thing.
No, 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 no. I'm not saying that's what it was about over here. I was saying that's what previously the thing was. But KKC's always kept the receipts.
Yeah, that's true.
He's always kept
But
the receipts.
the
But
whole
no,
thing
what I'm
is
saying is I'm coming to him.
we're not going to be able to really do anything with no matter how much anybody talk about Umar. It's up to the people that's given to him and doing what he wants to do.
And
That's what it's all
if I
about.
can say, I think it's up to the people in Wilmington, Delaware, where those buildings are.
Yeah, they
I
would
think
have
those
to
people
protest
need to go and
against
complain
it,
down to City Hall
but they don't have
and
any
complain
problem
about
with
these
it. What
rat
is he
trap
doing?
buildings.
And see, this the thing, Kim. Because we've covered that the lady or the person, I will say, that's
Mm-hmm.
over the district that FDMG sits in. They have council meetings here on YouTube where anybody can show up in the chat and ask the questions.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we need to do some of that. Show up and ask the questions. If it's open, if it's on YouTube and it's open to the public,
yeah, it
go
is.
up and say, "Hey, what's going on with these buildings?"
I've even covered I've covered the council up there.
Okay.
And I was told to, you got to be careful because you're including council members. But then I was sent some information about the Wilmington Conservancy Land Bank information, in which that's a part of the new revitalization program, which we can't prove that Umar did or did not get the buildings out of this program. But the program is to take dilapidated and vacant properties and get them back operational. So the content creator that reached out to the city to find out what's going on with those buildings, and he got confirmation that Umar Johnson remedied the situation, that means communication between Umar and the city has taken place and is ongoing. We just don't know what's being said. It was in some type of way Umar Johnson got those buildings out of bad standings where they was about to be snatched away from the city. I'll say that. So something happened. They ain't finna take the buildings no more. So
I'd say maybe he might lose them by like in 10 years.
Right.
It'd be what?
Well, I wouldn't even say. I would say in a few years, at least the bigger building could be taken away, and I can see that building being knocked down, and they make that one continuous campus for the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah,
I can see that happen.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that happening. But I mean, if he don't get it together by 2029, I can't see it really nothing else happening. But he losing the place because he's not doing anything with it. And how many times are you going to keep on getting what do you call that, where you don't have to pay taxes on a building and you're not doing anything?
He doesn't. All the taxes that he had to pay on it all got excused. The only thing that he has to pay on both of those buildings is the vacant property fees. And as of right now, he's facing $24,000 for both buildings being on the vacant property list. Even if he got the smaller building off the vacant property list, he was still owe for the bigger building.
He's still
so,
and he don't even use the bigger building.
Again, my position is I'm not saying this man is not scamming. I am not saying that he shouldn't be held accountable for doing a bait and switch, because that's what that is. What I'm saying is there is a slight possibility that he could open these buildings and it could be a church or a community hall or hell, a place for them to sit down and play spades. Both. It's not going to be FDMG as he presented it as a school for boys. It's not just going to be that. And for that reason, he should be held accountable.
Exactly. That's what I feel too.
So
because he was misleading from the beginning. So like I said, it was all boys schools and just went downhill from there. Sorry, go ahead.
All of these efforts, I mean, whether I thought, at least when I first became aware of this and could quickly see it was a scam, I thought the best thing that we could do at that time was to clown the hell out of him, make him look ridiculous, right? But I'm wondering if we're past that point where we need to be, tapping into these council meetings, writing the mayor, talking to these people who are trying to regentrify, who are the builders building houses, who's running the Boys and Girls Club that's right like across the street or whatever. Those kind of things, like get the community galvanized to say, look, this guy needs to go. And I think it has to happen on the ground in Wilmington. I don't know if making YouTube videos long term, although it is fun,
it's not.
And it's entertaining, it's not. And we can laugh at it. But in the long term, it's not going to get anything done as far as Umar is concerned.
It's not, because we're not there in Wilmington, Delaware. Yeah. We're not in the immediate neighborhood, so we really don't know. When cameras cut off, when I shut down the live and you go and live your life, it's the same thing that's going on up there in Wilmington, Delaware. We don't know what Umar is really doing up there in those buildings. We don't.
Exactly.
We only know what people show us when they decide to take a trip up there and show the outside of the casing of the building. The inspection doesn't it's not just the exterior of the building. We really don't know the extent of what's going on up there. We know that they throw trash over the fence and they leave the trash out there with no dogs, crap all over the yard. We know that drains are still not fully connected. We know that. But when we play the video of Umar Johnson, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That should make a field inspection. I said those things alone should be cause of concern for an inspector.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but
he's going. I expect him to fail the inspection. Like, make a change. Say it. If he failed the inspection, it's going to let us know if Umar Johnson is going to take the list of items they say you have to fix and fix them, or is he going to go to Instagram and start a march on Wilmington? And my money and that on that would be he's going to do another march on Wilmington, because he did it before. Yep. And we got the receipts on that.
Yep.
Oh, you mean that fake march on Mo where he said the people
the march on Mo?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's so
the fake march. Okay.
So I can see him failing the inspection. It's so many ways this ball could bounce. And because I'm saying the ball could bounce like this, the ball could bounce like this. But I'm saying I think he's going to make a shot at opening the buildings. Oh, you're saying what if you're swaying? You're a secret Umar Johnson supporter. That's what just happened to me.
And that's crazy.
Like the man really, he took my he
I
took
think the brother was
my
coming from the fact that if the building is compromised, it can't open as nothing legally.
What you're missing, Kim, is that it wasn't just some leak. Information Man took my mod stick. I'm no longer a moderator on Information Man. Like this ain't just about Malik losing his damn cool. This is people looking at me like I was called by Information Man passive aggressively and a secret Umar Johnson supporter posing as calling Umar Johnson out as a scammer.
Well, I know you're not a
That's
Umar
the crazy
Johnson
thing I've ever
supporter.
heard.
Like the reason why I'm not playing all of these audio for you guys, you're welcome to go back. It's Information Man's most recent live stream. I don't want to take a chance where I get hit with fair use, where I'm trying to say, you know, it's his content. Let me just put it out there like that. It's his content. You can go to his channel and look up the whole video. He turned the chat off, so you can't see the chat, because in the chat, I'm saying the same things I'm saying now. There is an active, well, not active, there is a completed permit on file, not just one, several, in the old billing system that the city stopped using, that shows that there was work done on that building. And I showed, let me show it right now on the screen, that Black Anonymous was saying, well, when does the permit become invalid? The only way a permit becomes invalid if the work is not completed. If the work is completed, it don't matter if 20 years down the line, this permit matters. And on January 23rd, 2023, there was work done by Benjamin Franklin Plumbing in the gymnasium where they installed a water heater. And there's a sticker with number 69424 on file with the city of Wilmington, signed off by Glenn E. Smith, the area inspector, and Jack Lindell, the contractor. But no, and again, if anybody thinks that I'm lying, here's the contact information to the city where you can contact the city by email or phone number to verify what I am saying.
Okay. All right.
So my position is this: since this permit is on file, stop telling people that Umar Johnson hasn't pulled any permits, because that's a lie. That's a lie.
And it doesn't make any sense to lie if you want people to believe you when you're telling the truth.
Especially if you know there's content creators they watch my channel for everything else, but the moment I say he may open it up as a church, they don't want. They want to talk about that, but they don't want to talk about this permit right here. And I even said, Kim, please mark my words. We are waiting for the city of Wilmington to send to us the updated information, because we requested any violations or any more permits that may have been pulled, because you have to request it from the new billing system that they're using. You can't pull permits like you could in the old billing system. But they're not telling you that either. We're still waiting. Shout out to Jessica May, because she's the one that made it possible.
Yep. Thanks, Jessica.
Well,
they're not telling this information. They're just yelling at me and going crazy. But that's okay. That's okay, because like I said, go ahead, Kim.
All come out one way or the other. That's all I can say at this point.
At this point, even Anita McCrae, she said she doesn't know who to trust. I get that. I get that wholeheartedly, because there's no
see, because it's got to come out sooner or some kind of way. So my attitude is wait and see.
And that's fair. That's fair. I will continue to go behind people that put out information.
How you doing, Rim?
Hey, Rim, I'm glad you're here. Please take this screenshot. Take this screenshot right now. This is a permit. Hold on. Let me pull up the old billing system so I can show you that this permit is complete. It's not pending. It's not nothing. Hold on. Permits and inspections. Parcel number. Nope.
We will see. We will see. Like I said, it'll all come out one way or the other. But I tell you what, this Umar Johnson saga sure is, if nothing else, you never can guess what's going to happen.
That's true.
Oh, you sure can't. You definitely can't do that at all.
It's damn near ridiculous. If this is American Greed even still on TV?
They definitely need to
spooky
take a look at this.
Because my God.
All right, Rim. What I have on the screen.
I'm going to drop down because I got some stuff to do, y'all. Peace.
Thank you so much for coming up, Kim. You're always welcome. All right.
Bye. Bye-bye.
All right, y'all. So Rim and BB, we're getting ready to shut down. So do you have any last request before I go over this?
No, I had a great time. Thanks for having me up here.
No problem.
Say good night. Have a good one. You could finish talking to them if you like.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.
And so Rim, this one is pretty much for you since you came in. This is the old billing system of Wilmington, Delaware. I know that there's individuals that says that Umar Johnson has not pulled any permits. And so in the old billing system, you can see what permits have been pulled. If you go to the second page and you go to, I believe it's this one. Both of these, let me zoom in a little bit. Both of the top two are Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. And both of these are complete. Even these three are complete, but we're not worried about that. We're worrying about these two right here. All right. So I think it was the first one. No, let me go back. I don't believe. Second page, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing details. It passed, result pass. Yeah, okay. So this is the one. Let me zoom in real quick. Let me go back for record keeping. In this permit, it says the inspection type was plumbing final. Owner contractor Douglas, Frederick, and Garvey. It was issued, it was applied for and issued out. The results of this permit is passed. When we click on the view application information, it says the status is complete/completed. Somebody applied for this permit on January 19th of 2023 under Ben Franklin Plumbing. The project was for plumbing work, commercial. The description was to install a 12-gallon electric water heater in the gym ceiling. And the estimated cost was $1,986. The contractor ID was 603695. And if you click on this hyperlink right here, it takes you to a document. And this document is this document right here. It opens it up and it shows you that at the property of 611 East 17th Street, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing did some work in the gymnasium under permit number 202-30226 on January 23rd, 2023. You can call phone number 302-225-7106, or you can email allison.evans bfp@gmail.com for site contact Cameron Evans. This information is housed at Department of Licenses and Inspections at 800 North French Street in Wilmington, Delaware 19801 for Building Division Inspection Report. The type of inspection was for plumbing and HVAC final plumbing, water heater and fixtures, stickers, sticker number 69424, approved, and here's their names. Completed work, man. I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there because, again, it's one of those situations where it looks like we're going to have to make sure that, people that really want, the truth as far as, was permits pulled, you can go listen to those that say no. Or you can come to those that say yes and show the proof behind the yes instead of saying no, and their word is supposed to be valid because I'm right and I say so. And yell and scream and all that jazz. No matter how many times they've came to my panel and I've told them without even showing the receipt, I just said, hey man, there's permits out there. There's permits. They're in the old building system. And this ain't the only one. This is just one of, I want to say, maybe 3 or 4. And so I'm like, okay. But when you go to other people's panels in a chat of 400 people and you call me out and you say I'm a lie and then you demod me in front of said 400 people in hopes that it discourages them from coming to check me out. Oh, when they do come and check me out, they're going to see these receipts and they're going to come back to you asking, why are you saying this? Is what he showed for real? Because if it's indeed facts that the HVAC system that's hooked up at 611 East 17th Street does not work, and it is indeed hooked up and blowing mold throughout the system, the person that signed off on this permit should be expecting problems. Because we all agree we would not sign our names on any documentation saying that place is open. There's like a consensus on that. Greetings, welcome to the show. Everybody's still like we've been going for almost 5 hours strong, man. And that's not even taken away. Before we get up out of here, I played the audio twice of your boy going crazy. What I haven't played is this right here. The head construction worker who says the contamination is not at 611 or 610 East 17th Street. As a matter of fact, the whole block of 17th Street is fine. It's not contaminated. So are you going to take... Are you going to take the word of Mr. Malik, the man that's wearing this red bandana, who went from this look right here to hardcore look, and his expertise in California and the things he did down in Florida over what a construction work, the head construction worker who is doing work right behind FDMG. Are you going to take the construction worker's word, or are you going to take this dude's word that don't know if he want to be a gangster or if he want to be a granddad? Since you want to call me out, and everybody been hitting my link all day except for this guy right here. So let's get into these receipts, shall we? Here we go.
They start draining the water from there?
Don't drain it. It's not getting drained.
I spoke to you before, right?
Yeah.
That was before.
Yeah. It's gone.
So, yeah, no doubt. So how far did you get back there?
I think we pushed.
How many feet?
I want to say about 20 or 30.
From where that truck is?
Now, I wanna say this real quick. This video is only 5 months old. Okay, I want to show y'all this. This video is only 5 months old. This video comes from August 21st, 2025, and it was a live stream. It was a live stream. It wasn't somebody just uploading a video. Don went live and drove up on these people that's working behind FDMG. August 21st. Ain't that Umar Johnson's birthday?
Where that truck, right where it goes downhill, right where he's turning, from there on out, we pushed out pretty far.
We pushed out, that's what I'm saying. I was looking, I said,
we we're waiting for a next push.
That was the wall, right? That I was looking down?
Yeah.
That's y'all not pushing down?
Knock it down and push further.
Y'all not taking the water out now? So what y'all gonna do is
keep pushing it out, and then we don't know where it goes. It drains out over there, but like I said, the water hasn't been going up or down. It's still the same spot.
And you got level, you said was 100 feet.
100 feet.
100 feet of water. And so the game plan right now, you said was they building a stadium over there, right?
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be.
Yep, supposed to be.
So now it's changing up.
No, but like you never know because it's still like 7 years away.
7-year project. And
so like in any point given time, they might look at it and say, "No, we don't want to put that here no more." But we're still here just to fill it.
But so your job right now is to fill that whole area up.
Yes, sir.
And you said that this area is this area right here, was it known as a brownfield site?
Supposedly.
This site right here.
Supposedly. Check it out.
Yes.
Now,
well, at one point, this used to be a junkyard.
No, junkyard too. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this right here. Now this is like the 16th Street Quarry. This known as
14th.
So this right here, where we at right now is 14th. So where would we say 16th Street would be? Where the Boys and Girls Club would be?
That's the Boys Club right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I have no idea where 16th Street would be because this is 14th.
And so that 17th Street went up a block, and this is 14th Street where I'm at. Okay, folks.
They're on 14th Street. The school sits on East 17th.
So this is 14th Street. Boom, boom. But so we would say that it's good to say that that's probably the area that's built on it. Because they say that. But you said this was pretty much known.
Yeah.
So and then you said
used to be a blue granite quarry 100 years ago. Blue granite.
Okay.
And they hit water, filled up. So then from there it's changed hands so many times. It was a junkyard at one point. It was it's this now, but before that, like I don't think it was doing nothing. Which is
I don't have you on camera. You mind
cool, bro, scope there.
Okay, look, I'm putting my man on camera so you know I ain't just talking, all right? And all right. What the life?
Don't worry, Remy.
That's funny, right?
I'll play the clip for you so you can hear it.
Okay, so that's what's up. They don't even want to put it on my man. Okay, so that's deep. So we're gonna put him. Oh, so now we did it. Now we did it. All right, so look.
Here we go.
All right, yeah. And you wear the white hat, right?
I don't wear the white hat.
Oh, you only wear the white hat.
But I don't have to wear a hat.
You only have to wear a hat. Okay, you only have to wear a hat. Okay.
I don't have to wear a hat.
Because so I already know he's somebody because once I came in 2 times, he's right here on deck.
I'm the one you talk to.
I'm the one you talk to.
He's the head dude. I ain't gotta wear a hat.
Okay, so he's giving you full detail, right? Full detail.
Who you gonna trust? The man that's on site?
Okay, so I want you to understand that.
Or the man that want to wear a bandana and go on panels.
Now, Boys and Girl Club. Now, if okay, now that school.
Mm-hmm. The Umar.
Yeah, the Umar school. Mm-hmm. Is that a site? Is that known as a?
No, it shouldn't be because again, that's on regular just public land.
Wow, it shouldn't be because that's on regular public land. Let's keep going. This is
a site. Is that known as a?
Listen.
No, it shouldn't be because again, that's on regular just public land. That's on a block.
That's on the block.
right on the other side here, that whole city block, Umar school is right there.
That's what people don't understand. It's a real city block. So like if it's a school and it's contaminated, it got to be the homes too, the houses behind
that whole block,
that whole block would be contaminated.
This is fenced in.
This
like nothing else is with
this. Are y'all listening to this, man? Are y'all listening to this, or are y'all still saying, you know, y'all don't believe it? This is wild, man. This is crazy work right now. So Umar Johnson's FDMG school is not on contaminated land. Down at 14th Street is where they say it's contaminated land. That's what they saying. So if that's the case, why are people still saying that FDMG sits on contaminated land? Why are people still saying there's no permits when we can go in, you can go in, they can go in, anybody could go in and pull permits. Anybody can do that. Why must they be deceptive to the people? Why must they do that? Why can't you just update the folks like, okay, there's an update. The school is not on contaminated land, but it's still not going to open. But, you know, Rim, I just want to make sure that you hear for yourself. You ask the question, you know, why are now let me go on record. Okay, I want to make sure that I go on record. I am not beefing with anyone. Why am I beefing with Malik with impose that I went and I got a problem with this man, when in fact is vice versa? Why does Malik have a problem with me? Why is he beefing with me? This is what happened on Information Man show. This is Malik. All right.
I don't like to do this, but it appears that we have definitely hit some nerves. And I'm going to call out the show because I don't give a damn. I don't get paid for likes. I don't get paid for comments. I have 2 YouTube channels that's been up before people even knew what YouTube are. I turned down book deals and CD deals all day long. Mr. Receipt Show. So goddamn, what is the church?
Who is it? Is that
Mary Ann
Malik?
said that herself. I'm talking about.
Malik talking about,
what is a church?
About me.
A church don't get to have mold in the congregation. And thank you to Grandma, because I haven't forgot.
Glow, what's going on,
She
Sister
came
Glow?
on and used the example. One apartment shut down the whole floor. But you over here, this ain't the show for me. Hell no.
Oh,
because we ain't riding with no front. He's taking $3 to $5 million. Come see me. I ain't hard to find.
Okay, he also said this.
He's doing.
Again, I was the one that broke that story that the school was sitting on contaminated land. I since have updated that information, and we just heard the audio from the head construction worker saying that 14th Street is where the contamination is. 17th Street is not, because that would mean the residential area in that part would also be contaminated. So what you got for us, Lene?
I'm just wanting to say I don't know. I thought everybody was still up here.
Nah, everybody
I took
go.
the time and came back. They didn't advance. I want to extend, like an olive branch to Andre, because it doesn't need to be a lot of beefing. I agree with you. I don't have any problem because I don't know you. I don't know him, but I just, saw that on, and I can't even remember what the guy's name. He was hit in my inbox trying to get me to do a interview with him, but it just wasn't. It wasn't my type of show, so I just didn't do it. It wasn't nothing against him, but I went over there to just see what the vibe was, and it was some things being said about me. I don't know about no, this was a guy named I don't even remember what the name. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't even remember what the name of the show was. But I'll post it on my Instagram because it's in my inboxes. Because he's texted me about people before trying to get me to get excited and to respond to it. But I just want to extend that because I don't know him and I don't want to be. It's a lot of darkness around Umar. It's a lot of passion around it. I don't know what's going on with Malik. But I'm being full transparency. I took him off my page because I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that. I don't want, I don't want that type of just drama around me. And then Marianne was attacking me. I called me fish tank and stuff. I didn't know nothing about that. I'm sitting up here bigging her up. She's calling me fish tank. And not only that, just behind the scenes when she wanted me to come to Ohio, I'm like, I can't make it. I'm running a business. I'm up for review on launching a project. I have a 16-year-old. I can't leave in 2 days. Well, you said you were off Friday. Yeah, I am off Friday, but I have to cover a business. And if my son has a business, so if he can't do it for me, guess what? And I just couldn't do it. And then the following week, the temperament went down. I didn't even try to hit her back up. She wanted to bring me to Ohio to sit down and do an interview about Umar on camera. And there's no problem with that. And she said, well, she was so nasty, I didn't revisit it. And this was months ago. I never said anything, never brought anything back up, because I'm like, it don't even matter. As long as she's going after him, it don't even matter. I don't even care. Like, I just want him out. But then it became more of going after people personally. And, we're not going to do that. I'm in a ring, just to give y'all, I'm in a ring and I'm boxing. If you jump in that ring, I'm swinging. I don't know if you're there for friend or foe. That's not my thing. I just have to protect myself. I got people sneaking me, double agent, trying to get information on him, trying to, I don't have. It's a lot going on behind the scenes. It's a lot with this content creation. And I want to give you a shout out to KKC in the lounge. There's so many that have talked to me and haven't released things I've been able to confide in you guys. I appreciate that. But I'm not out here trying to get clout or anything. We got to get him down. We got to get him down. He's dangerous. If they put him in a school with kids, it's going to go real bad. It's going to go real bad. And people are losing sight of that. They're like, she's on a tour. Yeah, I'm ringing bells. I'm trying to get people aware because there's still people not knowing that he has this stuff going on. You know, it's still people over. The woman got on his page and was like, I want to have his baby. Like, girl, yeah.
This is crazy, man. So, like I said, it's one of those situations where I think it's just going to keep on getting crazier as this keeps going on. I don't see it getting any better, if you will. I don't see Mary Ann bringing any receipts. I think she keeps extending what's going on, trying to lead people on is what I'm getting to. 1 minute she says that she can't provide any updates, and then the next minute she provides updates, but it's not anything that you can harp on that's going to show you they're any closer to locking Umar Johnson up or bringing him in for questioning or anything like that. And so for all of those people that feel like, you know, I'm wrong, or you know,
and this has happened quite a few times before, if I'm not, before like we came out.
And that's what I was getting to. It's one of those situations. I'm not finna be led back down a street that leads to nowhere.
Yeah. And I don't hold things like, I got all the information. It's not like that. It's because I don't want to put it out there. That's why I come and talk to you, come to talk to the lounge, you know, have hit Lennon up on a few, but I don't put it out there publicly. And some of you, if you've gotten in my inbox, I will tell you stuff. I will talk to y'all heart to heart, you know, but I haven't put it out mass because it causes that type of anticipation. Like you thinking next week they're gonna come and get them, and we would all be so lucky, but that might, you know, that's not the time. I don't know what the time frame is. You know what I mean?
Oh, Remy is on the stage. He want to talk to you. Shout out to Remy.
Hey, Remy.
Hey,
baby. And
you know,
I've also tried to hold things and go on other shows. He just made me think of this because I know everybody not really trying to eat off of this, but there's like, I'm trying to spread the information around because sometimes some people can only get to Remy's show, or some people might get to Lady Luck's show, or, you know, and I tried to give them what I had, like, you know, with Lady Luck and dealing with his mother. Just give them what I have so that, you know, people would be able to make content off of it to keep, you know, folks in the know also.
Right. And I'm grateful for everything that you did for my show. I never once complained. I'm very
Money
grateful.
Boy Trey. Yes, that's what his name was. And all that B's and H and stuff. I ain't gonna do that. I'm not even gonna put myself in that situation.
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to come up and say that I said something similar to that, like what you said about I'm not saying I don't believe Miss Mary Ann. I'm just saying what I said was I'm not saying I don't believe her, but she has not really shown any receipts.
Yeah.
For people to jump out the window on, but I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. That's the way I put it. But sometimes I do feel like, where's the receipts at? And this is no criticism to her. Maybe, you know, she got something in the tuck. Maybe she got a master plan going down. Who knows?
Yeah, right.
But
exactly.
As a content creator, we have to be careful on what we're doing because, you know, people can get our channel took, people can sue us. So when you come in with all this information and there's no proof of any of these things being shown,
I'm glad
some people are going to get skeptical.
And you know, y'all know I have made some, especially by Umar's dad and stuff, I have made some heavy allegations. But baby, I make sure I get it in
well, see, Lene, you can agree to this. I reached out to Lene when I had questions, and I reached out to Mary Ann the same way. The only way that I knew to get in contact with Mary Ann is leave a comment on her YouTube video. So that's what I did. And I asked her, how do I go about getting in contact with her? She said to me, I contact you. She hit me with an Umar phrase.
Like, no, baby. Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Man. And so I'm like, okay, I left my email address. I'm like, okay, well, dkkctv@gmail.com. She deleted the whole comment.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so how do I go about getting my clarity?
Well, I tried to get in contact with her before too, and I already knew Lene didn't have her number, but Unc told me she didn't have her number too. But earlier that day, he had told me that he spoke. I don't know if he talked to her through email or not. He could have talked to her in
I
different.
have her number. I
know,
got her
but
number.
at the time when I asked you, you didn't have it. You didn't have it at that time.
Yeah. Sorry.
Remember when I tried to get y'all all on the show at the same time?
Yes. You were right. Yeah. But
Unc had told me that he was in communication with her, and I had asked him, well, can you reach out to Miss Mary Ann? And he was like, get it from Lene. Remember when I told you? I was like, I'll say to get it from you.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I had something. Like I said, I'm not going against Unc or Miss Lene. I mean, not or Miss Mary Ann. I've had people on my show that were skeptical of them, and like I said, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but there are some people out there that feel like what's going on,
Yeah.
But I tell you this, Rim, like I said earlier in the show, and that's on my membership post. I called Cleveland precinct today, and they don't have any information about a Mary Ann Laurent or Jermaine Shoemake. They even asked him, I
didn't see that part. We was live at the same time, so I just got it.
So I let my members know on members only by putting a members only post earlier this morning about it, because I called this morning. The lady that I talked to at the precinct said that one, if it wasn't an investigation, they couldn't give me any information. She transferred me to a man who told me the same thing. But before all that happened, she looked up her name and his name under Jermaine Shoemake and Umar Johnson, and nothing came up. Not only that, when you look up a Cleveland headquarters, police precinct headquarters, they give you an address, but it just goes to a street. The person that I talked to was like, it's not like it's a headquarters. You just call the precinct. But she wanted to know if I was sure that it happened on a city level and not on a county level. Mary Ann took a picture inside of a police precinct.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, where are the receipts? That's it.
Oh, sorry. And they can't tell you when you walk something into a police station, they can't tell you where it's gonna go or where it's going to end up. You might have stuff that they already have. They don't know. I mean, that might be the pipeline. You know what I'm saying? But even with this federal investigation, I didn't call anybody. They called me. And I told you about that.
The way she make it seem, Lene, is that she went to a police precinct and she reported him, and the whole investigation opened up, and she answered all their questions, and she said that it was gonna go from her local precinct up to PA, up to Delaware, and then up to the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. That's what she said.
Not how it goes.
That's exactly
that's not how it goes. And I even offered other people to the Bureau. I said, hey, you talking about there's some people know him like from a long way back. And then they specifically told me do not or no, they didn't say she said, I don't want to talk to them. There's been investigations that have been opened up before that have been closed. I don't know why, but they didn't want to talk to those people. You know, and if they don't want to talk to them, that's fine. I damn sure didn't want to sit down. I had to do 4 interviews in a room full of people that were looking at me like, why the hell is this still going on? And I'm like, yo, you tell me why this is still going on. I don't know. I just met the dude.
All I can say
And
is
the
Umar
questions were
Johnson.
everywhere. You know, that I don't know what he's done, but this is and also this case, I'm giving y'all everything I can give you. This
That's what I'm
case
saying.
started
I'm
at a
not gonna lie
specific
about the
date,
case. It kind of
and
felt
that
like
date has
there was no
nothing to
results.
do with Marianne.
I
That
That's
believe
has
what
it.
it kind
nothing
of
to do
felt
with
like. There were
Marianne. The
no
date that
results
case
or
opened
anything.
up, me and Umar were not beefing. We were
Okay.
not beefing. Matter of
Well,
fact, he bought me Valentine's. I told you guys that. We were not
this
beefing.
the whole case
This is
with
all Umar.
Mary.
He did something, whatever he did, he jacked up because he ain't only got one girl on him, he got a lot of people on him.
Yeah.
So
When it comes to that case
and
with
there's updates,
the
and that's
40
why I was like,
people.
how? Because I was like, well, shit, she want to take the lead on this, run it. This is the first time when she brought that, y'all know when she did that that video and she had the folder. I have an official, she was real official about it. I'm like, okay,
Right.
hold up. And
Right.
I'm listening, I'm like, oh, they must have contacted her or something. But the stuff wasn't lining up. And then I asked the agent's like, no. I said, whoa, okay. I didn't even say it's a lady on YouTube talking about it. I just said, okay. And I went back and listened to some more of the video. And I'm like, oh, bro, this is not going to go good. Because this is not going to go in the direction that you think it's going to go. And then she came back again with it. The first
Yeah,
time
and
she
said
did it,
that
I let
nobody
more out the bag
wanted to
because
vote.
I thought she knows. Everybody knows. It's okay to talk about it. So I came out and I started talking. And then when I was like, oh shit, I don't know what that's a class action. Girl, no. Back up. So the second time she brought it out, I was like, what are you doing? Even if you playing a game, you playing a dangerous one because there really is an investigation. So, but by now I've already let the ball out the bag from court, you know. It's just, it's crazy. This is a mess. And my hope is that it does not bother anything that they're trying to do. I just think everybody should stop talking about it. Even if she didn't mean, to, just don't say anything else. Maybe, I don't know. It's already out the bag now. I've even told my attorney.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
And
with
he
that case,
knows.
I felt
So
like
he's
we got no
moving with
result.
that knowledge. He knows this from the first time she brought it forward. I know he clinched up from that. And that's why I asked us, like, why are you guys worried about this ex parte? You're not worried about bigger fish you got to fry. The first that was me. That was me. When it was us in the court, that was me, because that judge would not let me just skim by it. And I had to give up what I had to give up. But we handled that. I came out of the room. I called the special agent, and she was like, "Give me the court date, all the other stuff." I called her. I gave it back. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with T at first. Terrence Bailey, Frederick Douglass's real family, and he was like kind of keeping me calm while I was going through the court situation. I was like, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. And when we got in there, the stuff came out the bag the way it did, but it was only Umar, Malika, and the judge and me. It was nobody else in the courtroom to hear what was going on until I came out of the door. And I was pissed by then. I didn't give a shit. But I let them know that I came out the bag with it. Never heard anything back about it. Then here she comes. So I don't know. It's out there now. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows?
I don't think that was a
I
reason
just feel
for
like
Malik to
everything
snap
ain't
like
for
that, though.
content, especially when it's real.
You went out.
What happened?
I think she went out.
Why
But
didn't you put it in capable hands?
hold
Why
on, Miss
wouldn't
Lane.
you
I
put
don't
it
mean to
in
cut you
capable
off.
hands?
I don't
So
mean
it
to
could be
cut you
taken
off, but
care of,
she
or
made
something could be
herself
done
look
with it.
bad when she called that hairdresser.
But no, it was just made
Lene, can you hear us?
made a
Can you
show
hear
off
us?
of it,
I
and
don't
it
think
was
she can hear us.
I don't think
and that's
Lene
what it
can hear
was.
us, man. I don't think Lene
So I
can
don't
hear
know
us.
what happened back in the day.
Yeah, I don't think she can hear us, man.
Yeah, but I felt like that with the whole class action lawsuit.
shit.
I kind of predicted what was going to happen, like in the back of. I didn't say it out loud, but I'm like, I feel like I don't know, man. I'll be having mixed feelings. Like I respect my elders. I'm not going to say I don't believe her, but some situations in this whole thing did kind of look funny. And I'm not taking no sides. I'm just giving my opinion on it. Like when she called the hairdresser dude, it seemed like he felt ambushed. Like he you didn't tell him the details of what you was going to interview him about. And then when it came to Umar passing out, the dude called her back and was like, you wasn't. I
Can
told you
y'all
not to
hear
tell
me?
nobody. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear
Yeah,
us?
I can hear you. I don't think she can hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was. It was like. It was like. It gave. And I'm not saying it put a bad taste in my mouth. I saw some of the comments that were being said in the chat when it was happening. Or in the comments that was my comments. I didn't look at hers, but I looked at mine. They felt like she was playing both sides, and I'm not saying that I feel that way. I'm just saying what was being put in the chat. Like some people, a lot of people in my chat, some of the people, not some, not a lot, well, some of them, they feel like they don't trust her because they've been saying the same shit that you've been saying. We
You
have not
see,
seen no receipts, and you know, felt
from
like she ambushed the hairdresser. And when Umar passed out, it felt like that was information that they was trusting her with, and she hurry up and threw out.
well, see, that's the
But
thing, Rim.
I don't know, man. This whole situation is confusing in a motherfucker. Yo, you don't know who to trust anymore.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like when we first came out, or when I first came out back in 2020, start going live. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And so when I started going live, me, Information Man Show, E&J, DDN Page, Black Anonymous, and a host of other content creators at that time gathered ourselves behind a specific content creator that's still around. And I'm not going to say that person's name because they recently just left me alone from harassing me for years. And so during that time, this person was really pushing, litigation is going to happen against Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson is going to go to jail, like all type of stuff. And when that didn't happen and people started asking questions, that person turned to harassing folks on YouTube in people's chats. And when that happened, Information Man Show and a host of others distanced themselves. I was the only content creator that not only dealt with that, but also protected some other people that was getting attacked. Now that it's all said and done and it is stopped, here we are again with them saying champion behind somebody. Don't worry about where the receipts are coming from. If they ever show receipts, just get behind them. And I'm saying hell no. And mine is rooted in history based on what happened the first time I did that, based on them.
Right, and you have a right. You have a right to.
It's crazy shit.
You got
man.
a right to feel like that.
All right, can you hear
Y'all
us now,
just let
Lene?
me go
Can you
on
hear
a
us?
tangent. Didn't
It was
nobody text
wasn't
me
that
and be
We
like,
was trying to. You couldn't hear us.
I know they was
we
like,
do.
she's crazy. I couldn't hear nobody. I was like, I got the floor.
Man.
I'm
But yeah,
sorry, y'all.
we
But
was
you
listening to
gave
you.
good information. But when it was like the whole case that that didn't make sense to me. It was like 40 people got together to sue Umar. And then when it came down to the nitty gritty, they all backed out. That made no sense to me.
I don't believe it, man. Again, I'll keep on saying it. History is repeating itself. I've been
At
in the
first, I
sector.
thought she got set up.
Well, I think I told you this. I feel like if they're going to keep going on like this and request these women to come forward or other people to come forward, I think a big part of protection is to tell them, like, give them some pointers. I really appreciate some people helping me out. But giving them some pointers, not on interviewing, because I'll never be good at it, but just, hey, this is, if you do interviews with this person, don't do them with that because they're out of the sector, or I don't know, don't say this, or just, this is give them an overall understanding of what they're going to or could potentially be dealing with, because just leaving them out there. Now I will say the Cookie Crush chat does hold it down as far as looking out for people in the comment section and taking up for them, and
Right.
that is protection. That's a wonderful thing when people are coming at you and people are standing for you. And I tried to be that, but for the other stuff, like, people are going to follow you and try to do interviews everywhere you do interviews and downplay, or you reach out to content creators and be like, oh, she's lying. It's that kind of stuff needs to be, you need to make people aware so they can just be on their toes.
Right.
I believe it. I really do. I'm getting ready to shut down, you guys. I've been going for 5 hours, 29 minutes. So I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
was
get
up
me
there for
something to
4, so I understand how you feel. Your butt started getting numb on that joint. No
eat.
kidding.
Man, it's crazy. Well,
No
yeah,
kidding. Your butt started getting numb.
this is one of the shows that's for the books, man, because everyone stayed engaged, stayed listening, and I want to make sure it's clear. I have no beef with Malik or Information Man show. I wasn't expecting to show up to their show and passive aggressiveness was gonna happen. I was in the chat, and the same things I showed on today's show, I was saying in their chat. Like, Information
I
Man
didn't
show
see why he
started off.
snapped on you either.
Information Man show started off by saying that pretty much, if you are saying if you're saying that Umar Johnson is going to open up a church or the likes, anything like that, I am an undercover Umar Johnson supporter, according to Information Man show. And then when Malik wound up going off in his rant, he let it be known that that's who I'm who they're talking about. And I know I am, because I'm the only content creator that's saying Umar Johnson gonna open the church. FDMG is not gonna be
I
doing
said it
school.
today too. I was like, once he opened that, he started talking about Richard Island and the AME stuff. I was like, that's his next grip. I literally said that today.
Well, you gotta understand, he was at the church up in Baltimore, Maryland, the AME church, and he preached up there.
Y'all don't remember when he was in New Jersey?
He's nothing
He
but
was
a
trying
preacher.
I'm sorry, it was in New Jersey, Lene?
No, I'm saying, I remember, like, when the accounts got shut down, he was talking about, I'm looking at schools or property here.
Okay, yeah.
And I was like, how you ain't got no money? Like, the accounts is froze up. How you gonna be buying stuff? But he was talking about starting something in New Jersey. I feel like it's gonna be more of this.
It's gonna be more, but what I'm saying is, Malik and y'all, just, it happened to me because I even started a unofficial bet with my chat. We're taking the over and under. It's an unofficial bet, non money involved,
Monetary.
and non-monetary, situation. And when I don't want to say the first, I said this when Manny Marianne and Malik was on my panel, and Malik was saying he didn't care if the place looked like the Taj Mahal, it'll never open. And I let him know then, I'm just kicking this around for fun. I know this will never open into anything, but I'm just saying, like, what if he did attempt to open this as a church? Like, what if it happened? And
So for now on, when you say that, just be like, let me be devil's advocate. What if let's play along. What if he does? Something that's what I do when I say that. So let's play that. I say, so let me play devil's advocate. So what if
you
in some
don't, you're gonna
parallel
get
universe
canceled.
he does open up the school? Try to slice it to him like that.
But it's all good, man. Lesson learned.
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. Just be careful. Like I said, filter what you say. People will distance themselves from you. And like I said, it's okay because I've been doing this for 6 years. I don't need anyone, trying to say, what's going that I'm an Umar Johnson supporter and all that. It's all good.
I think you can't get behind the lie because it's going to come out. Eventually, it's going to come out in the long run. If I don't want to speculate, some stuff I speculate or I'm guessing, but I'm not trying to pass off, but I don't think I think what you're doing is right. I think that you should keep it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, keep
it
very down down the middle. This is just the proof that I have. It ain't personal.
Yeah.
People might take it personal because it's a craft. We talked about that. But still you got to do what you got to do. That might help people step up their game, and it might help people look to you if they can't catch anywhere else or what's going on. They can look to you and they can know that they're getting, facts.
You're right.
The reason why I like you is because you always got a different perspective, and you make me see different perspectives that I didn't see at first.
I appreciate that, man.
Both of y'all.
You keep your own mindset throughout this whole thing, because some people will get a topic and go with the next channel, what they say, and what everybody else is saying, and you go your own way. And that's always going to make you stand out to me. And that's what I do too. I don't let people sway my opinion unless the opinion has the receipts for it. And what you're trying to say is, I'm not changing my stance on this until I see some receipts. That's it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That is it. That's all, man. I need to see
the good work, both of y'all.
Thank you, Lene.
There's no disrespect to Miss Marianne or Uncle Malik. It's just saying, people need to see the receipts. If she's not gonna show no receipts, then we're gonna have to fall back.
Yes, that's my stance, and I'm already falling back. So I'm falling back.
I got a lot of respect for Miss Marianne, the same way I got for Miss Lene. Y'all started this whole entire movement, and I believe y'all are the faces of it. But it's only one person that actually showed us some actual receipts.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I gotta stand up for myself, y'all, because if not, then everybody will take a chunk out of me, and I can't have that happen.
Absolutely.
And it's never personal because I don't know anybody personal. I just want him down. I don't want nothing compromising that man getting what's, even if he don't go in the cuffs, I want him to get what comes to him because he's done some bad things to people, her included.
And that's what I don't get. Why people is taking other people's opinions so personal. The mission is to take this man down. I don't give a damn if KKC got a different opinion, Lady Lux got a different. We all supposed to have our own opinion, but the goal is the same.
Yeah.
Right. So if he is pivoting into religion, like, note that, clock it, and let's keep on going on the mission. He trying to pivot into something else. That's how I look at it, man. But people, like I said, believe what they want to believe, say what they want to say, and do what they want to do. So it is what it is at this point, man.
They want the show to continue.
Yeah.
Dr. Sebi is saying something. He's been saying that he's a pastor and he does weddings.
And he right.
There's
I have the information.
A lot to that.
I got the pictures of one of the weddings that Umar officiated, and they're in the in Pan-Africanism. Yeah, man.
Let me jump down.
Another chat, and I couldn't
I'm gonna
get to
jump
it
down
fast
back
enough.
into the chat. I
Okay,
appreciate
Real.
you letting me up, man. I just want
I
to come
know
up and
too.
let you know that I feel the same way in certain situations. I feel the same. So you're not alone in this. There's no disrespect to Malik. There's no disrespect to Miss Marianne. It's just that we are content creators and we got to watch our ass. I just want people to know that because I see how opinions can be swayed very easily on this internet. So I just wanted to let you know you got somebody that's in your corner, bro.
Yeah, thank you, Rim. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, bye, Miss Lene. I'm gonna hit you up too.
Bye, Ram. Bye, KKC.
All right,
Thank
Lene,
y'all
I
for letting me
appreciate you.
run my mouth. Bye.
Always. And so, people, man, I listen. I'm not here to, make anyone upset. I'm not trying to, cause a division. Like I said, I've been saying that Umar Johnson is scamming. He ain't stopped yet. And he's crafty with how he keeps on recreating or refashioning the scam. And so I'm only bringing a new perspective to this thing based on the church envelopes I have, the FDMG congregations that we keep witnessing, all of that. Is it possible that he could be making an attempt to open the church? What if he does it? I'm not going to back off of it. And, it is what it is. Now, again, we are on the road to 6,000 subscribers. Please hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you know when I am going live again. And hype up the video. Shout out to the replay game. Hype up tonight's video. And if you want to help keep the lights on, you can send us Cash App at $IMDKKC. Yes, and if you have any show topics or receipts, send all show topics and receipts to dkkctv@gmail.com. Listen, I was informed that Uncle Mo TV was up at the property, and while he was at the property, he looked at how was it positioned? He looked at what he thought was the energy meter, or the meter that lets you know that the electricity is on. In my understanding, Uncle Mo TV said the dials were not moving, but he was looking at the mechanism that was on the ground. And he made the statement that the power isn't on. Or if this is the heat or gas, the dials are not moving. Well, looks like we're going to have to address that speculation, because guess what? All you got to do is call Delmerva Power and they'll let you know if it's power at that location. But before we go, the last person that did that, this is what happened.
We're not playing with y'all. FDMG is coming, baby. We coming. We coming. We're not playing with y'all.
Look, I don't think you like me because I wear a wig.
We're not playing with y'all.
Look, I don't think you like me because I wear a wig. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear a wig. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear a wig. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear a wig. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear a wig.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. We're not playing with y'all. Oh wow.
Honestly, I mean, at this point, from what I can see for this rest, there's no active account.
Oh wow. We're not playing with y'all.
You are hilarious. Hey, I'm on Dr. Umar live.
Oh wow.
Hey D, how you doing, love? Where you at in the world? Where you at in the world?
I'm in Detroit. Look,
You in Detroit. You in Detroit. You in Detroit. You in Detroit.
Oh wow.
Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed. Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed.
Sister Ari.
Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed. Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed. Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed.
Question, Sister Ari. You're a beautiful sister.
Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed. Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed. Look,
You
I
in
wear
Detroit.
weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed. Look, I don't think you like me because I wear weed.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. We're not playing with y'all. Oh wow.
Honestly, I mean, at this point, from what I can see for this arrest, there's no active account.
Oh wow. Oh wow. We're not playing with y'all.
So that I can tell you. There's no active account. So if the power is on, then more than likely, again, it was tampered with. And it does look like we have some pending service orders to go out and, check some things out to figure out, what exactly is going on out there. But it doesn't show any active, any active customer per se.
Wow. Wow. Well, thank you so much, and you were like really, really, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Not a problem. You're
All
welcome.
right, thank you so much. You too. Bye bye.
And see, that's what happened. The last time somebody called Dale Merv Power to prove a receipt wrong, which was Umar Johnson is still in power. No, he ain't. He ain't still in power. Let me call Dale Merv Power. Well, we ain't got no accounts up there, and expose Umar Johnson. And ever since then, there is power up at that place. Like I said, man, we got to make sure that we are telling the correct information. So send all your people over here, like the show, share the show. If you want tangible receipts, come on over to the receipt show and we're going to make it happen. Hit that poll after the updated documents. What do you think about the FDMG contamination claims? The head construction worker says 14th Street and that quarry is where it begins. 16th Street and beyond is fine. All right, y'all, we finna get ready to get on up out of here. Listen, if it's daytime where you are, make sure you have a great rest of the day on purpose. But if it's nighttime, stay cool like the other side of the pillow. This was the Receipt Show, and I'm your boy KKC. And guess what? Exposed contaminated land at FDMG. El Malik, you might want to rethink what you saying, Playboy, because the head construction claims just debunked what you said. I'm out of here. Until next time, good night, everybody. Peace.
It's just slick tonight. Good thing I'm wearing the quiet shoes. The city never sleeps. Just hides things in the puddles. That's my signal. They want the truth? I'm on my way.
Pull up team, assemble.
We don't run, pull up. Where it all comes together. Every receipt, every message, every dollar. Each one a point on the line. Watch how they connect. Follow the money and the picture clears. And at the end of the trail, that's the truth.
Receipt pulled, breaking it down. Evidence loaded. Now we know. Let's pull up, team.
They love to talk. I move on proof. Show me the receipts. The squad behind me, fact check everything. No cap, just facts. Pull up.
Time to clear the air.
Your truth is just a voice.
And listen close. We got the receipts.
That won't save you.
Truth versus deception, and we don't lose.
Team, time to end the Truth Stream Pod!
Being locked.
Let's shut him down. Take this! He's freaking apart! Receipts don't lie.
Rich tell one story. A seat like this tells another. It's not just gold and weight. It's decisions. Every word counts up here. The receipt leaves a mark. Every document has a fingerprint. Follow the numbers long enough and the story writes itself. The trail doesn't lie.
500. Hold steady. Here comes the truth.
Truth incoming. Clearing up. Step in.
Identity confirmed.
That's our guy. We pull the curtain tonight.
Hustling.
Bank trail locked. Receipts flagged.
Here we go.
The breakdown begins.
Corruption sequence initiated. Not today.
Right, truth data form.
Pull-up team, go! Feel the truth!
Truth counterattack activated. Last receipt. Truth over everything. Case closed.